One, two, three. Sure. Good morning. Thank you everybody for your patience. We are happy to have you all here with us for our fourth public hearing of the Education Committee. And with that, I'll hand it over to my good co-chair to go through the public hearing rules.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to our public hearing. So now we have some policies and procedures that we have at public hearings in the Education Committee because we know that education is so important to everyone out here in Connecticut. We always have a number of people sign that want to speak. And what we do here at the Public Education Committee is we allow everyone the opportunity to express their concerns, to talk about how education should be run in the state of Connecticut, to tell us all the good things and the bad things that we do here. But what we do here is allow the public 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes to communicate to us on their decisions or how education will go. And that's the policy. Now, when you hear this bell, and the bell goes like this, that means your 3 minutes is up, and the next words out your mouth should be, therefore, in conclusion, or I will summarize by saying this. Those are some of the suggested words that should come out your mouth after you hear that bell, because you're done for your 3 minutes. We only do this because we don't want to be here for 12 hours. We might only want to be here for 10 hours. Well, one thing you can count on, we will be here. So with that being said, we would like to start this public hearing. Normally, this is what we do. We let our leader, our commissioner from State Department of Education, she comes up. She has more than 3 minutes to speak because she's the commissioner, and she will present to us her ideas and her opinions on the pieces of legislation. From there, we'll go for the first hour of all the public personnel, superintendents, those people of that magnitude, and then we'll jump to the general public. Okay? Any questions? Seeing none, great job. And my reminder to my colleagues around the circle, this is a public hearing. So we're here to listen to the public. And if you guys like to communicate to yourselves, do that at your time. Thank you very much, and it's great to see you, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. I am pleased to be here before you once again. And as always, you have my very extensive written testimony, which I ask you to please review. I want to focus my comments today on SB 1458, an act concerning changes to the Commissioner's Network of Schools and Alliance District programs. The proposal would phase out the Commissioner's Network of Schools program and reduce the number of Alliance districts to 15 and rename them Opportunity Districts. Just a reminder that General Statutes 10-262W has charged the department to develop a report on the effectiveness of the Alliance District program. It tasks us with providing recommendations for reforming the program, including decreasing the number of Alliance districts that receive oversight and funding from the department. I think we're very much in line with that requirement in legislation. By law, however, that report is due to you, the Connecticut General Assembly, January 1, 2026. The department is in the midst of collecting and analyzing the longitudinal outcomes, financial data for this report, and recommends that the legislature not make wholesale modifications to this program prior to the completion of this report, which will fully inform your policymaking. My written testimony goes into detail regarding the proposal. However, let me just highlight a few high-level points for you. As you all know, the Alliance District Grant is not additional funds back in 2012, 2013 by law, any increase in ECS funds from 2011, 2012 year for the towns identified as alliance districts in 2012, 2013 that would typically have gone to the municipality were set aside for the department to distribute as a grant to the local boards of education of those alliance districts. To obtain this grant, LEAs submit a plan with measurable goals and outcomes that are aligned to our school improvement framework, comprised of components like academic improvement, talent, culture and climate, and operations. And this plan must be reviewed and approved by the department. Alliance districts, as you've seen in my testimony, have achieved some demonstrable successes. Factually, we've had districts that improved their performance and they were unable to exit the alliance district status based on legislation that was passed in 2017 and again in 2022 to keep them in the program. We have continued to provide robust oversight and support of our alliance districts. Just also a final thought, the alliance districts and commissioners network school structures are critical components of Connecticut's consolidated state plan that is approved by the U.S. Department of Education. A complete makeover means we have to go back and revise our plan, and that process, as I'm sure you can imagine, is unknown at this time. And finally, if SB 1458 passes, as written, 15 districts will no longer receive the Alliance District grants. In general, as I said before, we strongly support reforming the program, and the notion of state oversight for fewer districts with lowest performance in the state. We value that and certainly value the improvements over the past decade that have been made by local boards of education having greater authority over a portion of their ECS allocations. So again, we ask that you allow the report to be completed, the study to be done that you've charged us to do before making massive policy changes in this area. And just a final note in the 25 Commissioner Network schools that this phases out. This program is a commitment between our local stakeholders and our department to dramatically improve student achievement in 25 low-performing schools. They remain part of their local school districts, but the districts and the departments secure school-level flexibility and autonomy for those schools in exchange for heightened accountability. This past board meeting, it was really pleased to see Waterbury and New London asking for an additional year and sharing the transformation of these schools having been part of the program. So we welcome further conversations there as well. So thank you for providing us with an opportunity to offer testimony. And I'm here certainly with members of my team to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I'll first start out by saying I'm glad to see that we're on the same page. Bright minds think alike. With the idea of reviewing the alliance districts is something that's been on my mind for a while. We know why we created them. There was a reason why we created them. There's a reason why we want things to change in those districts, and to find out results by, I think you said January 2026. I'm looking forward to see what I already know. I will say that. And I will just say that we need to start and do something different. There's a reason why these alliance districts, we need to drill down. The rationale was to drill down on them and make sure their academic outcomes are better than what they were when we started this program. Many of them have been in this program for a number of years. Many more have been added. The rationale behind this is, let's see what we're doing. And I'm glad I was going to ask a question about how you feel about the Commissioner Network schools. Same rationale. Many of these schools have been in this Commissioner Network for a number of years. And I'm looking forward to see the outcomes, which I already know. So the reason why we're doing this is the fact that we know some of these schools, and we saw many of these school districts have been challenged academically and thereon. And we just want to make sure that the policies that we do are put in place are effective and are working for our children and our families. So that's all I have for your testimony. I'll open the floor up to my colleagues. I don't want to have to remind my colleagues. We're going to limit our questions to 2. If you need to even ask 2 questions. So I will make sure, and I'll remind you of that. So with that being said, I'm looking to my left and looking to my right. Do anyone have a question? Rep. Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll only ask one. Um, Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. Nice to see you.
Same.
So I'm looking and it says on line 62, but I know that y'all evaluate the schools, right? And so I'm just at a glance, I was able to get information from the Smarter Balance Assessment. And so if I just take the top, I'm not picking on any schools, I'm just trying to be quick here, on a list of the Alliance schools. So if I just look at Ansonia, Bloomfield, and Bridgeport, right? And I'm looking at the Smarter Balance Assessment for third grade. For example, again, Ansonia, this has nothing to do, but in 2015 and 16, the percentage level was at 40%. And I understand going through COVID and all those things, but then now at the end, the percentage of third grade that's met or exceeded is 16.9%. And if I go through the next couple of schools, if I take from 2016 and go through, again, looking at COVID and after COVID, the top three have even dropped from 2016. So I guess my question is, y'all evaluate, do all these things. What happened?
And so thank you for that question, because it is important that we do get deep into what the data tells us. And that's exactly what we're monitoring. We're looking to see how they're doing, how's the performance levels going and what's happening. And that is the intervention and that is the work that we're doing. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to join me here because that's the oversight representative, right? So when we're seeing that happens, we meet with these districts. They have to develop plans. They've got to set metrics that we're monitoring. And that's the work that we're doing with them when they come before us, when we're meeting with them regularly to say, if you're not getting your outcomes, what are you doing and how do you shift practice to make progress? So that is the work that we're doing with them. And if you notice from my report, I know you're pointing those out, is that 14 of 33 of them improved their ELA, their English Language Arts achievements. 27 of the 33 improved their math achievement. 21 of the 33 improved their chronic absence. Those are exactly the kinds of things that we're getting close to and working with our districts. If something's not changing, what do you need to do on ground to make sure that that is happening? So that is the level of discovery and oversight and work that we're doing with the district on every couple of months. We bring them together to do that, to investigate and to work with them.
Thank you, and I'll wait to hear. And I'll just say, I know you haven't been commissioner since 2016, but it is important as I look scores, and again, this is just one sheet, but when I look at these scores, it's scary to me. So being from 2016, it looks like not a lot has been done for what you're talking about, digging in the data and oversight for these schools.
Good morning. Charles Hughes, Deputy Commissioner for Academics and Innovation. Thank you for the question. And I think what you're identifying is, as you had mentioned, a very singular data point, right? It's a grade 3 assessment, Smarter Balance for Alliance districts. That may not represent the full scheme of progress that the Commissioner is referencing, right? So we look at it first as a whole picture. You're zeroing in on a very specific data point that is relevant, that through the actions of the AD work with districts, if that's an area of focus, they will target through interventions, will provide the wraparound supports, monitor closely with our team, and recalibrate if necessary. And that's a long-term process. That's not a singular process. You can imagine the outcomes of students. Those are the K students early on that entered in where we didn't have the statewide data point until they arrive at third grade Smarter Balance ELA. So targeting just that conversation, it's very acute. But long-term, the AD program is there to ensure that districts can look at that. We can provide the appropriate supports and intervention as needed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I didn't have time to get all the data for every Alliance district on all of these things.
Absolutely.
So that's why I just targeted. Yes. And I'll just finish up by saying, I know that right now there is a case of someone graduating from high school and can't read. And so I just was focusing on that because that's the data in front of me. But I'm hopeful that what you're saying is right and hope that within the next school year, we will see some improvement in these schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think I'll just build off of what the good representative was asking. So I don't know if you want to come back to the mic or not, but even if you could expand on what the oversight and what the intervention is for our alliance districts, I think that's one thing I at least hear often. Is it hands-on in schools, implementation support for districts? We know we've asked all of our districts to roll out Right to Read and the science of reading. Are we offering hands-on instructional support for our educators who are working to implement this new policy? For example, if we just focus on ELA scores, how sort of tangible is the support for an alliance district? And if you could help sort of expand on that, I think it'd be really insightful.
Thank you for the question. So I guess I'll start by saying that the team, the cross-divisional team at the State Department of Ed, leverages the expertise across disciplines, across areas that affect schools. The relationship with the district would be to say that districts are setting their goals. They're trying to identify, based upon a needs assessment, what their focus might be. And then our cross-divisional team supports with either professional learning opportunities that we know are available or we make available relative to the district's focus, right? Which may be a K-3 ELA focus, which may be more broad, but typically there's the coverage of English language arts, mathematics, and school climate that become the broad focus for the work. As we engage with the team routinely over the course of the year, that will certainly be in dialogue around their plan, implementation of plan, challenges, barriers that are raised, allocations of funds that align to that plan. And it may also include certain dialogues with departmental members at the district level. And then in the commissioners network, it takes it a step further where there are actual observations that occur, walkthroughs of the schools to provide that on the ground tangible support and responsiveness to the needs of the school.
So I'll back up by saying that they have to develop a plan with us, right? Using the data points to develop very specific plans. Those are not approved until the team that's reviewing that plan have really good confidence that the plans developed can bring results. And they come back, they go out. So our team go out literally in the district was one of the questions that you asked. And Deputy Commissioner spoke about an interdivisional team across the agency because we may be addressing academics or English language arts, but we're also addressing chronic absence. We're also addressing discipline, right? And we're also addressing the school climate and culture. Those have to work together. And so the team as a whole work together with our districts in leveraging their expertise, but then working directly with the districts, sometimes going in, doing visits as mentioned, and providing that level of support. Those team members are offered professional learning. So it truly is a comprehensive approach, and it's no one person going in independent of looking at the whole picture. And those are the kinds of things that we're working with them. And if they come in and meet with us 3 times? 3 times that the team of the district comes, we meet with them and really interrogate really the data and what is going on, what's happening. So if things are not working, that you can actually make changes and not wait for things to continue on a particular glide path. That is really important.
I appreciate that. I suspect we could probably talk about this for a week. I guess I'll just ask, how often is the team in district? To my mind, for our alliance districts often know what their challenges are. They know what their data says. But they need in-district implementation support. And I know the department also is chronically short-staffed. And you guys don't have to weigh in on that. We are eager to give you more staff every year. But I think part of what this discussion is could the team be doing more and more intense intervention if there were fewer districts that you guys were prioritizing? I think that's part of the conversation. So I guess how often are you in each of the alliance districts every year, the team?
And so I have joined me as well is Dr. Jenkins, who is our Chief Turnaround Officer, who is actually out there. I know she's been out in districts, so she can talk to you about that. Because a part of this is also, we don't have a construct that says we're going out to every district, every whatever, right? It's based on what's going on ground and what things have come to our attention and places that may need some more support than others do. But Dr. Jenkins, if you could just add to that.
Good morning. In an effort to support districts, and I was outlined in our Connecticut ESSA plan, we prioritize our visits in the district based on the number of schools that are at levels 4 and 5. So we are definitely in more of the opportunity districts,
The bottom 10.
and we are in districts that have commissioner network schools more frequently. If there is a district that has requested additional support, whether it's with financing, meeting the needs of multilingual learners, or special education, we prioritize supporting that district with the cross-divisional team. Most recently, since arrival in this position, working with the performance office, we've used data, something called a heat map, that would outline how we support districts more closely. So of course, our 10 opportunity districts get additional support, with any school district that has a commissioner's network school being the next level of support. We do meet with districts 3 times a year, and most recently, as an example, I was in Ansonia and spoke with Superintendent DeBacco on how he could support, and he initiated the conversation, students receiving services more effectively with reading instruction. He and his team at the middle of the year have already begun to strategize on how to meet that student group population needs more effectively, not just in this school year, but preparing for next school year. We will meet with Ansonia as an example again at the end of the year to continue to support them as they analyze their data. One last example using Ansonia, Superintendent DeBacco has shared that this is the first time using Alliance District money that he was able to purchase not just curriculum for grades K through 3, but curriculum to support the continuum of reading instruction K through 8. So it's the first time that they've had that uniform curriculum cycle. I wanted to provide those examples using a district that was brought up in the context, but that's the cadence of support that we have provided to the Alliance districts through the turnaround office.
And Representative, we're really on target together that fewer districts certainly would allow a higher touch, so that we're not arguing the point that we don't need to reform and take a look at it. We just are recommending that we don't do that arbitrarily and that be informed by a lot more information, that we have the assessment data, but also financial data, because there's some discrepancies about how that even works or how we came to that process, because there are 3 Alliance districts that don't get any additional Alliance district grant funding based on the year of look back that was used to calculate. So there's a lot I think we need to think about as we think about reforming the process and the program.
Absolutely. That's what we're here to do. I don't think I heard how many times for your opportunity districts, the team's in district every year, and maybe you don't have that number offhand, which is fine. One other question I'll ask, and then I will be done, is how has the protocols and the plans you guys put in place and the ways in which you support the districts, the Alliance districts, changed over time since the initiation
2012?
of the Alliance District program?
So we've had to certainly adjust it based on our own levels of staffing and the numbers of districts as they continue to increase. We started in 2012, 2013 with 30 districts. And in 2017, we had 3 districts whose performance improved so that they could exit the program. And then we had legislation that kept them in. We tried to do this again, so it got to 33. And then in 2022, I believe it was, we also had districts whose performance improved, that they could exit the program, and we had legislation that kept them in. And so we got to 36. So clearly, we're not going in the right direction for the levels of support that we'd like to do. But based on those numbers and our own staffing, we've had to adjust. As Dr. Jenkins mentioned, in our plan with the federal government, the highest touch are the opportunity districts. So those are the ones that get intensive support, and then all others after that get more moderate support. And so we've had to make adjustments based on that.
Sorry, I think I maybe didn't ask my question clearly. I know how we have meddled in the process of who is identified and not identified. I'm actually curious about the ways in which the intensity of the support, the way you structure the support, how that has changed over the years. Has it been the same? Is it always the same plan the districts are asked to provide and the team engages in the same way? Or how has the types of intervention evolved?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to one of the more recent shifts that have occurred this year. It's our performance office, as you all know, the skill set that they bring to the table has designed a dashboard that we refer to as the RAR, the resource allocation. And this is what the commissioner was referencing. So we look at the allocation of funds across district and have that discussion now with our Alliance district that was new this year to say, hey, how are you balancing funds being allocated to all schools? So that's been a new step in the conversation. And increasingly, we want to zero in, and Rep. Leeper, I believe this is what you're referencing. And we want to talk about that implementation piece with districts. So if your plan is based upon the needs of students and the allocation of resources tailored to those needs, what intervention plans are you putting in place? And how are we able to support you with the tracking of the adult actions that are changing over time to then effectuate the impact on student learning outcomes? That's the evolution that we're looking to bring into the conversation with the Alliance districts as we move forward.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Does anyone else have Representative Reddington Hughes?
And thank you, Commissioner, for all that you do. My question echoes something of Rep. Leeper's question earlier, and that would be to what percentage of these Alliance districts are using now the state mandated curriculum for the reading? And in the schools that have implemented this, have you seen a positive movement in their reading achievement?
Great question, and I believe the answer here is all of them, all of the Alliance districts. As you know, was it a year ago that they were required to get started? We had some early adopters, and I know just recently that I know it was in the press that New Haven actually was celebrating some successes that they've gotten, having started to use the approved curriculum. But that is absolutely, all of them are on board and getting started with that. We're just a year in.
Yeah, if I can just add to that and say that the implementation of curriculum as well is a process that is intensive. So with the recent legislation, you got to think of year one, helping our teachers acclimate to the new curriculum, year two, leading into the learning of the implementation of it in the classroom. So typically in a curricular cycle, we look for around a year three for student outcome changes. And that's with an effective implementation and effective curriculum both. So I just want to kind of add that anecdote. So now we're going into the second possible year that a district could have implemented. Some have been in a transition phase, and they are expected by this July to be full implementation.
So that was a great question as well, because to be clear, that there were districts using some of these approved programs prior to the requirement. And we do have good outcome data for those districts that have been using them. So it's not everybody doing this for the first time, because we had early adopters. And the reason some of those were selected was because of the legacy of work that some districts were already doing in that space. And we can share that with you.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you for your answer.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my last and second question. First of all, I just want to say to Ann Sonia, we're not picking on you. You were just the first on the list, and I hope your scores skyrocket. So talking about the data of the schools, the top or lowest 10 that you're going to be focusing on and all of that, I would like that information, and I would like it as it progresses through the year, maybe 3 times a year. Once you start, what data are you looking at, and where are these 10 schools? In the middle of it, 6 months, where are those 10 schools from the data? And then the end. So if you could send that to me, I would greatly appreciate it. Probably others might like it also. You want to say something?
Yeah, no, I just really want to say, no, absolutely, we will share that with you. And I'm going to make my plug again for a monthly newsletter that we send to you, the legislator headlines, because there are times when we have schools of distinction and we talk about schools of distinction in alliance districts, right, that's making progress. We try to share it with you. And I also put a little note there that if any of those schools are in your district, maybe a call from you would be really helpful to say, way to go. That you're making progress, but we'll continue to make sure that we're keeping you informed of the progress. Everything is transparent. We want you to know.
Thank you. I do get your newsletter. I do scan it. I admit, but I would like the data. I want to see
Yeah.
because personally, I want to track it. To be full transparent, I want to track it and see how they're doing because ultimately, and this is my question, who's accountable?
And as I said last time, I think we all are accountable as the adult actions that we take, from the policies we make to the oversight that we provide right down to the classroom level. I really believe all of us, because the actions that we all take from where we sit in this our sphere of influence, Representative, totally matters in this space.
I would agree with you, but when it comes down to it, if their numbers are not going up and the kids are not getting better at reading, by 3rd grade, you learn to read, then you read to learn going
Exactly
forward.
right.
And so somebody is accountable for when their scores go up and somebody is accountable when they don't. And so I'll leave it at that, but I would look forward to that data, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Representative. Representative Wieelander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. It's still morning. Feels like a long day already. I wanted to ask you about the report that the department is working on. And if in that report, looking at what we have existing, is there an examination of different factors that might preclude or prevent success in some ways, specifically thinking about one of my own districts that is an alliance district, where one of the challenges they have is it's a highly mobile population. And so making sure that there's a continuity of care and in teaching makes it very difficult to assess those needs. So I wanted to know if that was being looked at.
So thank you, Representative, and I'll ask Ajit Gopalakrishnan just to say a little bit more about that. But Ajit, I also want you to talk about the profile of our student demographics that is ever changing. And again, it's just something that we need to be understanding of, and that even impacts the support that we provide. But that's really a key question as well, Representative. So thank you for that.
Good morning, Ajit Gopalakrishnan, Chief Performance Officer at the department. Mobility, student mobility is something I would say that affects a vast majority of the alliance districts. Some of the measures that we use to hold districts and schools accountable account for some of that mobility. So I'll give you maybe a couple of examples. When we report accountability results on student achievement, we only include those students who were there at the school on October 1, which is considered the start of the year, and when they took the test at the school or the district. So that's one way we do it. Another way we do it is when we look at growth of students, we do the same thing. We sort of say, we don't hold a school accountable for the growth of a student if the student wasn't there for the full academic year. And that's a long-standing rule, actually, that we've had for years, that basically says that, we want to be fair in how we do it. So it's you can't essentially factor it out entirely, because it is true that alliance districts and higher need districts tend to show greater mobility. I mean, that's just a fact of it. So I think the work that we do is how can we quickly accelerate that integration into the school community? How can we provide data from one district to another, which we do through our EdSite secure platform, so that, and now actually not only attendance goes over, test scores, course histories, all of those data actually move to the new district, and it's available the very next day to the district. So again, like, not to use it as an excuse, but to say, yes, you have high mobility, but how can we, because ultimately the kid needs to learn, right? I mean, it's about the kids ultimately. So that is our focus in terms of like, how can we be fair in the rules, but also provide the supports to make sure we hold all of us, like Commissioner is saying, accountable. So I would say that's the first question. And to the commissioner's point about the changing demographic, yes, I think our demographic is changing. Again, as the commissioner will always say, not to use it as an excuse, but I think the student population we had 5 years ago or 10 years ago definitely is very different from what we have in our schools today. Whether it be on students with disabilities, English learners, students from low-income families, all of those metrics, student characteristics are definitely changing. The one thing, if I might, on the scores that came up before, if it's okay, if I can just make one quick point or a few quick points, is that the scores, and we've said this in our press release, our achievement now is not yet exceeding pre-pandemic levels as a state. We know that, right? I mean, and we've been very transparent about it. And you see the same at the district level. But it really breaks me because when we looked at achievement prior to the pandemic, it was actually improving across districts. Even among our higher need districts, we were seeing improvements prior to the pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and of course, it's had varying effects. Recovery has been uneven across our districts. But even on that third grade reading measure, we see some districts actually are close to or even recovering, exceeding pre-pandemic levels. Some in alliance districts, we see that. I mean, I'm not going to name districts, but we do see that. So
It's
it
in
is
my report.
happening. I'm sorry?
Some of them is in my report. I named districts.
So
in
we
my
do see
testimony.
that. And just one final point is, sometimes we look at the proficient number for any of these state assessment measures and we say, is the kid proficient or not proficient? These tests are not meant to be pass-fail tests. We measure achievement on a continuum, and just because a kid is not proficient doesn't mean the kid can't read. I mean, I don't think we should interpret it that way. Obviously, we want our students to be proficient, but sometimes they're just below the proficiency cutoff and doesn't mean that they can't read. Of course, again, like we don't want them to be way at the other end of the achievement spectrum either, because then the challenges are compounded. So just put that caution out there.
So we'll, in the report that we're working on, we'll have a lot of this information that will give you the ability to determine, is there an arbitrary cutoff, right? It's 15, the number, or is there something else you need to be looking at fiscally, based on performance? All of that we'll be sharing with you in that report.
Thank you very much for those answers. I think it is a really tough point where you're trying to be fair and use the same metrics for measuring, but at the same time, those are the kids that we need to try to catch the most, because they, aren't meeting both of those two criteria. They're on the 1st of October and were there to take the test. So, and I 100% agree that one assessment is not the way that you can measure the success of a district or a student as a whole. We consist of multitudes in every way. So I look forward to the report, and I think especially given that we just marked the 5-year point from the pandemic, having that full, another year, a 6th year, that means that the kids who are in 3rd grade at that point, they're going to have a typical experience, and that might be a better way to measure where things are. But the only other question, and maybe this is also in your report that you're working on, is working on the select committee for special education, one of the things that we're really thinking about is how do you provide the supports that are needed for improvement and make sure that that child can, navigate independently. And what we often see is someone getting the supports they need, they improve, and then they don't qualify for supports, and then they drop off. And then when that student goes into kindergarten, all of a sudden they need special ed supports again. So how is there a plan in place for assisting Alliance districts to move out of that category, but not be left in a lurch without the supports that had helped them get to that point of success? Through you, Madam Chair.
Another great question, which we contemplated back in 2022, that it wasn't an all or nothing, that you didn't improve enough just to be exited. One of the things we were talking about then is almost like a graduated reduction of those funds so that you can plan for it if you need to work on it. So that was what we contemplated. Again, the legislation didn't support that, but that was the concept. So that's another piece, I think, Representative, that can be considered, right? Of folks losing exactly whatever the grant is that's supporting them. Do you just lose it and you go from having it to not having it? Or do you have a graduated reduction in that space? I think we do that with the Commissioners Network School, but there's a graduated reduction so that support can continue and you don't just lose it and you're back to where you were. So when we think about this, to your point, we have to think about sustainability.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think we have Representative Dauphiné online and then Rep. DeFranzo in person. All right. I don't see Rep. Dauphiné online, Rep. DeFranzo, and then Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here. I appreciate the work that you and your team do. And, I know one of the things that concerns me when we talk about performance of Alliance districts and we look at the scores and track the scores over time, and we talk about the implementation of new policies and programs. And I know I don't need to talk to you about this, but can you just talk a little bit about what is being done and what needs to be done more in terms of resources for things that happen outside the classroom, and the impacts that a lack of resources has on student performance? I'm talking about school social workers, psychologists, resource officers, those kinds of things, because I think, when we're talking about giving a third grader a reading test, if we have a third grader coming into school and they're sleeping in a hotel the night before because they lost their home, and we don't have somebody in the school that can talk to that student, that's going to impact their performance. And, I don't think we spend a great deal of time talking about that. We look at the metrics and we look at the numbers, which are obviously important, but we don't talk a lot about those other issues. So can you talk a little bit about what is being done for those issues and what more needs to be done?
So Representative, thank you very much. If you listen to me speak a lot, I talk about those non-academic barriers to learning. And we recognize that as a child in an empty stomach or the traumas that's there, we have to address those in order to be able for them to be their best selves to impact learning. And so we have a lot of initiatives, and thanks to this body for the resources to have more school counselors and more support staff supporting our students. And I'll just ask John Fasanello just to share a little bit. We have a report that was just sent, I believe, to the legislature on the impact of the funding that we received, the ARPA dollars that we received, so districts could hire more of these support personnel. So that's one phase that we're continuing to work on. But I also want to talk about something you mentioned. Over 5,000 of our students in the last school year were experiencing homelessness. That's those without a regular nighttime, permanent place to sleep. And to your point, coming to school in the morning from a lot of those stressful and traumatic situations does impact learning. I mean, no doubt about it. And so working with the Department of Housing that we've done, and the work that districts are doing in that regard is really important and impactful. So we think about the comprehensive support that we need to provide for students as a whole outside of the academic space, which is really important. We try to do it from where we sit in terms of our ability to partner with other entities and agencies. We support after-school programming, which come through our office as well, and our agency as well, and that's really important. I'm just going to ask John to quickly talk about the report that just landed in your boxes about the support personnel.
Sure. John Frassinelli, Division Director in School Health, Child Nutrition, and Family Services. We produced 3 reports based on 3 separate school and summer mental health grant programs that you authorized. The first is a school mental health workers grant in which 20 school districts were able to hire school social workers for the past 3 years. That sunsets this June. We have something called the school mental health specialist grant where 73 districts were able to hire school counselors, school social workers, board certified behavior analysts, licensed family therapists, et cetera, to support their students. That has another year of eligibility through the end of June 2026. And we also have a summer mental health program where the total amount was $8 million. In the first year, we issued 45 grants. In the second year, we issued 36 grants. And just yesterday, we announced that the balance of those funds, which is about $640,000, is back out for those districts that have some of those funds to ask for an additional $10,000 to support those students over the course of the summertime. And those reports have testimonials from all of the grant recipients on exactly the benefits of those programs. And the impact of those is pretty impressive. I encourage you to take a look.
And, there's also the family and community engagement work that we do as well. So we make sure that really comprehensively, we're talking about our students live in communities. And we have to make sure that we're trying as best we can to address that. And that's not to add to the work of districts. They have a lot to do as they focus on teaching and learning. So how do we partner with relevant agencies and organizations that they can work with to help to support our students and their families outside of the school environment?
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the answers to that. And I just think, just to reiterate, like you said, the schools are part of the larger community. So as communities are dealing with issues of poverty, homelessness, those kinds of things, that affects the school community and it affects individual student performance. So thank you for your work and I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thanks.
And I'm told we have a dashboard for that.
Yes, we do, Commissioner. We do have one that shows ratios of mental health workers sort of broadly, that includes school psychologists, school counselors, school social workers, school nurses. And this year, we're going to be adding other non-certified positions, BCBAs, trauma specialists, things like that. And those data, those ratios are reported not only at the state level, but district level and school level. So you can actually go down and see like what is the ratio. So it is an important contextual factor that sort of gets at performance. And if I might just add one more piece of information, sort of to add to Rep. Wielander's question before about mobility, transiency. I gave you an example of how we factor it into accountability or calculations. But we also share it back with districts where we flag for them students who have high mobility at a student level. Because a district often doesn't see all the past history, but we do, because as long as the kids in Connecticut public schools, we'll see it. If they go in and out of schools, if they go in and out of districts, we see that and we share that with the current district where the student is enrolled. Again, and that's available to them the day after they register the student in our system. So that level of data is there to assist students.
Thank you for that. Representative Corpus.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I just had a comment and then a question. I really understand and agree that the non-academic barriers to education can be significant and determinative for a kid, but I think sometimes in this legislative body, It's too much for a school to do, and maybe we ought to think about putting some of these services elsewhere than a school. I get that's where kids are every day, but it feels to me like we're asking the school to be everything, the mental health provider, the social service agency that feeds the child, that intervenes if the child doesn't show up. And I think that that is diluting, I'm not there every day, but diluting the main purpose of the school, which is to educate, get those scores to a place where at least 50% of our kids are reading proficiently at the third grade level. So it's not solved in a day, but I really do feel like schools are being asked to do too much. And all of these other things are so important. Maybe they're better handled elsewhere. But I had a question about the turnaround plans. Do we track the effectiveness of various turnaround strategies? Because I agree that this data in this bill should be accumulated, but I really worry that it'll take time and the kids are just getting older and the gaps are getting more, increased as they go up the chain of the grades. But what turnaround plans in general are the most effective? Like, what is the root of these problems for Alliance District? Is it not coming to school? Is it chronic absenteeism? Is it behavior? Teachers in my district have said a lot of it is behavior. I mean, the kids are naturally able to learn, like they're still able to learn. So what is the core of the problem and what turnaround plans therefore have been most successful?
And some of that varies by district and the context that they're in, which is why the group really, you're led by the data. Like, what are those things that are occurring as we've mentioned? Where are you with chronic absence? What is the discipline? What is the climate and culture? So it provides a profile of the particular district or school that they're working with to then help to figure out, what are the interventions that we need to be looking at? And are those interventions evidence-based interventions? We know, for example, that our LEAP program is an evidence-based model. Is that being implemented, and is it being implemented with fidelity? So that's why we have the interdepartmental team that is working on it, because that doesn't rest with one person or even one division, that they all come together on that. So I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, sure. And thank you for the question. I think we do track the interventions with districts. So when a district takes their needs-based assessment of students, as the commissioner had identified, places the context. What are the root causes of some of what we're seeing in the students' data? Think of the students' data as communicating the need, right? And so the district, with our support of our team, analyzes that and kind of breaks down and tries to explain away what is that root cause. And then the research-based or evidence-based intervention is attempted to be implemented, right? So we pull from what we know in the field of education and the research base to say, this intervention is most likely going to impact in a positive way this need of the student. So let's support the district in its implementation. And that implementation process has all the other contextual factors that are at play. Could be community-based support, could be leadership support, professional learning. All of that is in the conversation as we monitor over time.
Through you, Madam Chair, I guess I wanted maybe a more specific answer. Like, let's just take LEAP. Has LEAP been effective?
Yes, it has been. So LEAP as a strategy, and I'll have Ajit just jump in on that, as a strategy, is an evidence-based strategy that has actually worked. And we know that because we've evaluated it. One of the things that we've done, our representative in our state, is that with the influx of federal resources that we have, that we were investing, was to develop a research collaborative of researchers that were really shoulder to shoulder with us to say, what are we investing in and does it work? And so I can share with you, we have a national article that talks, Connecticut is investing in what works, and we know it because we've actually looked to the model and evaluated to see the outcomes. And specifically, I'm looking at my two folks here, what have we found?
In LEAP, we find that students who receive LEAP home visits show improvements in their attendance of 10 to 15 percentage points 6 months after the visit. And again, these types of findings come from really rigorous evaluations that look at who's receiving the LEAP intervention, if you will, comparing them to like students who didn't get the intervention. So really way more rigorous evaluations by researchers who are experts in these types of evaluations to really tease out what is the effect of that intervention. Because so once we know then that that is actually effective, now we can focus on scaling up implementation, training. So there are many, I know districts that don't get money for LEAP, but are participating in the LEAP model and the training and the support. So yeah, sometimes when we just report the data, which we call descriptive data, just putting the numbers out there, doesn't actually entirely tell you why or what they did that was effective, that turned the curve. So we have to do like really more targeted evaluations. Similar evaluations are underway with high dosage tutoring. And I know we had a discussion here last week where we're also seeing those types of effects, like positive effects for those who receive treatment compared to others like them who didn't receive that intervention or treatment. So it's like, almost like like how they do it in medical research. We have like real rigorous research approaches to tease out that effect.
Thank you. I would love to see that article. Thank you.
Perfect.
I think we're done with you with asking questions today. Not with you generally, but just right
I'm done
now.
with you, Commissioner. I heard that right.
Really grateful for
Thank
all
you.
your time. I know it's a lot of work to prep for these, and so thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Nice to see you all. Next up, we have the Executive Director for the Social Equity Council, Brandon McGee.
Good morning. Good morning. It is really exciting to be back in the building on another side, but it's a pleasure to be here with the Education Committee. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and to the entire Education Committee, thank you all for this opportunity to briefly share some thoughts on House Bill 7168. While the Social Equity Council, and just to give everyone, while I have this platform, the council's mission, our mission is to promote equitable economic prosperity by supporting social equity entrepreneurs and reinvesting in the communities most impacted by the war on drugs. While we understand the need for initiatives to recruit and support more teachers in our great state, and also teachers who teach in our classroom, we testify in slight disagreement in terms of sections 2 and 4 of the bill, which would provide tuition assistance to students enrolled in teacher preparation programs and appropriate $50 million to the Department of Education from the Cannabis Social Equity and Innovation Fund. I will say I have been in great conversation with the leaders of this committee, and we are all in alignment, but I figured it would be a great opportunity for me to just talk a little bit about, using my 3 minutes, the Social Equity, set your clock. The Social Equity Council, and I'll end here. Public Act 21-1 of the statute established the Social Equity Innovation Fund to conduct strategic and purposeful reinvestments in disproportionately impacted areas. The money accrued within the SIF, not the community investment, but the Social Equity Innovation Fund, is statutorily required to further the principles of equity and offer support for various initiatives such as access to capital for business or businesses in any industry, technical assistance for businesses and their startups and operations in any industry, funding for workforce education in any industry. And it's important that y'all know that. Community reinvestment, and lastly, investments in areas disproportionately impacted by prior policies. So on that note, I will shut up and turn it back over to you.
Thank you for being here with us today. And just for the public's education. We spoke because there was a drafting error and we have the best LCOs, I would say, in the building, and it's just miscommunication as things get moving very quickly this time of year. And these dollars were supposed to be allocated explicitly not from the Social Equity Justice Fund, but from the portion of the cannabis funds that go to the general fund. I suspect I'll be saying that several times today, but I just want to put it on the record. I'm grateful you're number 2, so we could say it early. And really, this is just an effort to start the conversation about what we could be doing to make it more affordable to become a teacher. We know we need more people to think it makes sense financially for them to enter the education workforce. And so this was an effort to start that conversation, but certainly not to be taking the funds from the incredibly important work you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will say this, the work that we're doing to reinvest these dollars in Senator McCrory and those of you around the table, it's important that we provide onboarding opportunities for young people in communities impacted by the war on drugs. And so I think this conversation is appropriate, and I look forward to continued conversations. Thank you.
Certainly our work is closely linked. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I appreciate you being with us today. Always nice to see you. Next, we have Dr. Sasha Douglas.
Good morning, honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am proud to serve as the superintendent of CREC's 16 magnet schools and 2 programs, which collectively serve over 9,000 students from more than 90 towns throughout Connecticut. CREC manages these integrated schools on behalf of the state as a result of the landmark Sheff versus O'Neill court case. I come before you not only as a CREC educator, but as a parent of 2 children, one of whom had the opportunity to be educated in my home district, and one of whom had the opportunity to attend a CREC magnet school. Reflecting on the individual needs and interests of my own 2 children, I'm incredibly grateful that our family had the opportunity to participate in meaningful school choice in ways that allowed for options that offered equal value based on the needs of my individual child. I remember sitting in your chamber watching proudly as my son testified in support of equitable and sustainable magnet school funding in 2017. As much as I remember that moment with pride, I realize that 7 years later, we continue to have a significant need for advocacy to promote a sustainable funding formula for RESC-operated magnet schools. I am hopeful that our collective work over the past decade will effectively move towards a formula that not only meets the needs of today, but advances sustainability into the future. I am proud to represent CREC in this advocacy, where our core values of acting with courage and demanding equity drive everything that we do. I'm heartened that these values have been reflected in the steps taken in the last budget to promote sustainable and equitable education funding, particularly for magnet schools managed by Regional Educational Service Centers, or RESCs. I appreciate that HB 7167 upholds this commitment in phasing in a funding model that will support CREC and the 11 other RESC-managed magnet schools across Connecticut. On behalf of the over 90 sending districts, along with CREC's magnet schools, students, and families, I urge you to advocate for continued commitment to sustainable educational funding. Specifically, I ask for your support in securing $13.2 million in fiscal year 26, $20.4 million in fiscal year 27 for all RESC magnet schools. These critical increases will not only reduce the financial burden on our sending districts, but also allows us to support ongoing professional learning for our staff, maintain high-quality education, and continue to enhance resources and opportunities that our students and families deserve. Prioritizing this funding also ensures that all students, regardless of their background or what district they come from, have access to an equitable world-class education. Furthermore, this funding allows for continued support for the desegregation mandate and the vision of integrated schools that is set forth in the Sheff versus O'Neill case. Thank you for your continued dedication to advancing education in Connecticut, and I urge you to continue championing a funding model that strengthens RESC magnet schools and supports all school districts. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Douglas. Appreciate your time. Okay. Next, we have Greg Florio.
Just want to reiterate that for 60 years, regional education service centers like CREC have been in existence and working with the state to provide high-quality educational opportunities, not only in our regions, but across the state. I am here to make a similar request to what Dr. Douglas requested, a continued movement toward the student-centered funding formula that was implemented last year for RESC magnet schools, including those operated by CREC on behalf of the state under the Sheff versus O'Neill settlement. We are requesting $13.2 million in fiscal year 26 and $20.4 million in 27, again, to continue moving toward fully funding the student-centered funding model that this committee was so instrumental in moving forward last year. I do have some other issues I want to share. We are very proud as a RESC Alliance to operate the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, which is an evidence-based and very successful program in recruiting teachers from a diverse background to work in school districts across the state. It is a full-year residency program where individuals with a bachelor's degree are given the coursework needed to move toward certification, but also provided a living wage and benefits so that they can spend a year in a classroom, honing their skills and ultimately becoming a teacher in the district in which they serve their residency. In the past 5 years, we have placed more than 135 teachers in districts across the state. We are asking for $1.5 million to support that program. There was $1.5 million in the current year budget and last year's budget for this program, but unfortunately, at the end of the budget process last year, that funding was removed. That did stifle the ability for us to grow that program as we lost a number of districts at the end of last year who would have placed residents. I am also asking you to support the funding that was placed in the budget for Birth to 3. CREC is a provider of those services in this region. And as a longtime educator and supporter of that program, there is nothing more important than early intervention to help students become successful when they enter school. And the Birth to 3 program has a proven track record of reducing costs going forward for students who receive services at that young age. And finally, I know that one of the key issues that faces the legislature this year, this committee, is special education. And as I said earlier, RESCs have been in existence for 60 years, and one of their main focuses has been to work regionally and across the state to support special education needs. There is no better group of educational organizations to support the development of in-district, multi-district, and regional programs to help mitigate the cost of special education going forward. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Florio, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Florio. I don't necessarily have a question. I just want to thank you for bringing up the Birth to 3 early intervention program. It's so important, and we want to make sure that we have the resources to intervene early with our youngest learners and make sure our families also have the skills to make sure that the kids are on a good track so that when they enter school, it is more cost effective and our delivery of services is most effective. So thank you very much for your work in that field.
All right. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you again for your testimony today and have a great rest of your afternoon. Next, we have Sal Menzo, Superintendent Goodwin University Magnet School.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I had written something, but actually based on what was just shared by my colleagues, I kind of want to go off script a little bit. I'm the superintendent of Goodwin University Magnet Schools, which is a public school district. It is similar to a RESC in the sense that we serve the same students that were identified in the Chef versus O'Neill decision. So we are a RESCO, not RESC. And I know RESC has been used, but we're all part of a community. And I know that if Robin Sessier were here, she would want us to encourage us to be a team. But we're part of Regional School Choice Office. So we serve over 1,200 students. Next year, we look to be serving over 1,400 students in our system. We're going to be opening the first magnet technical high school in the state of Connecticut. And I'm here obviously to support and concur with the comments made by my colleagues that we want to increase and maintain the funding. But we oftentimes, because as was mentioned, we're not a RESC at this point. So therefore, we're kind of left out of that conversation. And so while I want to advocate for the funding, and of course, make sure that the funding is in place and it continues to appropriately be distributed and grow, as we know that most districts are this year, comprehensive school districts, traditional school districts are asking for about a 5.6% increase. We too at magnet schools, RESC magnet schools, as well as Goodwin magnet schools, as well as Hartford magnet schools, as well as Bloomfield magnet schools, all of us together, East Hartford magnet schools, we all do need those increases. And in order to continue to do what we do for our scholars, I am very blessed to be in this position. I truly enjoy every aspect of it in the sense that we, in our core values of equity, access, basically goals, leadership, and excellence, we truly try to make sure that our scholars are getting what they need in a high quality integrated educational environment. So I want to say that I am here to support 7167, but also just to put a plug in that we are here, that Goodwin University Magnet Schools are part of the team addressing the Chef versus O'Neill decision and continuing to raise the bar for our scholars. I appreciated the conversation earlier about the different opportunity districts. That is always something that we look to in our system, is really to increase the quality of education. Because in order for the Chef decision to really have the impact that was intended, we want to make sure that quality is there as well as integration. And Elizabeth Horton Chef, who is on our team, if she were sitting next to me, she would concur with that. It's not just good enough to have two students of different backgrounds next to each other in a classroom, but if that classroom doesn't have rigorous educational opportunities with high quality outcomes, then we really haven't met our goal. So thank you again for your time today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you.
Sal, it's so nice to see you. Thanks for being
Christina.
here. Does anyone have any questions? All right, thank you. And I look forward to continuing to work together, and I appreciate all of the sort of forward-thinking and creative ideas you bring to education and how we best meet the needs of our kids. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
next we have Lon Seidman. Number 5 today, Lon. You got lucky.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good this year. So thank you all for having us today. I'm Lon Seidman. I am the chair of the Essex Board of Education, a member of the Region 4 Board of Education, and today I'm here in my capacity as the Vice President of Legislative Relations for CABE. And we have submitted testimony. I have a number of my colleagues up here today as well who will be testifying. Today is our day on the Hill, so we're all wandering around out there, and you can find us out there, and we'll probably find you too. I want to speak today in support of HB 7167. We have more details in our written testimony, but we do support the idea of keeping districts whole if they lose ECS funding, along with many of the other things that the bill provides. We do have concerns on Senate Bill 1459. As many of you know, because we've been talking to all of you for many, many years, our core tenets as an organization are to prevent unfunded mandates, but also make sure that we don't have any encroachment on our local authority to make decisions on behalf of our school districts. And that, of course, includes curriculum, but in this case, we're concerned that this takes some control over collective bargaining away from local school districts. And to that end, Bill 7168, I think, addresses a lot of the concerns that I'm reading, especially from some of the aspiring educators that have submitted testimony, in that it is expensive to graduate college and go right into the education profession with a bachelor's degree. We do have scales in our salary scales that I can add more on later if you have questions, that typically when you enter in with a bachelor's degree, you're at a lower pay scale. when you get that master's degree, you're at a higher pay scale because of the additional training that you received. And I think any help that we can provide to accelerate the process of getting those new teachers from bachelor's to master's degrees would be welcomed. And it will also, of course, reduce costs, which will help as well. And that really better serves the teacher as they move through the career. If they might be reduced in force because of declining enrollment in a particular district, they will enter a new district at the master's level. And I think that is an idea that's worth exploring that we would support as an organization. So I will leave it there and take any questions.
I appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I have a question regarding Bill number 7168, which is the teacher recruitment and retention. I have to admit, I like seeing the word free on from that
Right.
line. Thank you, whoever removed it. But because I truly believe nothing is for free, except my love for my children. That's what I tell them. Nothing is for free in this world. And so with that being said, and teachers or recruits trying to come in, we help them with their school tuition. Basically, they don't have to pay, I think is the intent here. What do you recommend that there needs to be some accountability? Right. And I hear, oh, they have to teach it for 5 years. And if they don't, they have to pay them back. Well, maybe you can't find someone. You know, they teach for 2 years, they leave. How are we going to track them down? But full disclosure, my daughter went to ROTC. And so she had her college paid for, but she was up at 5 a.m. She had to have her clothes pressed, certain GPA, certain study hours every week. She had to work and go to school. There a million things. I asked her to send me a list, and it's long on responsibilities. So I do believe there needs to be some accountabilities that they're held to. So I see you shaking your head, so I'm thinking you agree with me. But what are some things that you might say that the person who gets this needs to do to
Well,
hold up their end?
I would look, for my own school district, we have a tuition assistance plan. That plan, of course, doesn't get them to the finish line as fast as this would. We do have grade requirements. I don't have to look in our contract. I don't know if we require them to stay in the district for that length of time. I'd have to check that. I don't think we do. But I think there is a precedent for making sure that if we're making this investment, that there's a commitment on the other side. Certainly, that's what works with military service. When you go in and get your GI Bill, there's a length of time there. So, CABE will leave it to the legislature to determine the best course up with this. But I think whatever you can do to help that process with a commitment, without a commitment, I think it'll help with the shortages that we have, especially in the areas that we need specialty teachers in. And specialization is going down even to the elementary level. I need math coaches and reading coaches because of all the differentiation we're doing. So I think it's an investment in education. And again, I'd leave it to the legislature to find the best way to make sure that they meet a commitment.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind sharing what your district requires for them to do, I know you said it's only partial, not full.
Yeah.
But I would be interested.
Yeah, I can
to
send
see
along
that.
what we have. I know I think there's a grade requirement. I'll have to look and see. And this is another key point, is that collective bargaining is different in every district. And so some districts where maybe there's more teachers with bachelor's degrees that they're trying to get to masters, there might be different policies there. So it might be worth asking a few other districts what their tuition policies are.
I will.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other questions for you. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Sarah Kelly. I'm the chair of the Stafford Board of Education. I'm also area director for CABE. And as Lon said, we are here today for CABE's Day on the Hill. I want to begin by thanking the legislature and governor for approving the additional $40 million in excess cost reimbursement grant last week. CABE appreciates the commitment to prioritizing special education in this session. CABE wants legislators to recognize that while the provisions of special education is federally and state mandated responsibility, Board of Education members approach it as a commitment, one made with hope that every student can reach their full potential. It's important to recognize that it's not a matter of general education versus special education. All special education students are general education students first. Their needs for accessing the curriculum may differ, but their right to education is the same. The cost of special education should never compromise the education of any child. Currently, special education accounts for approximately 20 to 30% of district budgets. In Stafford, of our 250 of our 1,255 students, so nearly 20% receive special education services. 23 students we have in out-of-district programs. Our special education budget, looking ahead for next year, is approximately $8 million when excluding excess cost reimbursement. That's about 24% of our total budget. The governor's proposal to establish a tuition rate schedule for special education programs, already in practice in 7 states, would provide districts with greater budgetary predictability and transparency regarding contractual services. However, CABE is concerned that if tuition rates are set too low, private providers may discontinue certain programs, which would limit options for our students. Additionally, securing appropriate services within reasonable transportation distances is a challenge for districts. We believe it would be prudent to await the SDE's study on this issue before moving forward. The increasing costs of non-state approved special education service programs and RESCs have prompted more districts to educate students in district or collaborate with neighboring districts to create specialized programs. To support this shift, grant funding would enable students to remain in their home or nearby districts rather than endure those long commutes, which sometimes can be over an hour each way. The funding would also encourage the development of innovative and joint programs to address emerging needs. The governor's proposed $10 million grant to support these initiatives, set to begin in fiscal year 27, it's too delayed. We urge the legislature to accelerate this funding to fiscal year 26. In Stafford, we're actually exploring the addition of an effective school solutions program at the middle school level, but our budget constraints may prevent this implementation happening. CABE's legislative priority remains the removal of the cap of the excess cost reimbursement grant. We also support Section 3 of Bill 1393, which would increase the school construction grants by 15% to help districts build or renovate facilities to better service students in their home districts. So CABE urges the legislature to take decisive action on these issues, strengthening in-district special education services, providing adequate funding for excess cost reimbursement, and addressing transportation and staff shortages to ensure financial transparency that will help districts fulfill their commitment to all students. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Rose Nova. Who might not be here quite yet. Okay. We will come back to Rose. Cynthia? No. Bria McCullough? Great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to Co-Chair Senator Doug McCrory and Representative Jennifer Leeper and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Mrs. Bria Brown, and I am a high school English teacher at Central High School in Bridgeport, where I've proudly served our students for the past 10 years. I am also a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Raise Bill number 7168. As a Black educator who entered this profession through an alternative route to certification program, I stand before you as living proof of both the promise and the challenges of our current system. My decade of dedication to the same school community in Bridgeport represents my deep commitment to our students, but my path was unnecessarily difficult due to financial barriers that this bill seeks to address. When I was growing up, I didn't have a single Black teacher until I reached the 10th grade. That That experience profoundly impacted me, giving me a sense of connection and possibility I hadn't experienced before. This representation gap motivated me to become the teacher I needed when I was young. Today, as one of the few teachers of color in my school, I see firsthand how important representation is for our students, particularly our Black and Brown students who make up the majority of Bridgeport's student population. The financial burden of my alternative certification program and later my master's degree created significant hardships. I pursued this path because of my passion for educational justice, but many talented potential educators, especially people of color, simply cannot overcome these financial obstacles. The tuition assistance program and scholarships proposed in this bill directly addresses these critical barriers that I personally have navigated. Section 3 of this bill particularly resonates with me as someone who completed an alternative route to certification. The scholarship program for teachers pursuing master's degrees would have made an enormous difference in my professional journey. Funding my teacher career took a full village. No dedicated educator should have to face this level of financial strain while trying to improve their practice for our students. After 10 years in the same school, I've witnessed countless passionate educators leave the profession due to financial pressures. I've also seen brilliant young people of color express interest in teaching, but ultimately choose other careers because of the financial barriers to entry. This bill represents a meaningful investment in breaking down those barriers. I applaud the commitment to fund this initiative through the Cannabis Social Equity and Innovation Fund. When Connecticut legalized cannabis, we were promised that the revenue would be reinvested in communities most harmed by the war on drugs. By allocating these funds to teacher recruitment and retention, particularly in underserved communities, the state is delivering on that promise and creating a pipeline of opportunity that addresses historical inequities. I often describe my classroom as my march and my teaching as my protest. This bill recognizes that education is indeed the civil rights issue of our time. By investing $50 million from the Cannabis Social Equity and Innovation Fund into teacher recruitment and retention, we affirm that educational equity demands tangible resources and allows Connecticut to be the positive example that our nation so desperately needs right now. I urge the committee to support Raise Bill number 7168. Our students deserve teachers who reflect their diversities.
Bria, I need you to summarize, Bria. I need you to summarize because
I got you. Our students deserve teachers who reflect their diversity and who are fully prepared to help them succeed. This bill is a crucial step toward making that vision a reality for our next generation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Bria, and thank you for deciding to come back and become an educator. You're a great example of what these alternative programs were created for, and a great example of why we need more teachers like yourself. Your testimony was dead on. I'm listening, talking to my colleague here. She said she hadn't had a Black teacher till she was in high school. I said, that's not surprising. She said she went to school in Bridgeport. I said, that ain't surprising. That none of that surprises those people who have been in this field for so many years, who understand the reason why we need programs like this and why these programs work. Only pushback you will get for Bria, not necessarily from me, but I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a young man named Brandon McGee had just testified about using this $50 million from the Social Equity Fund. I kind of agree with him. That fund was set up for a specific reason, to do certain things, and we all know that education is key to our life. But education is also a responsibility of the state of Connecticut, so we got to make sure they do their part first. We can work in collaboration, but reality is that's the responsibility of the state of Connecticut. But again, thank you for your testimony. It hits it down on the head. We knew there were people out here that needed programs specifically for this, and you coming from alternative programming is exactly what we're talking about here. And again, this is not just for those who coming for alternative programming, it's for all our educators who need that little boost to stay in this profession that we need so badly. So I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Bria, thanks so much for your testimony. For the record, I wasn't surprised. I was just connecting with what you were saying and how important it is. And I'm just really grateful for your advocacy and the advocacy of Faith Acts. You guys are total powerhouse. And I'll just also, I said this to the Brenda McGee, was a drafting error, and the funding is not intended to come from the Social Equity Justice Fund, but from the opioid funds that otherwise go into the general fund. But I share your passion with this being the social justice and civics responsibility of our state to do this work and to make it more affordable for all educators to go into the profession. And I'm really grateful for your testimony. And I don't see any other questions for you. So have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Next, we have Iris Ortiz Sanchez.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good
Good
morning.
morning, Chairman McCrory, Chairwoman Leeper, ranking members, Berthel and Supkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Iris Ortiz Sanchez, and I am a resident of Weathersfield, raised in Hartford. I am testifying today to show my strong support of HB 7167, an act concerning the education funding, and HB 5001, an act concerning the quality and delivery of the special education services in Connecticut, to share how important the issues of equitable and appropriate funding for special education is to me. My family has 3 generations of students attending or have attended Hartford Public Schools. Myself, my children, and now I have 8 grandchildren who have all attended schools throughout Hartford Public Schools. Education funding 20 years ago did not meet the special education needs of my grandson. Each time we requested support for him, we were denied back then for lack of funding. Now here we are in 2025, and it's still not enough. I am concerned now that my 2 youngest grandchildren are about to enter school in September, and I'm concerned that they will not have the resources that they will need to be successful. I am also here representing a good friend of mine who was unable to be here today to share her story. My friend's granddaughter receives special education services in the Hartford Public Schools. The child is currently attending 3 days per week. However, her teachers have shared with the family that she is ready for 5 days. For months, I have supported my friend and her family to navigate the system to get approval for transportation for the additional 2 days of school. And trust me, if you do not advocate for your children, they will definitely fall through the cracks a whole lot faster. This process is very complex. It has required the family to make multiple appointments with specialists, going through the process to request new IEPs, reaching out to the district, and this little child is still not attending school 5 days a week. The intricacy of the system go hand in hand with funding. Education funding will help to simplify the system and to ensure that the children are getting the support they need and that they deserve. While our state has made great strides toward a student-centered funding model in recent years, there's still a lot of work to be done. Every student deserves to have access to a high-quality K-12 education that allows them to reach their full potential and prepares them for their next step, whether that's pursuing higher education or joining the workforce. I'm urging you to support HB 5001 and HB 7167 to continue moving our state forward towards a fair and equitable student-centered funding model. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Your kids and grandkids are so lucky to have you advocating for them.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't see any other questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we have Stephen Hernandez.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Ranking Members, Senator Berthel, and Representative Zupkis, and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Stephen Hernandez, the Executive Director for CONCAN, statewide advocacy organization that ensures each child in Connecticut has equitable access to a high-quality public education. Today, I'm testifying on the following bills: House Bill 7167, 7168, Senate Bill 1458, and Senate Bill 1459. Now, on education funding, public education is a cornerstone of a thriving society, directly linked to the state's viability and economic longevity. The return on this investment extends well beyond economic metrics. It encompasses the realization that of every child's inherent worth, with trusted educators guiding students toward academic mastery and the skills necessary for a fulfilling life. This bill represents a vital step toward this vision, ensuring parity and equity across all public school types in Connecticut, including traditional, magnet, charter, and vocational agricultural schools. Now imagine a magnet school student in Bloomfield who will receive the resources necessary to support her educational choice, while preserving the district's ability to offer robust programming across all schools. Imagine a kindergartner in Waterbury who will benefit from enriched learning opportunities and tailored supports. A vocational agricultural high school student in Lebanon who will have access to streamlined funding, enabling her to develop skills in agriculture and contribute to the local food systems of tomorrow. We cannot afford to have winners and losers in public education. This approach not only addresses current inequities, but also lays the groundwork for a future where all students, regardless of their zip code or school type, have the resources they need to succeed. On teacher retention and recruitment, House Bill 7168 addresses Connecticut's persistent teacher shortage and ensures a sustainable future for our education system. As you said, Senator, this is a responsibility of the state of Connecticut. On the Commissioners Network schools, Connecticut has consistently had one of the largest opportunity gaps in the country. We have immense wealth geographically adjacent to some of the most economically disadvantaged communities in the country. Connecticut built its current Alliance District and Commissioners Network structure in a way that meant to address some of these inequities. But in isolating and in carving out students from Alliance Districts and Commissioners Networks in a way that pitted students against their teachers, teachers against their leaders, and leaders against the state, really was not the way in which we address some of these educational inequities. We must focus on what works, and that is a robust, radical investment in the future of children and in the future of learning, because only that way can we turn the curve on persistent opportunity gaps in our state. And on teacher salaries, as stated in my testimony regarding educational recruitment and retention, as well as our priority to modernize the educator certification system, we must collectively solve the educator shortage crisis in Connecticut. As you've heard, low pay pits teachers against their profession, and this is the state's prerogative to solve. I welcome working with you along the way. We're at your service, and we thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of our kids.
Thank you very much for your testimony and all the work you do to advocate for every child in Connecticut. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Jason Mancini.
Good morning still, I think. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm Jason Mancini, Executive Director of Connecticut Humanities, Vice Chair of the America 250 CT Commission, and a resident of North Stonington. I'm here to testify in support of HB 7169, an act establishing a working group to study the incorporation of Connecticut's cultural resources with project-based learning. Connecticut is a culturally rich state, and we have committed significant resources to educational outcomes. CT Humanities has funded many high-quality exhibits and programs, and I continue to believe we can do more to integrate and connect these parts of our knowledge economy. During the pandemic, Connecticut Humanities was awarded $30.7 million, and we created the Connecticut Cultural Fund. With that, we awarded operating support grants to 750 cultural organizations across Connecticut. We prioritized digital content creation and supported digital infrastructure initiatives, and we connected K-12 students and educators with museums and cultural organizations. We expanded our Teach at CT units. These are grade appropriate curricular prompts available to educators Here we saw a number of users grow from 4,000 to 16,000 during the pandemic. We partnered with Connecticut Council for the Social Studies to pilot curriculum developed with museum and classroom educators. And with that, our funding enabled Connecticut Council for the Social Studies to connect 6 historical societies with 20 teachers from 7 school districts to reach over 1,000 students across Connecticut through the Museum School Partnership Program. Our funding supported the creation of a dozen locally relevant activities aligned with Connecticut's new social studies standards, all published in our Teach It platform for statewide educator access. Half of the lesson plans created for the project are based on Connecticut Humanities funded exhibit created by the Wyndham Textile and History Museum. This is all replicable and scalable, and we are actively creating new content. CT Humanities is committed to funding organizations and providing content that includes and represents all of our communities. And we are excited by the proposal of a working group that will bring partners together to imagine and implement a more connected educational ecosystem. It's smart policy and a wise use of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I am personally so excited about this one. I think we know our kids all learn through different modalities, and better leveraging our cultural resources for more meaningful project-based learning is like, it could be a win-win for everyone. And so I'm really excited to see what will come out of this. But Representative Menapace, I think, had a question for you.
Yes, I just wanted to echo what Rep. Leeper said. I'm very excited for this as a social studies teacher, also as a member of my local historical society as well. And that's something that I know in my town that we have tried to incorporate the local school very well for that. But I was wondering, in the history aspect for this working group, is that how are you planning on, well, I suppose, what would the goal be for trying to use this one? Because we've definitely seen, it's been my feeling that Connecticut history kind of gets a little bit of bypassed. We don't talk about it all that often. And there are so many great historic resources. What is your hope that the working group will be able to do with, like I said, with these great local resources that we have?
Yeah, I think this is a real opportunity to begin better connecting what teachers are looking for in terms of local histories, civics, and so on, and making it applicable to our communities. We have so much right here in our backyards that we don't draw on directly. Connecticut is a source of so much really important history, whether it's civics, civil rights, innovation, whatever. I think there's so much we can draw on to really make and connect to our communities. I think there's some great models out there in Norwalk and Fairfield that do really great work connecting schools with schools with historical societies, with libraries, and so on. We've also seen, I'm looking forward in particular working with SERC, the State Education Resource Center. You'll hear from them later, and really thinking about the different ways we can begin to integrate these student-based initiatives and educators in the classroom.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Does anyone else have a question? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Hannah Mae Murray.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Good morning. My name is Hannah Mae Murray, and I'm an aspiring educator at UConn Stanford. I want to talk today about starting salary and tuition assistance and how they relate to each other. As a sophomore this year, I'm struggling to get through my undergraduate degree, and the idea of paying 4 more tuition-paying years is daunting. I pay over $20,000 in tuition annually after student loans and scholarships. I'm working 2 jobs to fund my education, which limits the time I can dedicate to my schoolwork and my ability to get into the classroom and work with kids. I'm working overtime to fund my education, and it's degrading the quality of my training as a teacher. People regularly tell me that it's not too late to change my major. My experience is not uncommon among working class students, but it is the prospective salary that makes my situation unsustainable. I pay too much in school fees to go into a field that infamously pays too little. Recently, I've had to consider the recommendations for me to leave. I would earn more as a current Trader Joe's employee. I would earn more at my current Trader Joe's job than as a teacher without the expensive education. If teachers start their first year in a financial hole and the status of loan forgiveness remains unstable, then you need to make this career, if not attractive, then financially possible. When an education degree is so expensive and the starting teacher salaries are so little, you will make the field exclusively accessible to the wealthy few in our communities who don't represent the majority of the children in our schools. Students learn better when they have a teacher who can not only empathize with them, but understand their experiences and their worldview. The way education stands, you are going to lock out teachers with valuable insights into the minds of students. Teachers who do not come from wealth, and teachers with learning divergences, and teachers from foster care, and teachers who could understand their students. The result is going to be a widening teacher shortage, less special education teachers, and lower student engagement and achievement. Schools lift up communities when they are run by people from their communities. I've heard you guys tell us that education students are important and that we have a teacher shortage and we need more prospective teachers to help our children and our schools. I want you guys to put your money where your mouth is. You need to invest in education. You need to allocate more resources for tuition assistance to help prospective teachers through school. And you need to put in a legal state minimum for starting teacher salaries. Because if you don't, the problems you have right now are going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah May, for your testimony, and thank you for becoming an educator. We desperately need you, so please don't leave your program or the profession. And we're working really hard to find ways to make it make sense financially for people who want to enter this profession, because we need more of you doing this work. So thank you.
Nobody wants to leave if they're in an education program. We just need to be financially able to stay.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Julia Cooper. I don't see Julia online. Stacy Ty. And I think I pronounced your last name incorrectly every time.
It's okay.
I did it again.
It's TA.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I will get it right.
We do go by both, so it's fine. Good afternoon, members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Stacy TA. I serve as the Secretary of Special Education Equity for Kids and a professional special education advocate here in Connecticut. I will be addressing two issues, CT SEDS and literacy. I have previously testified on the deeply flawed CT SEDS system and its negative impact on teachers, students, and families. We have provided you with a growing list of issues that we have shared with the Connecticut State Department of Education, many which remain unaddressed. The current system requires districts to submit a ticket to the CSDE and simply wait. This is unacceptable. It leaves IEPs in limbo, disputes unresolved, and families and school teams frustrated, further eroding trust in an already stressful process. Additionally, districts frequently cite limitations in the CT SED systems and process to deprive students and parents of rights guaranteed under the IDEA in Section 504. To address these ongoing failures, we propose the following solutions. Adequate training for district staff. CSDE must provide proper training so districts can resolve their own technical issues rather than relying on the state. Transparency in the issue resolution. CSDE should be required to publicly post common issues and their solutions, allowing districts and families to access information without delay. Creation of a task force. A dedicated task force with parent involvement should investigate CT SED systemic issues and make recommendations for improvement. Accountability through audits. CSDE must audit submitted tickets, identify recurring systemic issues, and take proactive steps to resolve them. Ensure parent and student rights are upheld despite system limitations. CSDE must notify districts that any limitations does not excuse their adherence to federal and state laws. Any issues not able to be resolved within the CT SED system should be instructed to be documented in the IEP notes as a systemic limitation, not an agreement. And the preservation of parents' rights should also be noted. The legislature was right to prioritize literacy in Connecticut, and that commitment must continue, despite existing regulations such as CT 10-145I, which mandates the training of literacy specialists. Many districts are either unaware of these requirements or ignore them, thereby depriving students of the literacy intervention they require. The state has taken no action to either ensure this law is known nor enforce it, even when included in state and due process complaints. We see the same disregard for the right to read law. In my own district, public meetings featured blatant discussions on how to sidestep compliance, going as far as spending money on legal advice to find ways around the law. Instead of ensuring students receive evidence-based reading instruction, districts rely on outdated, disproven methods and flawed assessments that misrepresent student progress. The truth is simple. When a teacher is instructing a child to read, they are actively remapping the child's brain. Yet many districts continue using teachers' college units of study, a program that encourages guessing instead of actually reading. Slapping phonics onto fundamentally flawed curriculum does not work. If a child is taught to guess words rather than engage with them, they will default to guessing, permanently hindering the reading development. This committee has the power to ensure Connecticut's literacy and special education policies are not just words on paper, but real enforceable standards that serve our students. I urge you to take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you. Next, we have Kate Diaz. Good afternoon. We're officially on the other side of noon.
We get to say good afternoon today, yes. Thank you so much. My name is Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association. And I'm grateful to be here today with such a robust agenda. And I applaud the committee for taking on so many important issues and giving us the opportunity to provide testimony in this space. We have, I think, a plethora of testimony before you as teachers. I think you'll hear a lot from our members about how important it is that we address the critical teacher shortage and not shy away from the issue of compensation and the impact it has had on our profession. It's no coincidence that we are here 37 years after the first Teacher Enhancement Act, because our teachers are retiring. 37 is the magic number for getting out of education. So it is appropriate for us to talk about a robust response that brings more people into the profession and makes this a critical community issue, one that impacts our economic development, our community development, and the concept of paying educators a reasonable and appropriate wage. I don't know why that's so hard for people to kind of get behind, but we need that. We need this to happen, and we need to stop putting the excuses. This is a state that has a $1.7 billion anticipated surplus. To continue to say we can't afford this is not correct. We are choosing not to afford this. And we continuously are reducing our percentage, our proportional allotment to education. While the dollar number goes up, the proportional commitment has gone down. We need to address that. This is the time. We can't continue to put this off, or our friends like Hannah will not be able to stay. As a parent of a teacher or a potential teacher, I'm currently paying tuition while my son student teaches on my dime, while I pay for his transportation, while I pay tuition so that he can be an intern. This is the only profession in which we've kind of made it acceptable to create martyrs out of educators, to say that you're only doing it right if you're sacrificing yourself. And that's not acceptable. And it's also not sustainable. We've proven that. We have an extraordinary shortage that's not getting better because we continue to not talk about the money. You're going to hear today from educators over and over again about the compromises, but I hope you read the testimony, because we have teachers who are making decisions like staying in abusive relationships because they cannot financially afford to leave. That is the impact of our failure to act. We have teachers who say, I have to be, have a partner. I cannot sustain my life without additional support. We have teachers who will tell you that they have to work 2 and 3 jobs in order to have the privilege of being an educator. These are not people who want to leave the profession. They are people who are being beaten out of this profession because they're being offered better jobs. And when Trader Joe's is competitive with education, we have a problem, people. We cannot continue to push this off. I am more than happy to pressure the governor on this issue. I know that there is a battleground about education and education funding. We are here for the fight. We are here to make this fight clear that this is about investment in our future. It is about economic growth. It is about teachers as a community asset. We are your ambassadors of the strength and the beauty of the state of Connecticut. We are the people talking about why the history of Connecticut is important, about why the pronouncement of education is so critically valuable. And we are the people that are sitting with 90% of the students in the public education system fighting day in and day out for them to get their needs met. But we need you to fight for us, because you are in spaces that we don't get to be in, having critical conversations about guardrails, about finance, and about revenue streams. So we ask you to hold the line that public education deserves its day in financial acknowledgement. Stand by what you are putting forward in these bills. Fight for us. We will fight with you, and we will show up. We have delivered over 700 pieces of testimony to you today. We will continue to do that. We will continue to show up and fight for public education and fight for what we know is necessary, which is adequate resources. I love what you are doing. I will stand with this committee, and we will fight alongside. And our teachers show up. We have people who took time off from work to be here.
Please summarize.
Well, there's so much to summarize. But what I say to you is this. We care about the public education system. We care about our students. We care about its sustainability, and we will continue to fight the good fight to make it happen.
Thanks, Kate. Representative Menapace?
Thank you for being here today, Ms. Diaz. I'm a teacher as well, and I had wanted to ask you about 7168 and how it relates to the retention in terms of the well, I suppose in the degree and getting a master's degree. I know that, to be honest, the way that most districts end up funding this has been a real impediment to a lot of people. I can tell you that I had started working on my master's degree, and because I changed district, I have to wait again to be able to qualify. And that's frustrating for me as a teacher. And I wanted to know what you're hearing from other teachers on this issue, because it does seem to be, and I think our aspiring educator mentioned that as well, it does seem to be a big barrier to preventing people from being the best teachers possible and from completing their teaching degree if they're not getting this financial assistance. I was hoping you could expand on that.
Yeah, I think there's actually two answers to that question that I think we're exploring at the same time. I think one is providing the financial assistance to pursue additional degrees is incredibly valuable. Well-educated teacher population serves everyone. And so I think that that is absolutely appropriate. I mean, our business is education. So asking us to continuously be educated does make sense, but it's not cheap. And I think that we have to recognize that if I'm asking teachers who are being paid, even $60,000 to go back and get a degree for another $25,000, that is not a cheap endeavor. And so whatever financial support we can leverage to adequately educate our educators is a great opportunity. But I also think the work that our certification board is doing to explore alternatives and ways that we can continuously educate in a I think a cost-effective manner, I think is also appropriate. So to me, I think there's two pathways on this that we need to continue to push and explore, because I think there are ways for us to address this that will be beneficial to the profession.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
Rep. Comey?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kate, for coming out. You mentioned something that really struck me as a mom of a college student who is going into accounting. And her summer internship, she's getting paid $30 an hour.
Dare to dream.
Yes. So I just wanted to, validify your concerns. You're paying for your child to work and to support our school systems, and that's completely deeply unfair and unacceptable. So thank you for raising that.
Yeah, it is the only profession that I'm aware of that we do that to. And I think that is something we need to take into consideration.
Thanks, Rep. Comey. Representative Zepkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Kate. Two questions for you. My first question is regarding the teacher salaries. I have lots of questions, but I'm limited it to two. The one question on that is the grant request is for 600 million. And so what happens when that's gone? Who then funds the teacher salaries?
So our anticipation, one is that this is front loaded and the districts have an obligation to then look to themselves and say, is there efficiencies? There are things. That's why we're looking for a 3-year grant period where we can have some difficult conversations about what municipalities are doing, because we believe there's places that we can grow. I also think it's important that we revisit what we're doing with ECS, and this builds us timeline to do that. I think that we've seen a decrease in the proportional share for the state's contribution to public education. It's gone from, I believe, 49 to 36%. That's a conversation that also needs to be had. But we need to do that, and it's going to take some time. And I don't think we can afford to hold back teacher salaries while those conversations are going on.
So I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth, but after the 3 years or when the money runs out, the schools would be funding it.
I think the expectation is some adoption of local measures. And I think there will have to be a conversation about how this impacts the state's contribution moving forward as well. But we need time to do that.
Well, ECS, I mean, we should just tell them what we're giving them and give it to them, but that's a whole nother story. I won't waste a question.
We
on
can have
that.
another conversation, Rob.
My second question is regarding the teacher recruitment and retention. And if we are going to be giving them their, reimbursing them for their education. And I heard what you said. I have a daughter. I pay for their transportation. I pay for school, blah, 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 blah. Like, I get it, right? But what is their accountability back for being reimbursed for their college or their teachers' certifications?
In terms of,
So if we pay, if the state reimburses teachers for their education, what is their skin in the game back to us?
well, I think you would want to look to whatever other college scholarship and models that we have out there. If there's a desire to try and keep our educators in the state of Connecticut, I would argue that that would be a worthwhile conversation to have in terms of building that relationship. Certainly, we want to keep our educators in Connecticut as much as we possibly can. So incentivizing that would certainly be appropriate. You know, and I think we would be open to having conversation about what that would look like for all of you. You know, I'm not sure, it's not uncommon for reimbursement programs to have some level of relationship in them. You know, certainly my daughter is an engineer. She had reimbursement and through her employer had a commitment for staying. It's not uncommon for those to be a part of that. So I think that would be something we'd be amenable to.
Thank you.
Thank Representative and Representative Poulos.
Good morning
Morning.
or afternoon. I have deep concerns about the amount of teachers we have, the shortage of teachers and the ability to recruit and retain. And I'm wondering if you have any data from, I think you said 36 years ago, the Enhancement Act. I was only 12, so I wasn't paying attention at that time. But,
Can I pretend to have been 5?
okay, yeah. But like what impact that had in terms of interest for educators to go into teaching? Like, do we have any data on people enrolled in teacher preparation programs or just the actual number of teachers in the state of Connecticut, the increase? I don't think there was a decrease, but as a result of that legislation, what it did to the workforce? I'd be curious.
Yeah, the impressive part is that Connecticut stands as one of the few places to ever successfully have addressed a teacher shortage. The Teacher Enhancement Act in 1986 turned around a teacher shortage in 3 years. So we saw a complete and total reversal of the shortage in that investment time period. So I think, you know, the data proves that people came back. We found people who, even among our own members who are currently retired, will tell you they moved back from Massachusetts to come teach in Connecticut because there was a fiscal opportunity and there was a way for them to manage some of the financial challenges. And they saw it as a general investment in public education. And so, we have to remember that some of this is financial, some of this is working conditions, and some of it is genuinely being a supported profession. And so we did absolutely see that turnaround from the 86 investment.
And as a follow-up, like outside of raising salaries, what other levers can we pull to address the teacher shortage and the recruitment challenges that we face? What other things can we do besides just the salaries?
So I think that attention to working conditions like class sizes is critical. We put forward a recommendation in that regard as well, because we know that the single greatest impact we can have on our students' learning is reducing class sizes. So the opportunity to incentivize that is, I think, really critically important, but that is directly linked to staffing. So we can't ignore those two things. But I do think that is really critical. We hear about it all the time. I think the conversation about how do we right size our standardized testing. We hear from our educators all the time that the standardized testing practices are creating really not enjoyable educational environments for our students, and that our teachers feel they have lost some of the flexibility. So while we talk about personalization and we talk about how we create positive learning environments, well, we're also inhibiting the ability to do that through excessive assessment. And we're not anti-assessment. Educators need that feedback. We need that information. What we're talking about is adopting a model that is less intense for our kids, so we have better learning opportunities for them. We have to remember those things are important. Our working conditions in general are our students' learning conditions, and we need to be attentive to what are the pressures we're applying to those classrooms and are they appropriate. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in this time to think about what we really want from our public schools.
Thanks.
A pleasure. And we did attach, by the way, a policy brief on the recruitment and retention. So for your reading pleasure, I think it might be 30 pages long, but we did provide it so that you can see a comprehensive research on that issue.
Doesn't sound brief, but take a look.
It's relative.
Thank you so much. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here with us. I personally think this is a very important issue, and I don't have a view on it at all yet. But certain data suggests that Connecticut's teachers are the third highest paid on a cost of living adjusted basis in the country, and that as compared to the other states, we are top 10 in terms of having the least teacher shortage. How do you reconcile? But I acknowledge that everything you're saying is true. So how do you reconcile those two things? Is it the case that this is such an problem across the 50 states that even if we're paying the top three, doesn't matter because in absolute terms, the problem is so great? Or how do you reconcile that?
I think some of it is exactly what you said. We have a chronic problem across the country of not addressing the needs of our educators. And when we talk about being in the top pay, we also have to remember that some of the states that are higher than us are our neighbors. And so we are in competition with New York, who I think their average teacher salary is about $90,000. And so competition is part of the issue. And who we are positioned around, it becomes a challenge for us. And we do lose teachers right over the border. So we do, some of that is that component of regional challenges. And it is the reality that we have some states who are driving teacher salaries down in an absolutely abhorrent manner and really being kind of punitive to educators. And that's driving down sort of the general force. Fortunately, Connecticut, I do not believe, is in that position. But we do have a real significant problem nationwide in terms of educator compensation. I would also suggest that we still are going to struggle in Connecticut because of cost of living issues. And I know all you have to do is walk over to, the energy conversations, the housing conversations. All of those things are impacting our educators as they are every other entity. And so I think you're going to hear that we have a lot of people who cannot even remotely live in the communities they serve. So you can be a teacher in Darien starting at $54,000 a year, but are you living in the garage of someone's house in Darien if you're making $54,000 a year, where, you know, your average house is over $1 million? So we have some geographic challenges where, regardless of what we're, you know, starting salaries, even getting our starting salary over 60, it's going to be a challenge to find housing, energy, you know, all of those things that literally everybody in Connecticut is challenged by. So we have a high cost of living state, and I'd love to imagine how we can address those things as well with you, but I think that those are factors in this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're right. The statistics that we have the third highest paid teachers is actually on an adjusted basis for our cost of living, and the sixth highest on an unadjusted basis. And you're absolutely right. Number 1 and 2 are our neighbors, New York and Massachusetts. So I do take that point, but I just wanted to highlight that the problem is bigger. It's electricity bills, it's cost of doing business, it's red tape, it's taxes. So it's definitely impacting all our professions, teachers included. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just say, good seeing you this afternoon, Kate. You made a reference to the Teacher Enhancement Acts of '86, and it's quite interesting that you said that was 37 years ago, and that's our retirement age, and now here we are again. Going through the same thing. I think we have to be very diligent about how we approach this. We got to make sure we don't make some of the same mistakes that we made in '86. Like you said, we are in competition with our states, right? Our bordering states. And if we don't enhance our teacher salary and enhance profession, then a number of our educators will be moving to the towns, states right next to us. So, you know, I support this piece of legislation. We know it's a money issue, but policy wise, it is definitely the right thing to do. With that being said, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your testimony.
And thank you for your support, Senator.
All right. Tom Dennehy from ACES, followed by Catherine Myers from the Center for Children's Advocacy.
Thank you, Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper, ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I serve as Executive Director at ACES, New Haven County's RESC, with an enrollment of 600 plus students with highly challenging special education needs who attend our schools and towns far and wide beyond our catchment area. And I support House Bill 5001, the quality and delivery of special education services in Connecticut. I also wanted to remark that Hannah Mae Murray, number 13, her testimony, I'd be anxious when she does get certified and graduate, would be happy to hire her, and good luck with the starting salary increases. But to my point regarding House Bill 5001, ACES has a standout special education set of schools serving students with intellectual disabilities, medically fragile needs, highly challenging autism spectrum disorders, and emotional disabilities. We also operate collaborative programs in Ansonia and West Haven, and we provide other in-district supports and transition programs. The ACES Governing Board approves tuition service rates in November of each year, preceding the July 1st commencement of the new fiscal year. We've been setting these rates early for about 7 years now so that local districts can establish their budgets knowing full well what placement and service costs will be well in advance. Our rates are set by establishing pro forma budgets for each of our schools and programs and what the next year's costs of labor, health benefits, and costs are expected to be while considering CPI, inflation, fuel trends, facilities and maintenance needs, and capital projects, as well as insurance rates. Satisfaction surveys from districts show that districts respect and admire our work with students. They also like the possibility of students being returned to district when they have reached their IEP goals. The range of schools, programs, and services offered meet many of the district's needs. They especially like our insurance-credentialed clinical services program for young children. There, parents bring their children for speech and language supports, behavior services, OT, and PT needs. Our center takes parents' insurance coverages for these services, which is free of cost for school districts. This spring, we look forward to working with local districts to establish in-house collaboratives among districts and ACES. We have run collaboratives within Ansonia and West Haven schools for years and look forward to building new programs and sharing our expertise with local districts. As regional leaders in special education, RES have proven track record for developing cost-effective multi-district programs that enhance student outcomes while maximizing state resources. Our expertise allows us to deliver high-quality, collaborative solutions that meet the diverse needs of students and districts alike. We welcome the opportunity to explore how we can further strengthen special education services across our communities. I want to thank everybody for hearing me today.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Tom? Seeing none, Tom, you did such a great job. No one has any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Catherine, followed by Ernest Bailey from Educators for Excellence. Catherine? Catherine going once, twice. Ernest Bailey, followed by Jocelyn from the CAA and Daniel Person for Educators for Excellence.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of fully funding education in Connecticut by reforming the equalization aid grant system. My name is Ernest Bailey, and I am the Deputy Director of Campaigns for Educators for Excellence, a teacher-led organization with more than 1,000 members statewide that seeks to elevate teacher voice in policy decisions. Every day I work with teachers in Hartford and New Haven. They tell me about what they're going through in the classroom and what they wish was different. Day in and day out, I hear the same thing. A lack of funding, especially in our most underserved districts, is inhibiting teachers' ability to fully deliver on the promise to give their students the education they need and deserve. Connecticut has one of the largest racial funding gaps in the nation. This leads to deep inequities in the quality of education that students in these districts have access to, and the problem is exacerbated by the tuition billing system, which has some of our most underserved districts like Hartford sending a quarter of their education dollars out of the district. At E4E, I spend a lot of time with teachers, and we get into the weeds of their classroom experience, learning which specific factors are most inhibiting their ability to give their students the kind of education they deserve. One thing I hear time and time again is that our schools are understaffed. It is important to understand that when schools are understaffed, it doesn't just impact that one classroom that doesn't have a teacher. The effect reverberates throughout the entire school. Additional responsibilities fall onto other teachers, and the cycle continues, worsening attrition. Staffing shortages are at an all-time high, and students are slipping through the cracks. In order to mitigate learning loss and ensure that students are able to continue to grow and thrive moving forward, we need to provide schools and districts with the necessary funds to continue to hire additional staff and support programs that are providing Connecticut students with need. One area of particular need is special education. Our SPED teachers are dangerously overworked and under-resourced. We need to add a weight to the special education funding formula that recognizes the full cost of providing services to this population and gives them the resources that they so desperately need. Teachers want to fulfill their duty and provide students with a quality education, and students want to fulfill their potential. But when we fail to provide them with the resources to do so, we are not fulfilling ours. I urge state leaders to pass HB 7167. It's time for us to close the opportunity gap and ensure that the students have the chance to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Again, such a great job. You nailed it. No questions for you. Yes.
Thank you so much. Could I just add one thing on the question of teacher compensation?
Sure.
So we work our work is particularly concentrated in Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. And so one thing we hear a ton from teachers, especially in Hartford, is that it's not just a uniform statewide problem with compensation, it's district by district. And so when I talk to teachers in Hartford, what they tell me is, I'm struggling to understand why I stay here in Hartford when I could go, right over the border to New Britain, and I would make $10,000 a year more to do the same job. So we also have to sort of figure out how do we fix this problem in our most underserved cities.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that is a problem currently and will probably get worse. The purging from school districts that cannot afford to pay teachers the salaries that they need and deserve. And what you're going to see is, unfortunately, teachers making financial business decisions, and we all understand that, and that's reality. That's why it's so important to have this conversation about having at least a minimal starting salaries for our educators in all school districts, not just in the school districts you just referred to. It was just a conversation about Darien. They're going to have teachers, but not one of them are going to be in the community in which they live, which takes away from education. You know, we can all remember this, and myself included. I'll do it often, about how the teachers in my community once lived in the community, and you know, we saw each other at grocery stores, the banks, and in the churches, and that was all a part of what you call a true educational environment. That's the ecosystem of a community, a neighborhood, when all those things are present in one location. You don't see that anymore, and I think that's largely reason why you see the failure rate that we have in our communities. That I hear my colleagues talking about who's responsible. The society is responsible. The society is made up of children and families and teachers and all those things that make a community successful. And when you don't have that, then you have a breakdown in our system, and that's what you're seeing in the state of Connecticut. Let me get off my soapbox. Thank you again for your testimony, and who's up next?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Kate? No, I'm sorry.
Close enough.
Oh. Okay. Where am I? Jocelyn, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. I'm the Vice President of CEA, and I am a teacher in Darien. And we have submitted testimony on a number of bills that you've put forward today, and we are very excited to see, as Kate said, your robust agenda. But let me give you this picture about teacher recruitment and retention, so it makes it a little bit more easy to understand. So as I said, I teach in Darien, and when I started in 2004, my salary was $37,000 as a teacher with a bachelor's. I went into my inflation calculator, and today that would be $63,000, which is just about where this bill puts our starting salary for teachers, which is awesome. However, the starting salary in 24-25 for a teacher with a bachelor's in Darien is $53,000. So I just want to say that as we look at what we've been doing for investing in teacher salaries, not only have we not invested in it, we've actually digressed. We actually pay our teachers less now than we did 20 years ago. And I would say that, in fairness, my salary at Max in Darien is a very livable, comfortable salary that I would be proud to have. However, I'm still not on Max, and this is year 21 for me. So I think that even in a high-paying district, we're still not doing the right thing. And what we really need is a tone and a stance from the state to say we value our teachers and we're investing in our teachers, because we haven't been. And when a roof is leaking in your house and you don't budget for it, but you have money in your savings, you fix the roof, because you know that if you don't, that it's going to cost even more in mold abatement and all sorts of other issues. The roof is leaking here in Connecticut for teachers and educators. I would argue that we should probably consider paraprofessionals as well in this language. But we have to do something. We keep looking for creative situations or ways to to get teachers into the profession. But we have to pay them. We have to pay a living, not even a living wage, but a proud wage, a competitive wage. Because the Dariens of the world, if they can take a teacher and pay them more but less than they have to, they will, because they can. And I think that that's really important to understand, that we want a tone and a tenor from the state that says education is important, we invest in it, and we care. And there are districts that want to pay but can't. There are districts that don't want to pay and won't. And I think that is, and because they don't want to, not because they can't. So I think that as we're looking at this, we want a tone and tenor from the state that says, we must do this, we care. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any question for Jocelyn? I look to my left. Representative Manis.
Thank you. I just want to say, Jocelyn, as well, that I can tell you that when I started in 2012, I think 38,000, and so it's not that one. And my wife happens to be an engineer, and the thing she always tells me every year, and we're still not there yet, is you're almost at my starting salary. And I can tell you that I do have a question here, I promise, for that one, is that I have gone around to people and knocked on doors, and I've had them tell me that teachers are making too much money, and I tell them how much I make, and they told me that I was lying. And I mean, for one, we have a position that you can absolutely look up how much every teacher in your district makes. But I was curious for this, what we're going to be able to do for if you have essentially a long-term solution for this, because to me, the problem that we have is, are we not just going to be back here? And I know that's a very long term for this one, in 37 years, asking the exact same thing. Is there something that we as the legislature are missing of what we can do? And I mean, I suppose if you have that, I think everyone up here would love to know, and across the country would like to, because this seems to continue to be a problem, is that these salaries are not matching the cost of living. I do not know how a teacher could live in my community making the salary. If it's two-teacher household, whatever it is, there's no way they could afford to live in that town.
Yeah, I think I see this as and I think Kate mentioned this as well. This is a start to a longer conversation. I think that we do have to have a conversation. If property tax is how we fund education, we're going to continue to have this problem. And I understand we want local control. We have all of those, spaces where we feel very, very comfortable and that we understand how it works. But we do have to have a really critical conversation about how we do this, how we do it well. And I think also just the common understanding that this is an investment that we want to have or we need to have. We can't afford not to invest in public education, in our teacher salaries. There's no way around it. So, I have an identical twin sister. She teaches in a private school. They're having teacher turnover also. This teacher shortage doesn't discriminate solely to public education. You see that in charter schools, you see it in private schools, you see it in public schools. It's the same everywhere. So I think that we have this conversation of where's the share? How do we figure it out? Is there a revenue stream that we are looking at within the state to maybe do this differently? Do we have to look at ECS and how how we give it, how we provide for it, how we hold districts accountable for using it, so that we know that the dollars that are intended for ECS are going to the spaces that are going to impact student learning the most? I think there are a lot of conversations that we need to have and a lot of answers. But at the current moment, if we continue to wait on supporting our educators with healthy salaries, we're going to have a bigger problem. So I think that as we're seeing this is a 3-year kind of proposal. So can we take those 3 years, ensure that we pay people what they need to be paid, and come up with some solutions, have all the teachers at the table, boards of ed at the table, legislatures at the table, so that we can have that conversation and really make sure that we do it right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks again for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
Next up, Daniel Person, followed by Hannah Spinner, followed by DeAndre Brown.
Thank you, Senator. Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Daniel Pearson. I'm the Executive Director for Educators for Excellence, a teacher-led nonprofit focused on student equity and elevating teachers' voices in policy decisions. I've submitted testimony on several bills being discussed today, but I'm here specifically to speak in support of HB 7167 on behalf of our members. Given the cuts to education at the national level, it's even more pressing that we prioritize fully funding education in Connecticut to ensure that we're investing in our youth and our future. We've worked with this body for years on efforts to reduce the massive racial funding gap that plagues our state, and we have made significant progress. But funding inequities continue to persist disproportionately, impacting our students with the highest needs. In addition to fully funding ECS, we support fully implementing student-centered funding so that all public schools are funded by student needs. While this bill accomplishes that, we urge this body to add language that will phase out tuition billing that puts undue pressure on districts as we phase in this bill. We applaud the commitment to stay the course and fully fund ECS in this budget, and the emphasis this year on special education. Our members in Hartford have specifically emphasized the need for additional special education teachers and classroom resources. Although special education teachers represent only 15% of the teaching workforce in Hartford, they make up 31% of the district's current vacancies. These statistics are mirrored across much of Connecticut, and the special education shortages affect all classrooms and students. With cuts to the Federal Department of Education and our governor's recent hiring freeze, we strongly urge you all to consider adding a special education weight to the ECS formula and ensure that schools statewide have the resources to hire additional staff to fill these vacancies and address the needs of our most vulnerable students. Each student deserves an equal opportunity to succeed, and meeting our students' basic needs is not just a priority, it's a requirement. If we don't act now, our students and therefore our state's future will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Daniel? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned a few times about federal cuts to the Department of Ed, and I know as recently as last night, there were big headlines about this, but just a point of fact, has anything actually been cut yet for the?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
1,300 employees in the Department of Education have been cut. We are still working to see which departments in particular, but whole parts of the department have been laid off. So those will be coming out as the date progresses.
Right, understood. But since the federal level is way above my pay grade, how does that affect us here in Connecticut? Has anything that we need that right now, as we sit here today, is there anything, either funding or support or anything that we know of today that has affected us from the federal cuts in the education area?
Yeah, so we know that Title I and the IDEA grants that come to the state, which collectively are close to $300 million. The implementation of that money, it's unclear if that money will be decreased, increased, how that money will be distributed to Connecticut. Those are all yet to be unseen. However, we know that the accountability measures that go along with those grants are done by the staff and the personnel at the Department of Education. And so with the cuts, we anticipate that those accountability measures won't exist, and that burden is going to be put onto the states. Most likely that funding will be coming in as block grants to the state for the state to distribute at its own grace, which means more pressure on the SDE. And as the commissioner said this morning, how strapped they are. And that's why I mentioned the governor's hiring freeze. So that's going to further exacerbate the issue here.
Okay, but as through the chair, Madam Chair, but as we sit here today, I understand the fear and I understand the concern fully, but and I understand that it probably will impact our SDE and its responsibilities since those federal employees are no longer there. But correct me if I'm wrong, we don't know exactly what that impact will be yet because we don't have the specifics yet as we sit here today on March 12th. Is that right?
Yes, but by end of day, I could probably email you a list of the departments that are cut and how they directly interact with our state. So I can follow up with you with a list of those 1,300 individuals and where they primarily are being let go from.
Okay, but that's, I guess, we'll have to see. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Hannah Spinner. Hannah Spinner. Thank you. Next up, DeAndre Brown. Okay, Eric Pratoulis.
Good afternoon. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on several items critical to education in our state. I am Eric Pratoulis, and I serve as the Executive Director of EastCon and Northeastern Connecticut, one of the 6 regional educational service centers serving Connecticut. EastCon, like all RESCs, plays a critical role in supporting school districts by providing high-quality, cost-effective educational services, particularly in special education. At EastCon, we provide regional outplacements, in-district supports, and transition programs that serve students with autism, emotional and behavioral disabilities, and other specialized needs. Our programs reduce the financial and logistical burden on districts while ensuring that students receive the individualized services they need. We also partner with districts to build local capacity so more students can be educated closer to home. We are deeply grateful to the governor and the legislator for increasing excess cost funding by $40 million this year. While RESCs do not receive these funds directly, they provide much needed relief to our partner districts in their effort to educate students with high needs. However, a more predictable and sustainable funding plan is essential to ensure districts are not forced to make difficult trade-offs between services and budget constraints. Another critical issue is magnet school funding. We appreciate the General Assembly's work last year. The governor's proposed budget for FY26 flat funds magnet schools, leaving them financially vulnerable. On behalf of EastCon and all other RESC magnets, we request $13.2 million in fiscal year 26 and $20.4 million in FY27 for RESC magnets. Specifically, I'm requesting that $1 million of the 13.2 be allocated to EastCon to sustain the operation of our magnet schools and help us close the $1.3 million deficit we are facing next year. Without this funding, the current base tuition rates used in the model will continue to create a financial gap that threatens the viability of our schools. As a member of the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations Education Committee, the Advisory Commission has reaffirmed in their interim report what RESCs already know: regional solutions reduce costs and improve outcomes. Their report strongly recommends building local special education programs through RESC collaboration to reduce costly outplacements, expanding regional special education services, including transition programs and behavioral supports, increasing state support for regionalized special education through better funding models and removal of policy barriers. Lastly, in partnership with my RESC colleagues, we are also asking for $1.5 million for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, TRP, be designated as a new budget line item in the Connecticut Department of Education budget. TRP has demonstrated a successful model for recruiting, developing, and retaining a high-quality, diverse educator workforce, including special education teachers. TRP has successfully placed nearly 135 teachers in 35 districts since 2019, with 97% of alumni still teaching. In conclusion, RESCs are proven cost-effective partners in Connecticut's education system. With your support, we can continue to provide high-quality services to districts, sustain our magnet schools, and ensure all students have access to the education they deserve. Thank you for your time and commitment to Connecticut students.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Petroulis? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Up next, Caitlin Samanchi, followed by Liz Brown, followed by Julia Lockery.
Good afternoon, representatives, senators, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Caitlin Smachetti, and I'm a public school educator. I testify today in support of the intent of SB 1459. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to address something that is vital not only to the teachers in our communities, but to the future of our students: the need for increased teacher starting salaries. First, consider the level of education and training that teachers must undergo to prepare for the classroom. To become a certified teacher, one must earn a bachelor's degree, a teaching credential, and a master's degree. Currently, I am earning about the same per year as my boyfriend. Although he is an extremely hard worker, he does not possess a college degree and is in a career that does not require one. He has only been in this career for 1 year, and his base salary is only about $5,000 less than mine, a teacher on step 8 with a master's degree. And that's not even including the commission that he makes on top. This comparison becomes more unjust when you consider the amount of student debt I have to pay back in relation to him having none. But it's not just about the educational background. Teachers work tirelessly every day to create a safe and effective learning environment for all students. They deal with large class sizes, students with diverse needs, and ever-changing curricula, all while facing the emotional and mental strain of shaping young minds. Teachers are counselors, mentors, and caregivers in addition to educators. The emotional labor they provide in these roles is invaluable, but rarely acknowledged in their paychecks. Teachers are never able to walk away from the job. You would be hard-pressed to find a teacher that can get everything they need to get done inside of their contract hours. I don't know a single teacher that doesn't stay late during the week or work on weekends. Raising teacher salaries is not just about rewarding teachers for the work they already do. It's also about attracting and retaining the best educators for our children. When salaries are low, we risk losing talented individuals to other professions. The teacher shortage is very real, and it is hard to blame educators for leaving when they can make more money working at a computer at home. Furthermore, increasing teacher salaries will have a direct impact on the quality of education our children receive. Teachers who are paid fairly are more likely to stay in the profession, reducing turnover rates and fostering stability in the classroom. This stability leads to stronger relationships between students and teachers, which is crucial for academic success. In closing, teachers are the heart of our educational system. They dedicate their lives to shaping the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and citizens. It's time we recognize their worth and compensate them accordingly. Raising teacher salaries is not just a financial necessity, it's a moral imperative. Our children deserve the best, and that starts with investing in the people who teach them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Again, once again, thank you for your advocacy and thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Liz Brown, followed by Julia Lockery, followed by Heather Tartaglia. Heather Tartaglia. Turn that mic on, Liz.
I should know how to do that.
I
right?
believe you should.
Okay. Take two. Good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Lupkis, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Brown, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, CABE, as well as my own Waterbury Board of Education regarding Raised Bill 1458. First, let me acknowledge the commitment the legislature has demonstrated over the years to improving public education, not only in the struggling alliance districts, but the entire state. The Education Committee is the champion of public education and always puts children first. Thank you for that. The bill before you seeks to streamline and limit the number of alliance districts in the state, currently at 33. New designations of opportunity districts for the 15 most challenged districts and the remaining as legacy alliance districts. This sets up a tiered system of support and assistance from the State Department of Education. Under the current alliance district designation, a portion of the district's ECS formula is set aside for reform efforts. It is important to understand that the alliance district so-called grant is not a separate from our ECS formula. It is taking a percentage of our ECS formula and carving it out for reform. It's not new dollars. And I want people to understand that. It's our ECS formula. So over the years, the districts, in collaboration with the Education Committee and the legislature and the State Department of Education, understood and agreed that a bigger portion of the Alliance grant needed to go for operations and sustaining initial reforms, including professional development, new curriculum, student supports, family engagement strategies, and other innovations. So the bill decreases the targeted districts and creates new designations for other districts with comparative low accountability indexes. But the point I'd like to make today is the underlying issue is sufficient funding for these efforts without taking from the base ECS formula. It is unclear as to the overall impact of the changes to the district. CABE also urges the committee to take into consideration the capacity of SDE. As you heard, they're overwhelmed with having to do all these reports and data collection, and we're not sure what the outcome is. I'll end with another point. You have my full testimony, but we'd like to align ourselves with Commissioner Russell that we would like to postpone these changes until the report comes out so that we really see, as you're all asking for, what strategies are working. How are we going to really improve accountability? So I think with the, if we just wait until we hear that report, it'll give us more data to base our decisions on. The uncertainty of the federal dollars and whether there will even be a federal Department of Education adds to the strain and burden on state and local governments to fight for public education. The future of our children and country depends on your decisions and continued commitment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I'd also want to thank you, Liz, for explaining that Alliance districts, this isn't an issue where they're getting more funding.
Right.
I'm glad you made that clear, because
Thank you.
I think there's a
And
perception out there.
just for your
these alliance
edification, in Waterbury, that is $57.5 million. So we can't possibly use all that for so-called reforms. We have to sustain the reforms that we've made, and we have made reforms. And I just want to make one comment, if I may, in terms of the teacher recruitment and retention. Waterbury is very fortunate to be one of the pilots for the apprenticeship program for teachers, and it's working very well, where we pay the teachers who are in training to be in our schools, and that is one vehicle for students who wish to, and I think that program is something we can be proud of.
Yep, I'm proud that your district chose to take on that initiative. I think it's only one other district right now that has that apprentice program in place, and it has been very effective. And many of the tools that we're using in that toolbox have been effective to increase the number of educators
Right.
in our school district.
It is working. Right now, we have 5 apprenticeships. And I would like to say that the other investments that you've made in teacher retentions, scholarships, tuition reimbursement, we have raised our minority teachers up to 27% of our school district now. And also our administrators are up to 27%. We started off when I was on the board. I've been on the board for 14 years. It was less than 5%. So I think all the incentives are really working, and we have Ed Rising and all these wonderful programs that we want to sustain.
Again, when you're intentional about doing something and getting it done, it gets done. And over the last, like I said, 3-4 years, with support of this committee and SDE and all the advocates out there, we've been making change, and change
Absolutely.
is possible if we all work together.
And it's making a difference.
With that being said, any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Liz. A quick question, just to clarify what you said about the Alliance, the money, that is already a part of the ECS funding?
And it's carved out, a percentage is carved out. And also you carved out a certain percentage of increase in that formula. For Waterbury, it was almost $6 million to go specifically towards diversity, hiring and so forth, which we're already doing. But I think the carving out is making a dent in the ECS formula that we really need for operating. We can't keep carving out for these things. So that would be on the, if you could consider that as well.
Yes, thank you.
The
Thank you.
turkey's being carved.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was Liz.
Next, we have Julia Lockery.
Hey, can everyone hear me? And can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm here. I just hopped on. I'm here to talk about starting salary and paying student teachers. So I guess first to start with paying student teachers, I find that it's really important just when we're starting out, because that in itself doesn't even set us up for not having a high enough starting salary. So as a student teacher myself right now, as you can tell, I'm in the classroom still. I have to work 3 jobs after my student teaching just so I can stay afloat, and that's with the help of my parents. I find that at times it doesn't equip me well to be in the classroom every day just because of burnout and because of not having that extra time to be able to dedicate it to supporting my classroom. And instead, I have to work those 3 extra jobs to be able to support myself, even with the help of my parents. I find that I do have some support for one of my semesters, which is helpful in itself. But for students with grave student loans and different things that they may need to pay for, that I'm maybe fortunate enough in certain areas that I don't have to pay for certain things like housing and stuff like that. I can stay with my parents. That makes me lucky, but still in itself, I have to support myself in different ways that I think could be helpful if I were paid for my student teaching, that I can dedicate more of my time to my students, into my lessons, and to my instruction. So that's just kind of like a first overview, which I believe you guys have probably already heard before, but I find that if I were to be paid for my student teaching, I would be a more effective teacher, and I'd be set up more for my starting salary, hopefully in this upcoming year. So then that kind of leads me to the starting salary, which I hope that we could at least start at 60K. That would be helpful just from accounts that I've heard from people that are in my school. I already know multiple teachers. Like, for instance, one of the teachers that I know, he's trying to put his students through college right now, and he can say like all he does is struggle. And honestly, that's so disheartening as a future teacher to hear that from a veteran teacher, that as a veteran teacher, hopefully soon retiring, is still struggling to even put their kids through school, which yes, we all have our own struggles, but I think that hearing that can push people back from the profession, which is one thing that we don't want, right? We need teachers. We need people in this profession, dedicated people in this profession. And there's so many times where I hear people say like, oh, I would love to do X, Y, and Z. This is my passion, but I can't do it because it doesn't pay me enough, and I need to support myself, and I need to support my family, right? So as a veteran teacher, hearing that from a veteran teacher is just so disheartening at times. And for instance, one of the younger teachers, so on the complete other side of it, right? We have to hear from both sides. We need to hear from veteran teachers. We need to hear from new teachers. And for the new teacher, she tells me that if she didn't have her husband, she wouldn't be able to be in this profession. And I'm lucky enough that I'm able to stay here.
Please summarize.
Sorry. Yeah, just saying in general, I think it's important that we put that at our forefront, pay for us just so we can reach our kids effectively and keep ourselves afloat. That's all. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I really appreciate your testimony. And we certainly want to make sure our teachers don't have to sign up for a life of struggle to enter this profession. So that's why we're having this conversation today, and really grateful that you added your voice to the chorus. Thank you. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Cynthia Lettieri. I think she's back with us.
Hi, how are you?
And I think I mispronounced your last name, and I'm really sorry.
Chinzia Lettieri. Yes, that's okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Chinzia Lettieri. I am an elementary school teacher. I currently teach 5th grade science in Hamden, and I'm here in strong support of raised bill number 1459, an act concerning teacher salaries. So I just want to get to just some strong facts, some strong data on what's happening in the teaching profession, so we can paint this picture perfectly clear as to what salaries look like for teachers. This year in Hamden, a starting teacher at step 4 with a bachelor's degree would make $48,397. With a master's degree, that starting teacher, step 4, would make $52,659. Smart Assets 2024 study indicated that a single person needs to make at least $100,380 annually to live comfortably in the state of Connecticut. Raising a family of 4 in Connecticut requires a combined annual income of over $279,000 for 2 working adults to live comfortably. I am on step 7 as a 5th grade science teacher in a hard to staff content area with a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a teaching credential. I make $58,047. A few weeks back, I know I told folks that it would take me over 11 years to reach that $100,000 threshold. It's actually more. That step does not even exist in my current contract for Hamden. Some other statistics, the average cost of tuition for a bachelor's degree and a teaching credential in Connecticut is approximately $30,000 a year. So when all is said and done, it would be around $120,000 that this person is incurring in debt to become a teacher. And then if you add on a master's degree, that's about another $50,000. So putting the cost of education well beyond $150,000. And yet, despite this significant investment, that teachers often start with a salary that is barely enough to cover their basic living expenses, let alone pay off student loans. It is also important to know that the Connecticut's Teacher Enhancement Act passed in 1986. That was 39 years ago. And since that time, salaries have not been significantly enhanced. Inflation, rising living costs, and increased job demands have all outpaced the wages of teachers, leaving us behind in terms of both compensation and respect for our work. The state's failure to invest in its teachers over the past several decades is a clear indication that educators have been taken for granted. If we want more statistics, we can look at the recent report, the 2023 teacher shortage report from the Connecticut State Department of Education. More than 30% of teachers in high needs districts leave the profession within the first 5 years. Many of these teachers leave for higher paying opportunities or jobs in fields where the workload is more manageable. We have teaching shortages, staff shortages currently in special education, bilingual education, and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. When we fail to address these shortages and the root causes, we are failing our students, especially those who are most vulnerable. Yesterday, the State of Teaching report by Ed Week came out. The national data indicates that teacher morale has reached an all-time low. Connecticut teachers are among the most dissatisfied. This is due in part to low compensation, a lack of professional respect, and increasing demands with little to no support. Nationally, teacher morale has dropped by over 30% in recent years, and Connecticut has mirrored this trend. We are in alignment with states like Oklahoma, Nevada, and Arizona for teacher morale. Connecticut's teachers have been particularly affected due to the high cost of living and our stagnant wages. If we fail to address teacher morale and compensation, we are going to lose even more experienced educators and continue to exacerbate the teacher shortage. I'd like to say, if I can, that throughout history, that the teaching profession has been undercompensated and has been considered women's work. If you go back into the history of the teaching profession since the 1800s, 1900s, this was always called a calling for our teachers. And that may be true. People might be called to this profession, but it is also our career. And we should be compensated for that.
Thank you. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and thank you for being a teacher. Thank you for doing the best for our kids. I know every teacher, it's so important. I could never be one, so thank you for doing that. But you raised 2 points to me. One, it's expensive to live in this state. And number two, why is higher ed or colleges so expensive? And so that's not a conversation for today, but I just wanted to point that out because those two things add to any profession, but to teachers' profession. So I think we need to also not only look about what we're here for today, but why is it expensive to live in this state and why is college so expensive? So thank you.
I agree. Thanks, Representative. And Representative Constantine?
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'll agree with Representative Zupkis. Thank you for all you do, for all what teachers do. You know, I know we're talking about salaries, trying to figure out, you know, how to improve those. Is the morale, is the lack of morale or the respect for teachers, is it all tied to salaries? What other components do you feel would be helpful for teachers to increase their morale?
Yeah, it's not just morale that affects teachers, helps retain teachers or drives teachers out of the profession. It is a lack of, I would say it's a lack of respect in general for the teaching profession. It's also feeling that we're overworked, that, you know, special education, I know that that's been around here lately, but you know, we have a lot of teachers living that every day. And what do we do with special education when we don't have the support, when we have teacher shortages like special ed teachers? So that for me, when I have students that have high needs, that I'm not getting the support in the classroom, or we can't retain paraeducators because they're also drastically underpaid and undervalued. And so it creates this perfect storm of stress and burnout. And then you see people going off and getting a 2-year associate's degree in computer science and coming out making double the amount of money that you're making as a teacher. And you can only run and go for so long before the burnout affects you, before you say, you know, society does this thing to teachers where we say, most of the teaching profession, 76% of people who are teachers are women. And that's because it was one of the only acceptable professions for women to take on. And we were teachers because men allowed us to be, because we were the nurturers. And so that's why we became teachers, because it was acceptable. And then it was, well, it's a calling, because somehow that made it easier for people to not pay teachers what they were worth because we were women. And now today, we see that vernacular in our society, but instead of saying it's women's work or it's because we're nurturers, you call us heroes. And we need to stop that. That right there is the problem. Calling me a hero does not put food on the table for my family. Calling a teacher a hero does not pay the tuition for their kids to go to college. Calling teachers heroes does not make a living more livable. So I guess what I'm asking this body, what we're asking this from this legislative session, is to stop calling teachers heroes and start paying them as professionals. Because when you call us heroes, society might sleep better at night, but when you pay us as professionals, teachers get to live better. And I think that's the difference. And if you pay us what we're worth, we're going to feel a better sense about ourselves. We're going to feel like we're valued amongst our peers and amongst other professionals. And that's going to bring up our morale. And we're going to go into work feeling as if we are respected, because not only are you telling us that we're respected, you're showing us that we're respected. So yes, things like morale and teacher shortages, they all have a root cause, and I think that root cause is because we are so underpaid.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Heather Tartaglia.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper, ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I serve as the Chief Program Officer at the Capital Region Education Council, and I have the privilege of overseeing programming at CREC that serves our region from birth to adulthood. This is inclusive of special education programming that occurs across the continuum of services, ranging from in-district programming to highly specialized outplacement programs. In its role as one of 6 regional educational service centers in the state, CREC has provided special education services to students with highly specialized needs for almost 60 years. CREC Student Services serves over 2,500 special education students annually, both in district and within our outplacement programs. River Street School in Windsor and River Street Autism Program in Bloomfield serve students with autism ranging in age from 3 to 22. These specialized programs utilize evidence-based practices focusing on skills that enhance our learners' quality of life. Student-specific programming is individualized and focuses on academics, functional living skills, communication, and social and leisure skills. Both programs are able to support students on extended school days up to 8 hours a day and extended school years up to 240 days per year. River Street Behavioral Outreach services support student programming in their home districts with certified special education teachers, board-certified behavior analysts, and assistant behavior analysts. These services include expert consultation, evaluations, assessments, staff and parent training, and BCBA supervision. The Outreach Division can be utilized to help support the creation or ongoing operation of in-district programs in our member districts. For those who struggle with emotional regulation in the school environment, the John J. Allison Polaris Center in East Hartford offers school programming to students grades K-12. Polaris provides a small supportive community where the educational and clinical needs can be met. Using a trauma-informed care approach to student behavior, the program focuses on the unique strengths and needs of each student. In addition to our traditional outplacement programs, we offer 2 regional collaborative programs, one of which I'd like to highlight for you all today. Farmington Valley Diagnostic Center in Simsbury provides an interim educational setting for students who are experiencing significant difficulties in their own school or transitioning from one educational setting to another. Students are provided with a fresh start in a new setting and the opportunity to better understand their own strengths while developing skills that will enable them to be more successful within their school, family, and communities. Since 1998, the center has worked closely with families, schools, and community providers to develop a comprehensive plan to address the educational, social, emotional, and transitional needs of each student. Special attention is given to the exploration of next steps, which may include returning to the home school district. In this model, the district retains ownership of the program, determines the need and mission, retains the fiscal and programmatic decision-making authority, and provides oversight through an advisory board. CREC provides the program operations and fiscal responsibilities, recruits and manages the specialized staff, establishes models that leverage efficiencies, and uses high-impact evidence-based programs and services. The rates for these programs are set by the advisory board, which is comprised of a district superintendent, 2 special ed directors, and a business manager. For each of these programs, individual program budgets are approved by the CREC Council, composed of CREC Region Board of Education members. The tuition is based on these operating expenses. Approximately 78%. As regional leaders in special education, RESC have a proven track record of developing cost-effective multi-district programs that enhance student supports while maximizing state resources. We welcome the opportunity to explore how to further strengthen special education services across our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather, for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so please have a lovely afternoon.
You too.
Next, we have Patrick Hansen. Not with us. Tracy Phoenix. Also not with us. Susan Yankee. No, also not with us. Okay. Rachel Kwan.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Rachel Kwan, and I am a current organizer with Educators for Excellence and a previous educator who is in the field weekly in New Haven Public Schools. I am writing to express my support for HB 7167, which aims to adjust equalization aid grants for towns maintaining public schools. As someone who witnesses firsthand the challenges of our schools face to insufficient funding, I cannot stress enough how urgent it is to ensure equitable distribution of resources. In New Haven, I see the direct impact of these funding gaps: chronic understaffing, paraeducators being forced into sub-teaching roles outside of their contracts, and students lacking essential materials, often having to share computers and supplies across multiple classes. Additionally, our schools do not have enough counselors and social workers to meet the needs of our students. These crucial support staff are stretched thin, often traveling between multiple schools, which means students do not get the consistent mental health and behavioral support they need. The lack of these essential services directly affects student well-being, leading to increased behavioral challenges and leaving teachers with even more responsibilities outside of instruction. Students with IEPs are also not receiving the legally required services they are entitled to. With staffing shortages and lack of resources, schools are failing to meet the needs of our most vulnerable students, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Beyond the classroom, I attend Board of Education meetings monthly, where I hear directly from concerned teachers, staff, and parents. They consistently speak about rundown buildings in dire need of repair and entire classrooms that have not had a consistent teacher since the start of this school year. The superintendent and board members are forced to make impossible decisions, choosing between critical needs because there simply isn't enough funding to address them all. This scarcity creates friction and frustration amongst educators, families, and leadership, when in reality, the main issue is not mismanagement, but a lack of adequate resources. Investing in education is not just a policy decision. It's a moral obligation to our students and the future of our communities. Equitable funding will allow schools to retain and attract qualified educators, provide necessary classroom materials, and ensure that every student, regardless of their zip code, has access to a high-quality education. I urge you to support HB 7167 and take meaningful action to address these disparities. Connecticut students and educators cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your work with our students. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Annette Armstrong. Maybe? No? All right. Andrea Kay, online. I see you there.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Andrea Kay, and I am a public school educator, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of the intent of SB 1459. I am in my 26th year of being a proud and passionate public school math teacher, and I am sure you know that this profession is demanding in many aspects. However, our pay does not equate with the demands of the job. Personally, I have struggled to maintain a moderate lifestyle from paycheck to paycheck since the beginning of my teaching career. Presently, I am the mom in a 2-income family, but still struggle to provide for our 2 children who are passionately engaged with their talents. Because of my years of service, I am at the top of this pay scale in my district. However, over the past few years, there has been little to no increase in my paycheck. From rising insurance premiums, utility cost increases, and general inflation, I have barely seen a cost of living increase from year to year. This is both disheartening and stressful. Through the year, my family is able to budget our expenses, but in the next year, we end up struggling to meet those expenses because of the very small increase in pay versus the very large increase in the cost of living. This has led to me searching for a part-time job through the summer months just to manage these financial responsibilities. I understand how contract negotiations work since I have been a part of my contract negotiation team for 5 rounds. I understand that it is difficult for towns to meet the needs of their citizens and their teachers when it comes to taxes and salaries. This is why SB 1459 would be helpful in attracting new teachers and retaining veteran teachers in all districts. Our state is considered to have one of the best systems of public education, and it should be a priority to keep that status in our country, especially with the current attacks on the Department of Education at the federal level. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and please push to pass SB 1459.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Quenisha Flippin. No. All right, Jenny Canepa.
Yes, can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished state representatives and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jenny Canepa, and I'm the founder of United Parents for Student Success in Stanford, a dedicated group of 475 members. We are here today in strong support of HB 7167, an act concerning education funding. As parents, the most valuable legacy we can leave our children is a high-quality education, one that offers equal opportunities for all and foster academic excellence. It is essential that education be inclusive, which includes special education as well. Our children are the future of this country, and we are committed to supporting and working collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure that every student receives the best education possible. We must continue to advocate for a student-centered funding formula that prioritizes the needs of students and ensures that all public school students in Connecticut have access to the resources they need to thrive. Increasing funding can lead to enhanced resources and classroom materials, a greater number of highly qualified teachers, guidance counselors, paraprofessionals, and other critical staff members in our districts. Most importantly, ensuring that every public school student in our state is funded based on their individual needs, not based on the community in which they live. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to the future of our children. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon. I believe Annette Armstrong is back with us now. Annette, I see you there.
Oh, yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, panel committee. I'm just here speaking on behalf of all the children in the Hartford Public Schools. I'm asking that you guys pass the budget because our kids are really in need of the staff, the materials, and everything else that's needed. If you guys were to cut the budget, our kids would suffer very, very bad because they'll be lacking in education, they'll be lacking in a lot of knowledge and materials that's needed. So I'm just speaking on behalf of the grandparents and asking you guys to pass this budget so that we can get the money that we need to help our kids continue on, especially in the special education area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us in your testimony and advocating on behalf of your grandkids. I don't see any questions for you. I hope you have a great afternoon.
And you do the same.
Thank you. Next, we have Ingrid Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Supkes, Senator Berthel, and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you so much for your service. My name is Dr. Ingrid Kennedy. I am the Executive Director of the State Education Resource Center, known as CERC. It is my privilege to provide testimony in support of Race Bill number 7169, an act establishing a working group to study the incorporation of Connecticut's cultural resources with project-based learning. I am submitting this testimony on behalf of the CERC staff and all members of our legislatively appointed CERC Board of Directors representing teachers, administrators, policymakers, nonprofit and business leaders, and advocates for children and family. CERC was established more than 55 years ago and authorized by statute to provide professional learning to educators and information to families of students with disabilities. Over the years, CERC's mission has broadened. In Connecticut General Statute Section 10-357B currently states that the agency's purpose is to assist the State Board of Education in the provisions of programs and activities that will promote educational equity and excellence. In recent years, CERC has supported the state with the creating of the Black, African American, and Puerto Rican Latino courses studies for high school students and with the model curriculums for students in grades K-8. The proposed working group to study incorporation of Connecticut's cultural resources into project-based learning aligns with students and educators' desire to engage in innovative and experiential learning. The study group could be a valuable resource exploring possible synergies and opportunities to grow audiences and income for many of the state's tourist attractions. It will provide an opportunity to do meaningful work that will ultimately support this committee's continuous efforts to impact students' attendance, student opportunity and achievement, and educators' satisfaction. Connecticut's wealth of culture and artistic resources, including centers for visual and performing arts, a variety of indoor and outdoor museums, and centers of cultural heritage, could prove to be invaluable as additions to our state's curriculum. Project-based learning emphasizes teamwork, time management, and problem solving, while teaching empathy and social responsibility. These 21st century skills go beyond classroom learning in exciting ways. And the proposed group could build incredible learning opportunities. It will also lay the foundation for the next generation of learners to utilize the state's unique and vibrant cultural resources at a time when a well-documented post-pandemic dip in attendance did the exact opposite. Thriving cultural attractions generate tax revenue, and building a plan with this in mind is a win-win, not only for our students, but for our state. So we strongly support Race Bill number 7169 for approval by the Education Committee and stand ready to support you all in the working group. Thank you for your time, your support and attention as we jointly pursue equity and excellence in education for Connecticut students. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kennedy, thanks so much for being here. I just want to say you guys have a reputation of doing really phenomenal work at CERC.
Thank you.
And our state's benefited from that work. And I really appreciate you referencing the disconnection and sort of the lack of engagement and interest in learning that so many of our educators are experiencing with our young people. And with that as a focus of how project-based learning and leveraging these resources within our communities, right, can hopefully re-engage some of our young people, I think is a really exciting potential of this work. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're here to provide the support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. Likewise.
I believe Hannah Spinner is back with us.
Yes, hi. Thank you for having me.
Great to see you.
All right. Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkis, Senator Berthel, and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Hannah Spinner. I'm a senior elementary education student at the University of Connecticut, and I testify today in support of the intent of Senate Bill 1459 and of House Bill 7168. These bills address the educator shortage by increasing educators' salaries, providing tuition assistance, and other financial support to aspiring educators like myself. And they also address teacher recruitment and retention issues and restore respect to the teaching profession. Mary Rich, you're smarter than that. You should go do something else. I was thinking about teaching, but then I realized I'd make no money, so I decided not to. These are all quotes from my loved ones and my friends, and they don't mean to be hurtful. They're just trying to set me and themselves up for success. But what they really mean without saying that many words is you're going into a profession where your compensation is not comparable to the work you're putting into your degree and your career. And they're right. I can't argue with that. I've always wanted to be a teacher, and I knew that compared to my many friends graduating with business and engineering degrees, it would take me at least 10 years, if not longer, with a bachelor's and a master's degree to get where they'll be financially after just 4 years of school and their first job offer. But that never matters when I see the smiles on my students' faces when they learn in my classroom. What does matter, though, is my ability to save up for a house to have my family in, to be able to truly have a summer off sometime in the next 5 years without having to work on my break to make ends meet, and to be given the same respect other careers have for the critical role I play in the future generations of our country. I'm not a glorified babysitter, not a student who gets to color in all of our college classes and get easy A's despite what social media might want you to think about aspiring educators. I'll be in just about a year's time someone with 180 credits of college level education, an advanced degree, someone who's spent hundreds of dollars in certification fees and exams, and someone with nearly 1,000 hours dedicated to working in schools for free, but at the cost of my own dollar in order to be an educator in this state. We're here, we're willing, we're ready in a time where you need teachers most, but we're worth more than the small, barely livable take-home checks in our pockets. However, you have an opportunity through this bill to take action towards changing this. Incentivize us by paying for our 40-hour-a-week, semester-long student teaching internships where I am right now. Incentivize us by looking at the field of education by paying for some tuition fees when we already see finances as a barrier. Incentivize us by making us feel like we can be financially independent when we graduate by earning at least $60,000 in our first job in every district across the state. Connecticut requires us to obtain a Master's of Arts degree. Respect that title. We are Masters of our art, and it's time to start treating us as such by paying us accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Tracy Phoenix.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone on the committee. I am an educator in Vernon. I teach sixth grade special education, and this is my second career. My first career was in marketing and advertising, and I made an awful lot of money. I got a chance to travel the world and do some really exciting things. Well, I had the opportunity to go back years ago to get my master's in special education and in reading education. I have 2 masters, and I decided to pay it forward because I have a son that's on the autism spectrum. And so for a change, I thought that for a career change, I thought I would pay back in terms of helping those who have helped my son along the way. It's really sad now that I am divorced and I have difficulty making my ends meet. Again, it was a substantial pay cut I took from marketing into education. And I just find it extremely difficult to think that our priorities are so out of whack here in America that you would pay me 6 figures to get people to eat more fast food and clog their arteries than it is to educate their children. And I just am a voice for a lot of educators out here who have difficulty making ends meet, who are working 2 and 3 jobs. How much can you expect a teacher to be on her best level of teaching when she's worried about making ends meet and working 2 and 3 jobs? That's taking away valuable time on top of the stress that it takes its toll on the teachers. And again, I wouldn't trade this profession for anything other than the fact that I just think that we're grossly underpaid, and it's a matter of shopping around from district to district who's paying the most. I'm in special education, which is a needs area, and there should definitely be more incentives to attract more special educators. It is a field that is very difficult to find qualified teachers who are dedicated to teaching special education. It's a shortage area right now, and I just don't think that there's a lot being done to incentivize and draw good teachers into this profession. So for what it's worth, this is just my story, and I just thought I would share it, and hopefully it doesn't fall on deaf ears.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for all your efforts in paying it forward to other kids. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Sean Grindle.
Good afternoon, Representative Lepper, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkis, Senator Berthel, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Sean Grindle, and I'm a 5th grade teacher in Southington with 5 years of teaching experience, and I'm here to express my strong support for SB 1459, which addresses the educator shortage by enhancing teacher salaries. Establishing a minimum salary for teachers would improve recruitment and retention across Connecticut and restore respect for the teaching profession. Teaching's not just a job, it's a calling. I worked for 15 years at A&E Television Networks in Stamford in broadcast operations before I transitioned to being a teacher. I wanted to make a difference in the lives of kids. I left a 15-year career and took a pay cut to make a difference. And since then, I've dedicated countless hours beyond the school day, planning lessons, providing feedback, communicating with families, and helping students navigate both academics and life. But passion alone doesn't pay the bills, and living paycheck to paycheck as a father of two 42-year-old fifth-year teachers starting to weigh on the longevity of my career. Many teachers I know work a second or even third job to survive. A while back, I was talking to one of my colleagues who works at an ice cream shop. I said, "How do you work at an ice cream shop after school?" She said, "I need the extra money. I need to cover my rent and my student loans, and teaching just doesn't cut it." I asked, "How do you have the energy to work after a 50-hour work week?" She said, "No, it's more like 60 hours. But what else am I supposed to do? I can't afford to live on my teaching salary alone." Several teachers work at summer camps just to make ends meet. I'm going to apply to a extended school year program this summer to help alleviate the financial strain I'm feeling. Teachers are exhausted mentally, emotionally, and physically, and it's no wonder that so many talented educators are leaving the profession. The financial strain is relentless. Connecticut teachers, as you know, are required to earn a master's degree to maintain certification, often taking on tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. I'll be paying my $30,000 well into my retirement. Many teachers have even delayed starting families or buying houses in Connecticut because they simply can't afford it. It's difficult to feel valued when you're struggling to make ends meet. Teachers hold advanced degrees, undergo continuous professional development, earn entrusted with the educating the next generation. Yet many of us are paid less than jobs requiring far less training and responsibility. For example, starting salaries in Stamford, New Haven, Hartford, and Southington range from $47,000 to $52,000 a year. Meanwhile, entry-level jobs in other fields like sales or business development often start around $100,000 a year without requiring any advanced degrees. That situation is simply not sustainable. When teachers leave the profession, students suffer. Students thrive when they have stable, experienced teachers who understand their needs, but too many educators are burning out and leaving because they simply can't afford to stay. We must make teaching a financially viable career, and this bill would help ensure that teachers are compensated fairly. Offering competitive salaries is not just a matter of fairness, it's essential to securing the future of public education in Connecticut. Simply put, investing in teachers is investing in Connecticut. And I urge the committee to support this bill and ensure that Connecticut remains a leader in public education by fairly compensating the teachers who make that success possible. I just do want to add, thank you for this opportunity. I'm in the middle of teaching a argument and advocacy unit for my fifth graders who are all sitting here right off the screen. And I hope that they can give me some critiques on my argument and my examples and the proof that I provided to you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Grindle. That's wonderful. And thanks for your students for tuning in. You have a question from Representative Poulos.
Hi, Sean. I want to
Good afternoon.
I want to thank you first of all for teaching in Southington, in particular teaching in my former elementary school. I hope you're doing right by the kids there. I have a few questions for you. Follow up on your testimony. You spoke about advanced degrees and ongoing professional development for teachers, and I'm just curious. And you say you're involved in a graduate school program right now. I'm curious, what would you say is the average percentage of a teacher's paycheck that goes towards financing graduate school and or the associated loans with that graduate school? What's the average percentage of the take home that is dedicated to paying off those loans or paying those tuition payments?
Well, I should have my fifth graders do this math right now, but I'm paying around $350 a month on my advanced degree bill. So 350 times 12 is what? Something. I would say it's at least 10% to 12% of my take-home pay per year.
Okay, wow. And you noted that teacher shortages can potentially negatively impact students. Can you elaborate on how a staffing shortage in a classroom or how these shortages are impacting teaching and learning? Or
Sure, I'd be happy to. In our district, we have a great district here in Southington, but there has been turnover, and I see teachers leaving the profession that are great teachers. I think that as a teacher becomes more confident, I'm in my fifth year, I'm becoming more and more confident as I go. You become better further on in your career, I believe, and you get to know students and you get to know their habits and their personalities, and especially in an elementary school where I am, I see them coming from kindergarten and first and second all the way up to where I am in fifth grade. So I have had 5 or 6 years of watching them come up and establishing relationships. And so when they get to my classroom, I can better serve them because I know them, I know their families, maybe I've had their siblings. So longevity in teaching is, I think, super important to the students. Like I said in my remarks, investing in teachers is the best possible thing for student education.
So a lot of teacher turnover would be detrimental to student.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. One last a follow-up question. And I asked this question to everyone who testifies on the topic of teacher salaries. Beyond a salary increase, what other policy changes, what other levers can we pull to support the education system to make your life better, to make you want to stay in the classroom?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of different things on the district and state level that I could talk about. I think that I agree with some of the aspiring educators. I loved hearing from them this afternoon while my class was watching. Student teaching is an enormous burden, especially as a hitting middle age father of 2 with a mortgage. To not be working for 7 months or 6 months was incredibly difficult on my family. And you're already starting in a hole. And I think offering compensation for further education, 6-year degrees, other trainings outside of your district mandated PDs would help keep teachers in the profession, help them build their confidence and their skill set.
Thanks so much for your answers, your testimony, and all you do for Southington students.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Mr. Grundle, enjoy the rest of your day. I look forward to, maybe you can let us know the feedback you get from your students.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Day.
Good afternoon, Chairman McCrory, Leeper, Ranking Member Berthel, Zupkis, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I am David Day, Director of Operations for Goodwin University Magnet School System. It has been over 30 years since the initial filing of the Shev versus O'Neill case, and the state is still striving to provide access to high-quality education regardless of zip codes. Too often we find ourselves divided and competing for limited funds. I frequently ask myself, why do we continue to struggle to provide all schools with the necessary resources to ensure each student can thrive? I am before you in support of the Shev Movement's coalition position to fully fund education for all students in the state. While we appreciate the tremendous work the governor and legislators accomplished last year, more work must be done. My most significant worry is that the magnet schools may be overlooked in whatsoever plan is agreed upon during this budget session. Like RES, Goodwin University Magnet School System cannot access additional funding locally and requires increased state financial support to avoid negative consequences such as larger class sizes, reduced programming, and an inability to meet the Shev case court-ordered demand requirements, which was presented, and everyone's aware of that, through the Regional School Choice and the Connecticut State Department of Education. The proposed 2025 Connecticut House Bill 7167 introduces changes to education funding, including adjustments to ECS formula, and continues the cap on local tuition funding for magnet schools operated by Goodwin University Magnet School System and the RESC. Without adequate funding, schools risk cutting programs, reducing staff, or limited enrollment, all of which would diminish the quality of education we provide. In summary, without the support of legislators, local school districts, and increased funding from the state, magnet schools in the Hartford area would be inadvertently penalized. It is crucial to recognize that magnet schools are not just another line item in the budget. They represent an investment in Connecticut's future. They embody innovation, integration, and opportunity. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of these funding decisions. Let us work together to preserve the legacy of magnet schools and uphold our commitment to fully provide a high-quality education to all students through fully funding all school districts. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carol Gale.
Now? Okay, the light was on, but good. Thank you. I'll start again. So, good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Senator Berthel, and Representative Zupkis, and the members of the Education Committee. My name is Carol Gale. I am a Hartford resident, Hartford teacher, and currently president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers. I hope you hear the love of Hartford in that introductory statement. I am here to testify on House Bill 7167, an act concerning education funding. Education is central to the success of both our economy and our democracy. Therefore, adequate funding for such an important function is essential, and this bill moves in the direction of more equitable funding for Connecticut schools. Magnet tuition billing, while addressed in this bill, does still remain an issue. Caps on magnet tuition are important, but the cap in this bill remains at 58% of the cost of 2024. This still places a burden on districts like Hartford, New Haven, which must pay these magnet tuition costs. At some point, magnet schools, like local district schools, must be able to operate with the funding they received originally. Local school districts should not have to bear the financial burden of paying magnet school tuition on top of losing funding for the loss of enrollment when students choose to attend magnet schools. For a system that was designed to alleviate the inequality of segregation in Hartford schools, it has instead placed a financial double jeopardy on Hartford public schools. Furthermore, how special education is handled is extremely important. Special education services must be provided by the school in which a student is enrolled. Therefore, the cost for such services should come from that school's budget. Coordinating services between sending districts, receiving districts adds complications to an already complex delivery of services for a child. The fact that Connecticut publicly funded educational system already consists of district public schools, magnet schools, and charter schools automatically skews the delivery of special education services. Town and city districts tend to be larger and contain more special education classrooms. Magnets and charters may not offer as many services, thus encouraging parents of special needs students to seek services from their local school districts. This places an undue burden on cities and towns. For example, Hartford spends about 25% of its budget on special education. This is a large amount of funding for a disproportionate percentage of students. As long as funding does not take special education into consideration, it will always put local districts at a disadvantage. There must therefore be a requirement on every school district, whether a Board of Ed, magnet, or charter school, to provide special education classrooms proportional to their student population. Additionally, the state must recognize the increased costs of special ed by including an added weight for special education to the ECS formula. This bill that I'm speaking on today moves towards more equitable funding. While this takes into consideration the current comprisement of our schools, I urge you to consider the possible unequal application in the future should there be an expansion of charter schools in the state. Charter expansion
Please summarize.
Yep. Last sentence. Charter expansion draws students away from other districts, thereby reducing the district's funding and their ability to provide services, and in so doing, perpetuates the inequality of educational opportunity in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will just note, the select committee is still coming up with their recommendations around what they might be doing to enhance funding around students with disabilities. So we kept this just to the ECS formula, choice grant formula, but there will be work forward coming from the select committee on special education. So
Thank you for sharing that.
yes, this isn't to say we won't be doing it. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Kate Cummings. Danica Clark, Denisha Clark, I'm sorry. Is she on? Nope. Fran, you're up.
I always do. Good afternoon, honored members of the Education Committee. Honestly, I love coming to these hearings just to hear everyone's perspective, and I give you great credit for listening so carefully to everyone. I'm very appreciative of it. So anyway, I wanted to talk about a few bills today very quickly. On the Senate Bill 1458 on the Alliance districts, what I would ask is that we wait for this report to come in from the State Department of Education on Alliance districts. As a former Alliance district superintendent, both in Hamden and in Bridgeport, I would tell you changes are necessary. We do need changes to this. I do think, my own personal opinion, is that there are way too many Alliance districts and not enough time to give to the ones that are really in trouble. And so for me, it would be putting the concentration on the opportunity districts. But I would like to hear what the committee who's been studying this for quite some time, what recommendations come forward for that. But I think, this committee, the Education Committee, is on the right track in saying that we definitely need changes in the Alliance District setup. And I'm not a fan, just so you know, I'm not a fan of commissioner network schools at all. I can explain it to you why I feel that way, but, it's a longer conversation, but I do feel that you pour in funding for a number of years and then you pull that funding out, and many of the things that have gone in there are then pulled away, and I'm not sure. I know for me, in looking at the districts that I oversaw, the data wasn't there to support the ongoing improvement in those schools. On 1459, I agree that we need higher salaries for teachers, but I'm not ready right now. I want to see a task force for a couple of years to look at the entire profession. I'm seeing various things coming out now. It's not just about salaries, guys. I've always said this from the very beginning. It's about working conditions. It's about respect for the profession. I just read an article in Ed Week while I was sitting here. I'm listening to you as well, but I read an article that said, what do teachers want? They want us to hire more teachers because they have large classroom size, et cetera. So, I just would like us to take it slow and take a look at it. And that's not saying that I don't believe teachers should have higher salaries, because of course I do. And lastly, House Bill 7167, an act concerning education funding. I just want to say there that the 81 districts that are scheduled to lose money, just want to say they can ill afford to lose those dollars. And so I beg you, please, to hold them harmless. I think it's 8 million in the first year of the biennial and 13 million in the second year, to hold them harmless. I do believe the ECS formula needs revamping, but I know that's not going to get done right away. And if we could hold them harmless during that time, I'd appreciate it. So I know you have lots of speakers. I'll conclude my remarks with that.
Thank you, Fran. And just for the public, the proposal before us does hold what the districts that are deemed overfunded harmless, because it really is not a lot of money, but it is certainly meaningful to each of those districts. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fran, thank you as always for testifying before the committee. Your experience, your insight, and opinions on things have always been very valuable to us in part of our decision making.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. Thank you. I think I heard you just say that you think that perhaps a more measured approach to looking at increasing teacher salaries might include a work group.
Correct.
Okay, so could you, unless you're not prepared to do so, could you, what would go into that work group? And I don't mean who would sit at the table, but what do you think would be some of the parameters that would need to be looked at, identified, examined, whatever, to produce a work product that a legislature in 2027, let's say, or maybe you shorten the time frame and it's next year, could take up as advice and guidance for a future piece of legislation?
I think that's a great question. I would say, I'm sure salary will come into it, without a doubt. But I do believe working conditions are incredibly important. I told you, as a superintendent in Bridgeport, I did exit interviews with the teachers that I lost, and I lost a lot of teachers. And many of them said to me, it's not the salary, Fran, it's the working conditions. It's, I want to be successful, and you don't have the structures in place, which I didn't, because I didn't have the resources to put them in place to intervene with the kids that we need intervention with. 28 kids in a class is just too many in a first grade class. So I would look at that. What could the legislature, maybe there's incentives to lower class size. Those kinds of things I would really like to take a look at. I've said over and over again, and I'm working on it. I do believe we need a campaign to talk about the positives in teaching. Yes, there's stress. Yes, there's burnout, but there's a lot of joy in teaching. And I think I would want to hear from teachers firsthand. We heard from many today, but we have 55,000 teachers. I want to hear from them, from paras. What can we do that will alleviate things next year? And, I'm all for salaries, trust me, but I want us to I think your word is great, a measured approach. Let's take a look at it, and let's come forward with with some recommendations that would really work. I'm very aware of the salaries right now, and I know my starting salary in Bridgeport was $43,000. It was incredibly low, but there are very few districts right now that are at $60,000, and that's a huge jump. And so much as I would love it, I just would say, let's be more measured. Maybe a year would be just enough time if we got it started right away.
Madam Chair, through you, if I may, with a follow-up. Thank you for that. That's also, as I started out, very insightful, and I think I'll have to go back and listen to this again so I can get all of those points down. Do you think there would be, I guess I have two questions and maybe a statement. When you talk about the first point you made was regarding working conditions, right? And then you gave an example of 28 children in a classroom, right? Which, I taught as part of my master's degree in education many, many years ago in a school system here in Connecticut. And we had a lot of kids in that classroom, and I was a much younger person. And indeed, that's very, very challenging, especially for a new teacher, as I was at that point in time. Are there other factors, though, when you talk about Bridgeport? I've had the opportunity to tour some of the public school buildings here in Hartford, and nothing against the people that are running that school system. They've certainly had some challenges, as we are aware, but I wouldn't want to teach in many of those buildings. Actually, just the building itself, the physical plant, because they're not welcoming. They feel perhaps unsafe, all of these different factors. So I'm just curious, is it more than just the classroom environment? Is it the actual overall environment?
Well, I do think it is sometimes the overall environment, the fact that we don't have enough mental health workers in our schools, we don't have enough social workers. You were talking earlier about the mental health and helping with that whole area and SEL. If I had to do it again, I would, in Bridgeport, have had an office in every single school building for a mental health provider from the community, because I'm never going to have, as a superintendent, enough psychologists, social workers, et cetera. And I think we need to break down those walls that this is school and this is community. I needed them at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And if they were there, it would have been really helpful. So I do think that is part of the equation. I think the other part of the equation is in many large districts, I think small districts are better at this, but in many large districts, new teachers can have a sense of anonymity, and they need to feel that they're part of a team. They need to feel that they're respected and loved by, their fellow teachers, et cetera. And I think sometimes we're so busy doing the work with the kids that we forget that adults have the needs too. So I think that teaming thing, and I also think, behavior is an issue. I'm not going to say no. And I think that we need to have more help with that, more help with, intervening with behavior in these schools. It's not enough to send the child to the principal's office and have the principal have the child return an hour later. I used to say that to principals all the time. I don't care if I know that you can't solve all the issues, but you have to come back and communicate to the teacher what you did with that student, just so that they know that they are being heard as well. So there's lots of things that go into it. And that's why I'd love to have that working group that could study it. Just from my experience with the special ed task force, I would say, and I went into it not sure, but we came together with many different perspectives, and I think you would agree our recommendations coming forward were helpful.
And Madam Chair, just one quick follow-up, if I may. Thank you. Fran, thank you again. I agree, not that I need to agree, but I think that all makes
Yes,
sense,
you do,
right?
Senator.
The last thing I would ask you, if we get back to the concept of this working group, do you think it would be important, because the bill before us regarding teacher salaries, if it obviously is going to have to go to appropriations, and probably is going to have a number with more zeros that we've seen as a fiscal note in a long time on a lot of things, right? A very, very large expenditure. And we've argued in the past that that we shouldn't be mandating teachers' minimum salaries from under the gold dome, because we recognize local control. We recognize that what's good for Watertown, which is my hometown, may not be good for Waterbury, which is the bordering city to one of the bordering cities to Watertown. So should that work group, in your opinion, possibly include some form of representation from municipalities,
Yeah,
so that they have
without a
a
doubt.
voice at the table?
Without a doubt. And let me just say to you that one of my first pieces of advice to any superintendent starting out is that you've got to build that relationship with your municipality.
Okay.
You're much stronger together. So yes, I would
Great.
agree, Senator.
Thank you so much for your answers, and it's always good to see you. Madam Chair, thank you so much for so much time.
You're welcome, Senator. Thank you, Fran, for
you.
everything you do for our kids and our public schools generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
I think we have Denisha Clark back with us.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper for your leadership. I also want to express my gratitude to the members of the Bridgeport delegation, who have worked alongside our community at FaithActs for many years and have been particularly engaged during this legislative session as we confront educational challenges in Bridgeport. My name is Dwanisha Clark, and I serve as the Executive Vice President of Strategy and Communications at FaithActs for Education. Today, I want to focus my testimony on a critical flaw raised in Bill number 1458, the dramatic shortening of intervention timeframes. As written, the bill reduces the designation period for districts from 5 years to just 2 years. The shortened timeframe fundamentally misunderstands the nature of education transformation. And as Toni Morrison once wrote, anything dead coming back to life hurts. The renewal of struggling education systems requires time for diagnosis, implementation, adjustment, and sustainable change. Let me be clear about what cannot happen in just 2 years. A district can't implement comprehensive curriculum changes, measure their effectiveness, and make necessary adjustments. Schools can't establish, evaluate, and refine new approaches to teaching and learning. Districts cannot meaningfully address teacher pipeline shortages through recruitment, development, and retention. Communities cannot experience the consistent implementation needed to build trust in new approaches, and students cannot benefit from the stability that is fundamental to education success. The research is unambiguous at this point. When examining successful district transformation across the country, researchers consistently find that meaningful change requires 5 to 10 years of sustained, consistent effort. There's a reason that the current designation period is 5 years. Even that timeframe is challenging for districts undertaking comprehensive improvement efforts. Cutting it to 2 years reflects either a fundamental understanding of educational change or a lack of commitment to genuine transformation. I want to be clear, a 2-year intervention is not an intervention at all. It is a disruption. It's enough time to create instability, but not enough time to establish anything better in its place. Instead, this committee should consider maintaining or extending the current 5-year designation period, creating a framework of phased implementation with clear benchmarks across multiple years, establishing a long-term commitment with sustainable funding mechanisms, and developing a 7 to 10-year vision while maintaining accountability checkpoints throughout. With our state's $5 billion rainy day fund, we have the resources to commit meaningful long-term change. Our children deserve more than quick fixes and political timelines. They deserve sustained investment in their futures. I urge this committee to amend the timeframe provision raised in the bill. Educational transformation is not a sprint. It is a marathon that requires pacing, persistence, and a long-term commitment to the communities we serve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy for Bridgeport in particular. It's been pretty inspiring.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, and I'm sure there's lots, we will be continuing to talk about how we can improve what sort of supports the Alliance districts receive and the framework for that support in the coming weeks and months. So I look forward to that.
Thank you so much, Representative Lieber.
Next, we have Karen Flippen. Maybe. Nope. Sarah Egan?
Hi, good afternoon to the committee. My name is Sarah Egan, and I'm the Executive Director at Center for Children's Advocacy. It's a statewide nonprofit law firm representing children throughout the state. We are testifying in response to several bills today, but really to make the point that our lawyers around the state continue to be deeply concerned about delivery of special education services to children with disabilities in a number of districts. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we've been doing and concerned about recently. One is, as you've heard today from lots of folks, the staffing shortages around the state are impacting significantly what children are receiving right now in their classrooms. We recently sent a demand letter to one major school district outlining serious concerns about what's happening for kids, including, and I know you've heard some of this today, classrooms that have no certified special education teacher leading them, paraprofessionals who are assigned to specific students, but who are pulled away to run classrooms, and even a waiting list for early childhood special education services. I wouldn't be doing my job as a lawyer for children if I didn't state that all of those are not only examples of the poor provision of special education to highly vulnerable children, but that it violates children's civil rights to an education under state and federal law. We also wanted to highlight the need not only for funding, but for capacity for localized monitoring and enforcement of what is being delivered to these children. In the wake of the cuts that we're watching as we speak at the federal level and the dismantling of federal oversight for civil rights for vulnerable children, it will be incumbent now more than ever to make sure that state entities, State Department of Education and other entities are empowered and supported and resourced to do localized monitoring and enforcement of special education service delivery for highly vulnerable children. I wanted to share with you one example to also bring home what I'm talking about. In one of my capacity as a child advocate for children, I visited a classroom for multiply disabled students in an urban school district because of concerns that had been raised about what children were receiving in that classroom. I spent about 2 hours with a colleague in the room, some lovely people, some lovely aides, and with many students with significant needs. In the 2 hours that I was there was no education going on. Some of the students were watching television. One student that I sat with had a program book, but when I asked his aide what training she had to provide education to him, she said that she had none. And when I asked her how she knew what to deliver to the student, she said, his mom tells me. So after 2 hours of being in this classroom, I met with the superintendent of schools for that district to talk about an immediate corrective action plan to address the lack of education in that classroom. Now, that wasn't happening for those students because nobody cared. It was happening for 2 reasons. One, the program wasn't supported with the right staff and resources, and nobody was monitoring and enforcing children's civil rights and education in that classroom. We know that examples like that abound around the state, and I'm not doing my job if I don't talk about that, not just in terms of educational policy, but in terms of the civil rights of children to a meaningful
Please summarize, Sarah.
in the least restrictive environment. So we appreciate the efforts that the committee is making with a number of these bills to recruit and retain qualified staff for children. And we urge you to move forward with funding proposals as well as a mechanism for meaningful, robust oversight of special education services to highly vulnerable students. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Nee.
Hi, my name is Lisa Nee. I am a former board member of Disability Rights Connecticut, and I'm currently on the board of the League of Women Voters for the Shoreline. I am a parent of a person with autism and IDD, and I have been a disability rights advocate for at least 23 years. I'm here today about Bill 5001 and that the commissioner should restructure transition services due to some of the information we found. Restructuring transition services makes dollars and it makes sense. Before I quit my job to manage my son's transition, I was the director of original programming at Lifetime Television. I know how businesses work. If transition were a business, it would be out of business because of the dismal results that we're having of students leaving their transition unemployed, underemployed, living in segregated situations or in their parents' basements playing video games or worse, on the streets. The current return on investment on transition services is just dismal. Along with a partners and policy group, we devised a transition experience survey, and I have copies for everybody who might want to take a look at it. We have just begun distributing the survey. It has 23 questions, and we have already 126 responses from 77 different towns. And what we found just from that amount is a very consistent telling bit of information. There is a key person missing from the organizational flow chart. Got the student up here, there's somebody missing there, and then you have the other folks. And you're soon going to find out who that person is, because you cannot run a successful business and expect excellent outcomes with a key person missing from your organization chart. So let's get to how are we going to find out who's that missing person? When asked in the survey, how important is a parent's involvement in the transition process? the majority of the parents said very important to important. So that is a huge amount of parents saying that parents need to be involved. And I also hear that from DDS. The successful transitions are those with the parent involved. So then you ask, what is the communication impact between the parent and the school? And the majority of the parents say it takes a lot, that there are barriers, that there are secret handshakes, that there is lingo being used at the meetings. You can't follow what's going on. Sometimes it's not in my language. One of the respondents was deaf and said there was nobody there interpreting. And so what we find is, who is the missing person? It's us. It's the parents are missing. They are the key. If you look at every successful transition, it's because you had a crazy, passionate parent. And not everybody can be crazy and passionate because the hours don't work for them to come to the PPT meeting. You know, it's not in their language, or they're just having trouble conceptualizing of what this disability is. So that's the big missing person from the flow chart. So on the advice of my son, therapist, he was told to stop coming to the PPT meetings because they're too tense. So you also have to have a certain constitution to participate in a PPT meeting and advocate for your students' needs. It makes sense, right? And how does it make dollar sense? It makes dollar sense because if you save on outplacements, which Connecticut ranks first in the country in special education outplacements, if you save on one of those, you've saved dollars for a person to become this advocate for the parents. You're reducing the outplacement, you're preparing better adults to go out into the society that are tax-paying adults, and there are legal fees. When you had the open-ended question, what are some of the positives about transition services? The parent said, the only thing my school system did well was pay up in litigation. Ka-ching, right? So you've got that.
Lisa,
and then,
can you please summarize?
Yeah, I sure can. So what are we doing to parents who are quitting their jobs? And we're also causing them great heartache, which you can't put a dollar amount on. So we recommend the Commissioner of Education restructure transition services so that parents have a meaningful position in their child's transition and that the school is respectful of that transition. So it makes dollars and it makes sense. Thank you.
Lisa, that was amazing. Honestly, I really appreciate your passion. You certainly got everybody's attention in this room. And I also really appreciate your differentiated, I think you can't come this way, but you can leave them there and we can pick them up. For our visual learners and our audio learners, you delivered. So thank you. And I think you're totally spot on. Parents are essential. I think generally in all aspects of education, then we don't always talk about it as much as we should, but 100% for our transition services. It's on the shoulders of the parents. And
it can be very scary for a parent.
Of course.
You know, you walk into the room and the whole table's sitting there and you're like, can I ask for this? You know, it's hard.
And I appreciated when you referenced all like the lingo,
Yeah.
lots of lingo, and in education generally, but in particularly in special education. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Representative Reddington Hughes.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming here today, because I have people in my own district that are experiencing the same thing. And because we are a transportation desert, it really makes it difficult for any student that is trying to transition. I had a student that actually was working in Waterbury. His parents both held full-time jobs. And on the days that they couldn't drive him to work, he had to Uber. So he was using all of the money that he was making in his job to pay for that Uber. This is not workable. We really want to give students the best foot forward in feeling positive about life, and we need to do better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I agree with everybody that everybody said so far, and you'll probably hear more of it. But thank you so much for coming in and advocating for parents' role in their children's education. I don't feel, and I've been on this committee for, this is my 7th year, I don't hear it enough. I think it's so important. I think it's something that we all, I think there's a lot of people out there that do it, but nobody talks about it. And you came in and you passionately talked about it. So we'd so appreciate that. But I do want to ask you a couple questions if I can. Can you talk a little bit more about, you had said that people go to meetings and there's some hidden language, that kind of thing. Can you just expound a little bit on that? Like, what are you talking about in that respect?
Yeah, I have to tell you, when you think there's a secret handshake, you come into the room and they're all sitting there and they have the IEP all planned out. And then you say, well, you know, he doesn't really like working with animals. He likes working with cars. And they say, no, it's animals. And you find out later it's because they have a relationship with an animal rescue site. They don't have a relationship with cars, which is exactly what happened to my son. And fast forward, you know, give it my 110%, he is a full-time auto mechanic and drives himself to work. And they had him out working with animals. And it was just, so you thought, oh, what's going on here? So you get this really disconnect. So that to me always felt like the secret handshake. And then they say, they toss you the Transition Bill of Rights. Could you read that? It's for lawyers. And they're saying, well, I gave you the Transition Bill of Rights. And I'm like, what? You know, it's just, you just feel like, and then you get to the point where it feels like, yes, he could join the after-school robotics club, but what if he needs somebody to be there with him? And they're like, no, he'll never function in robotics. Okay, fast forward, as a senior, he was the president of the robotics club. Now, could he program a computer? No, but he was on top of everything else, the nuts, the bolts, the charging of the battery, the organization. So all of this, you know, fear that something that a parent might ask might cause more money, might need another body. And a lot of times it doesn't. You know, now we found, and people that when they came to do the yearly evaluation, they said, Charlie is a completely different person in robotics than he is in school. And you start going, well, why did we have these PPT meetings for 4 years to figure that out? You know, it was, and you know, I could show you some of the other results, but low expectations is, you know, the majority of answers that people felt like the expectations for the student were low. And you think they're high because everybody's like that, but you know, and I will tell you, there's 4 towns that do really well, that get a very high ranking from the parents, from the outcomes. You know, the majority of the 18+ students say, how do you feel about the future? Scared or worried. And if you see one that says positive, my life is going in the right direction, that's this top bar, it's from 4 different towns, you know, and they're doing it very well, it seems. So
Thank you for that. And if I may follow up with one more, I think one of the things that you had said was that that going in is scary for parents. I do know that in my particular town, we actually have a couple of people. One is a mom of an autistic child, 2 autistic children that help other families go into these PPT meetings just for moral support. And also, as you said, you know, so that parents can understand what I'm going up against. I think there are limitations to school districts as far as what they can offer and how they can offer that. And that's probably why maybe they have these, you know, hidden agendas, whatever, when you walk in, because they can only do so much. But I think the conversation that you say that you have and with an advocate go in there with you definitely can help that. And then there's another lady in town that actually works with families on a bigger scale and greater scale when things really start to hit the fan. And she's able to do it because she comes from an educator point of view, a superintendent point of view, administrator point of view, and they see her coming and they run in the other direction. So, but it's unfortunate that you have to get to that point is my thing. So I wonder whether or not there's something that we can do, and I'm just going to ask you your opinion on this. Is there something that we can do at the SDE level or with CAPS or with CEA, somebody out there as well as us to be able to do something for the parents as far as training them or making them understand the system better or something? Is there something that you see that we could do proactively that we can help parents, educate parents on the education and how it works and the system? And, you know, what can you speak to that? Like, can you come up with suggestions?
Yeah, I can tell you what is the dream scenario is that there is a parent advocate that specifically reports to the parent that does not report to the school. Because we have those parent advocates come in, and also a parent with a child with autism has a lot of expertise about their child, but you need somebody who really understands the resources that are available. Another question in there, how nervous are you about the resources that are due to you? I don't know about them. I don't know, you know, and if, and we had some people answer, a foster parent was answering, he's walking off the cliff. Education to the lack of education, poverty, street life, for a person who probably had good skills. And a lot of, look, I have a son who qualifies for DDS. So there's some help there as you continue on. You don't qualify for DDS and you drop off that cliff at 22 and he has friends that happened to, and somebody who wanted to be installing ceiling fans, and in fact installed all of them in my house, is now washing dishes in a nursing home. Pays a salary, that's cool, everything, it's a job, but he wanted to do and had skills to do something else. So, but I think it's very important that it's not just a parent advocate that steps in during the PPT meeting. Tell me more about your child. Tell me what, or the kid talks more. But it's just so important that you have somebody with the stamina, and it's their job to make this work for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again very much for coming in and advocating on behalf of parents.
Yes.
Really
thank you.
important.
Representative Zupkis, did you have a question as well? Sorry, Lisa.
I'm
One
sorry.
more.
Really, excuse me, it's just a comment because Representative Haynes kind of said, I was just going to thank you for coming in. I work with a lot of people with IDD and have for a long time. I get it. And so thank you for advocating as a parent and looking out for the parents. That's extremely important. And just a comment, when you talk about lingo and not understanding, I've been through it. I have a college degree. I'm pretty smart, I think. But I walked in and I was like, what the heck are they saying? I had no idea. And my school district was great and did great things for my daughter and all of that. But it is intimidating. And I didn't know what the heck they were talking about at all. And I had to just leave it up to them, which is okay because I love them and they're great. But, you may not always be in that situation. So thank you.
Yeah, I made a cheat sheet of the lingo and still stuff popped up.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Wheelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. There's a few of us on this education committee that are also on the select committee for special education. And I was just wondering, have you shared what you testified on today with that group?
I
I haven't seen
attended
it.
the hearing, the special education
Mhm.
hearing, public hearing. And I did something similar to this. At that point, we only had 85 responses. Now we have more and we're trying to diversify. But yes, I did.
Okay.
And I can update it with, we've got more response. I hope to get 300. Let's see.
Okay, thank you. No, as we are continuing to put the language together, since this is a very temporary sort of placeholder language, it's important to get the feedback when we put that all in one place. So just want to make sure it had been shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Wieland, for that. 3 things.
Mm.
I want to know the 4 towns that are doing it right.
Oh, I can, off the top of my head, one is Putnam and another one is West Hartford. And there's another one, I'm not originally from Connecticut. Let me get those and send those
that
to
would be
you. But
great.
yeah, I think so too. Let's look at it because they're very passionate about it's being done right.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Second, I was going to say, I believe this year is the first year of implementation where starting at age 16, there'll be PPTs to start planning for transition.
Should be 14.
Okay. Appreciate that. And last, I just want to say Charlie's really lucky to have you. Seriously. It was like struggling to keep the emotions at bay because this is exactly like some kids are so lucky to have a mom, right? Or dad who will do this for their child. And there is no replacement for this type of love and commitment to their child. And as much as we try really hard to put in every support and safety net for our kids that we can, there is no replacement for this. And so congratulations.
Yeah, I'm lucky. Yeah.
I mean, Charlie's lucky. So thank you for being here today.
Okay.
I don't think any of us are going to forget this.
Well, thank you all for your commitment. I appreciate it. Very grateful. See if I drop anything.
It's a tough act to follow, but I think we're lucky because next we have Rose Nova and maybe also Mom. Hey, Rose. We're really happy you're here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rose Nova, and I am a 4th grade student at Glenville School. I would like to tell you about the very important subject known as recess. Even though recess seems like a subject that doesn't really matter all that much, it's actually really important for everyone. It helps the brain reset after working for a while, sort of like a break. Sometimes kids have a lot of energy that we don't know what to do with. This makes it harder for kids to focus on classwork. This is why it's good for kids to be able to run around and let their energy out on the playground. It's also good and healthy to be out in fresh air. And most importantly, recess is about having fun and hanging out with other kids. It's not fair that not everyone can participate in recess. Some people are in wheelchairs and can't go on the playground like everyone else can. This isn't fair. Recess is a good time to talk and play games with friends, like tag or hide and seek on the playground. If you can't go on the playground, it makes making friends a lot harder because recess is the best time for friends to talk and have fun. It is difficult for other kids to play with kids in wheelchairs because we don't have opportunities to play together on the playground. I imagine that it's hard for kids to wheelchairs to watch other kids play. This must hurt their feelings. And besides, if you're having a really rough day and you want to take a break, wouldn't you want to be on the playground playing with other kids who care about you? Because I know I would. It doesn't always have to be this way. When I was in kindergarten, I got to go someplace where there was a playground that kids in wheelchairs can use. It had ramps. It also had this special swing that was sort of like a platform for kids in wheelchairs. In my school, Glenville, we have ramps to get where we need to be in a safe, easy way. Unfortunately, there are no ramps on the playground. Maybe we can get a similar playground for kids for schools that have kids in wheelchairs. I'm asking for your help to get these playgrounds and fix this problem. This way, recess can be a fun, fair time for everyone.
Rose, that was wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for advocating for, I think, so many of your friends. You know, before I was a legislator, I submitted testimony to the legislature one time, and it was for 2 recesses for elementary school kids, because I agree with you, recess is really important for learning and being healthy and all sorts of things. And so I really appreciate you bringing to our attention all kids, even those in wheelchairs and other disabilities, being able to participate in recess. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming. You did a great job, and your friends are lucky to have you as a friend. Recess was my favorite subject in school, so I agree. But it's so important for everybody to have friends and be included, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for doing that, and keep telling all your friends to keep doing it because it's so important.
Okay.
What's your favorite game at recess?
No.
Well, you like to play a lot of games at recess?
Yeah.
Okay. I love recess too. As a student and as a teacher, I always give my students extra recess time. So thanks for advocating for your friends, all of them, okay?
Okay.
Senator Berthel?
Hi,
Hi.
how old are you?
I'm 9.
You're 9. And is this your mom?
Yeah.
So I'm blown away by what you presented to us, but I want to make sure that you thank your mom and you give her a big hug and kiss when you leave here for getting you up here and getting you, because I'm sure this was probably made you a little nervous today, right? A little bit?
Yeah.
Maybe not? Yeah, a little bit. But you did an amazing job. Amazing job. Thank you so much for sharing how you feel about recess and your advocacy for other people. That's really, really impressive for a 9-year-old. And Mom, thank you so much for doing this today. It's the best testimony all day, clearly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator. Representative Waylander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. We had a part of a new playground put on one of our schools, and my daughter, who was there, she said that her favorite part was this great new piece where everyone, including her friends that were in a wheelchair, could get on, and it was like a giant boat that just rocked back and forth. Have you been on that before?
No.
No, it's super cool. It's super cool. And I think it was really great for you to be here today and to share your thoughts on it, because I agree, everybody, I think even grown-ups could do with some research, recess and getting some fresh air and wiggles out and all of that. So thank you for being here today.
Thanks so much, Rose. I know Fairfield, we have 11 elementary schools. Only one of them has an all abilities playground. And I think it's recognized as the best playground in town, but it would be wonderful if every school had a playground that everybody could be on. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have one more, Representative Haynes.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Thanks for coming today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no problem. You know, I have to tell you, I go into schools a lot and I get to read and I get to talk to kids and I tell them about what I do for a living up here in Hartford. And the one thing I tell them is that I advocate, I try and come up and I try and bring attention to things. And I say that you guys can do this too. And you're the first one that has come up and taken me up on that idea. So good job. Excellent job. Yesterday I was in another meeting with a young man who's 9 and you beat him out because you were here. So, but thank you so much. It's so great to hear from the kids out there as to what we're doing here and how we can make it better for you in the future. And I hope that you're going to be sitting on this side of the desk very soon.
Yeah.
So have a great day. Enjoy the outside for us, would you?
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Erickson. Naomi, did you have your own testimony? All right, go ahead. Sorry. Kate, we'll come right back to you.
Thank you. Tough act to follow. Yes. So honored and esteemed members of the Education Committee, thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. As many of you all know, my name is Naomi Nova, and I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut, commonly known as SEEK. My goal is to hit on 4 topics today, but I think I'm only going to get to 2 of them. Same day notification of restraint and seclusion, a redefinition of seclusion, cameras in classrooms, and observations. Currently, the law allows for 24 hours to notify a parent if their child is placed in physical restraint. We are requesting that that be changed so that a parent is notified on the same day that their child is restrained. The reason why is because restraint is an emergency intervention. It's reserved for the most extreme times, in which case a child's behavior has risen to a level where they are, at risk of hurting themselves or somebody else. In every other scenario, parents expect to be notified on the same day if their child is involved in an emergency, and restraint shouldn't be any different. A parent has an absolute right to know if their child was in an emergency situation. And the timeliness of the parent's notification is crucial. Many of the students who are restrained are young. The most recent data from CSDE shows that between kindergarten and 5th grade are the most common times for a child to be restrained, and it starts to drop down after that. In addition, many students who are restrained have disabilities such as autism, emotional disability, ADHD. And their ability to communicate effectively with their parents can be very impacted by the nature of their disability. Additionally, if they have a trauma history, it can be exacerbated by this. So parents really need to know immediately that their child is restrained so that they can also make an informed decision as to whether or not to send their child to school the next day, or if their child needs additional time to process that trauma. So that's why we're requesting same-day notification of restraint and seclusion. Regarding seclusion, we would like to change the definition of seclusion so that it includes, in order to be permissible, that it has to be involved, that there has to be a mental health professional with the student, working with the student to help that student re-regulate, de-escalate, and calm down. It will make seclusion a much safer practice, and will also help seclusion achieve what it's supposed to achieve, which is that the child is no longer at imminent risk of hurting themselves because they are now working with a trained professional to calm down and self-soothe and re-regulate. Otherwise, we're just putting them in fight or flight. Regarding cameras in classrooms, a lot of parents are very concerned when they send their nonverbal students into a classroom. Their students come home with bruises that can't be explained as to what happened. And unfortunately, this is not a rare occurrence. Cameras in classrooms allow for really great transparency. And I can tell you that I have, seen footage that has exonerated teachers where there has been a question as to whether or not something went wrong, and it's clear that there was nothing that went wrong. But that footage does provide then for a really great transparent discussion as to what can be different, what can be changed to promote that student safety. We also know from the news that there are plenty of times where, unfortunately, untoward things happen in those classrooms, and sometimes the only way to prove what happened is to have that video footage. Lastly, regarding observations in classes, although there is guidance that says that best practice is to allow parents, experts to come in to do observations when they're evaluating a student with disabilities, it's not a requirement. And there are some school districts that absolutely flat out refuse to let parent evaluators come in and do any kind of observation in the school. This makes it impossible for parents to get meaningful data as to how their child is progressing. And I can see that I'm out of time.
I'm the worst at the please summarize, so thank you for reading the cues. Does anyone have any questions? Rep. Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Naomi. And it's a hard act to follow, I have to admit, but you did a nice job. In this state, is there not same-day notification right now? And if it's not, what is it?
It's 24-hour notification. So if a student were restrained on at 1 p.m., for example, then they have until 1 p.m. the next day to notify the parents.
thank you. We do have to look at that. We need to think about that one because as a parent, I would want to know.
Right,
Um,
thank you.
The other piece is when you were talking about cameras in classroom and your child coming home with bruises and all of that kind of thing. I'm sure you probably went to the school, but would you ever go to like State Department of Education or further along if you're not?
I'm sorry, I'm
Well,
not understanding your
didn't
question.
you say that your child or people come home with bruises and they don't know where they're coming from when they go to school? You take your child to school or it gets a bus and then comes home and your child has bruises and no one can explain it.
Right. So, right. So all too often when that happens, there is no explanation. Parents never know what happened, what caused that bruise. They just know that there's a bruise, and oftentimes you don't get a clear answer as to what happened. Sometimes parents will, sometimes parents will refer to DCF when that happens, or there can be an investigation, but oftentimes parents don't know. Now, I'll come back to Hubbard Day School. They have cameras in every single classroom, every single hallway. And, for anyone who's not familiar with Hubbard, they work with some of the most behaviorally complex kids in our state. And so they view these cameras as incredibly important because it allows them to then go back, review the footage, see what happened, if they need to implement additional trainings, et cetera, et cetera. It also gives parents that comfort of transparency.
Okay.
And-
And what's the name of that school? Hubbard?
Hubbard Day School.
Hubbard Day. Okay.
And to be fair to teachers, we already know that there's a teacher shortage and a para shortage. You can't have eyes on every student every second of the day in your classroom, even in some of these small settings where there are a lot of very high needs children. And so a child could be in a situation where they get a bruise or get an injury that, was just unwitnessed.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Representative. You do? Senator McCrory?
Just a quick question. When you're referring to cameras in the classroom, you're saying cameras in all classrooms or classrooms are just with students who are nonverbal?
Thank you. Just for the self-contained nonverbal classrooms.
And you said something about mental health professionals when students are restrained. Explain to me where you're going with that.
In seclusion. So we would like to redefine seclusion so that a permissible seclusion is, still when a child is removed from their learning environment, but when they are working alongside a trained mental health professional to de-escalate and re-regulate.
Okay.
As opposed to what we have right now where, they are, for all intents and purposes, locked away because they're physically prevented from leaving that space, but there's nobody who's working with them to help them calm down and de-escalate, and so it's actually quite terror-inducing.
So you're saying when they're separated, when they're secluded, you want to make sure a mental health worker is there in presence with whoever is supposed to be providing that academic instruction. Is that right?
I'm so sorry, Senator McCoy, I couldn't hear you very well with
Said-
the background.
I'm saying when a person is secluded, you would like to see a mental health worker working along with that child when they are secluded away from their other classmates and away from when they're around the person that's providing the instruction, correct?
So, in terms of the person who's providing the instruction, when the students are secluded, they're removed from their learning environment. So there's not necessarily somebody who's providing instruction to them. They're just locked away. But yes, we would like to see somebody who is a trained mental health professional in that seclusion space, whether it's a seclusion room or a different area that the school utilizes for seclusion to help de-escalate.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Kate Erickson.
Good afternoon, honorable chairpersons, vice chairpersons, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 7167, an act concerning education funding. My name is Kate Erickson, and I represent LEARN, the regional educational service centers serving Southeastern Connecticut. For over 55 years, LEARN has collaborated with 24 districts in Southeastern Connecticut to provide high-quality educational programs and services. In partnerships with the other 5 RESCs in the state of Connecticut, we've activated our RESC Alliance teams to provide a full suite of services that support the educational needs of all districts in the state. Today, 5 of the 6 RESCs operate inter-district magnet schools, serving over 13,000 students across Connecticut. And these schools are vital in fostering diverse and inclusive learning environments, promoting school choice, and driving innovation in teaching and learning. Magnet schools remain essential in preparing students for college, careers, and civic engagement. With rigorous theme-based curricula, integrated learning environments, and forward-thinking instructional approaches, magnet schools strengthen public education as a whole. Bill number 7167 proposes necessary revisions to Connecticut's education funding formula, including a much-needed adjustment for inter-district magnet schools. By increasing per pupil funding, this bill ensures that magnet schools remain financially viable, sustaining their ability to serve students with high-quality, theme-based education. Without these critical changes, magnet schools will face staff reductions, program cuts, and potential closures, undermining the equitable access to education that Connecticut has worked hard to achieve. In solidarity with the RESC Alliance, I urge you to invest the $13.2 million in fiscal year 26 and the $20.4 million in fiscal year 27 to keep our magnet schools open. This bill will also support our local school districts by reducing their magnet school tuition burden. If this bill cannot be supported, it's critical that the 58% town tuition cap for the fiscal year 24 is removed. Beyond funding for magnet schools, the RESC Alliance seeks continued investment in the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, a proven research-based initiative for recruiting, training, and retaining diverse educators in elementary education, special education, and secondary math. Learn's own schools and programs currently employ 4 educators who completed this program. This immersive approach ensures that new teachers enter the workforce fully prepared and seamlessly integrated into their school communities. The RESC Alliance is confident that with $1.5 million line item investment, that we can continue to add to the already 134 TRP produced teachers in Connecticut's workforce, workforce. I would be remiss if I did not also address HB 5001 with regard to the quality and the delivery of special education services. As you continue examining this issue, I'd like to highlight the integral role that Learn and the RESC Alliance plays in developing regional programs that serve multiple districts. These collaborative efforts not only enhance educational opportunities for students with specialized needs, but also create cost efficiencies for the state. Exploring solutions for fully funded special education costs, easing the financial strain on districts, and recognizing the state has dedicated partners in the RESCs is essential to ensuring that each student with unique needs has what they need to succeed. Learn and the RESC Alliance are eager to share insights and identify ways in which we can continue to be of service to students and to the state. Together, we can strengthen the services for this vulnerable population of students. These bills are not just about numbers, though. They're about the future of education in our state. It's about ensuring that all students, regardless of their zip codes, strengths, and needs, have access to innovative, high-quality learning environments that prepare them for success in life. I respectfully ask that you please invest in the future of Connecticut students, teachers, and communities by fully funding these critical initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking today.
Thanks, Kate.
Have a good one.
You too. Next, we have Leslie Blateau.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven and a resident of New Haven. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, divisional VP for AFT Connecticut, and steering committee chair for Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm going to try to testify about 3 bills today. First, I want to express our strong support for SB 1459, which sets a minimum salary of $60,000 for certified teachers. We also urge the inclusion of paraeducators who are integral to supporting students, especially in special education settings. Paraeducators deserve fair compensation as well as teachers. In fact, in New Haven, paraeducators are more likely to be the family members and caregivers of our students. So investment in paras means investment in our students and families. And here's the reality. Connecticut is the richest state in the wealthiest country in the world, so we can afford to pay our teachers and paras competitive salaries. And this is an issue of economic and racial justice, because we know we are living in the reality of two Connecticut's, where some students have access to fully funded educational experiences and others do not. And we know this is because school funding is tied to property taxes. So in cities like New Haven, over 55% of our real estate is tax exempt. So we face real challenges that impact teacher salaries, teacher retention, and of course, student opportunities. So this bill is vital to addressing these disparities. And I'll build off of what Ms. Rabinowitz highlighted, that this is also, we are also open to addressing the working conditions and the class size issues that run along these same lines of the two Connecticut's. So it was heartening to hear her comments on that. Also want to express support for HB 7169 to create the working group with respect to Connecticut's cultural resources and project-based learning. So this initiative will help students connect with our state's history while promoting best practices for learning and engagement. And we definitely want to see teachers included in this working group, specifically from AFT Connecticut. I'll just highlight, teachers in New Haven are already doing this kind of work. We are creating maps highlighting Black, Latinx, and Indigenous history of our city. We collaborate with the Beinecke Library to use their archives as teaching tools. We take our students on memorable field trips. So it's very reassuring to see you all considering this legislation that brings project-based learning to the center, because we want to move away from this relentless onslaught of progress monitoring and over-testing, and we want to return to what we know works for our kids. I would also like to highlight, I know that there's still work being done on special ed. So I just want to highlight where we hope this legislature and this committee is going when it comes to special ed. We want to fully fund the excess cost sharing. We want to reduce reliance on out-of-district placements and make sure there's oversight on the skyrocketing costs of private outplacement. We want to add that special education weight to the educational cost share formula. And then we're really looking to the state of Connecticut for guidance and support when it comes to caseload caps for our special ed professionals, for teachers, social workers, psychologists, speech language pathologists. The burnout, depletion, and staff shortages that educators and service providers are experiencing is a result of our unmanageable caseloads. So we are looking forward to intervention from state leadership so that we can make sure our students' needs are met. Thank you for the time to testify on 3 important bills. And we can accomplish getting the resources that students and educators need by adjusting the fiscal roadblocks so those resources can come through. There is so much potential in this state, and I am optimistic that we can work together to meet communities' needs.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. Next we have Asia. I'm so sorry, Kerr. Asia.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to get my video to connect, and I'm actively working at school, so.
Thanks for being with us.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkis, and Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am Asia Kerr. I'm a wife, mother, sister, and soon will be a teacher. I'm from Connecticut and have lived in and attended school in 6 different school districts in the state. One of my greatest desires is to spend the rest of my life teaching. I want to be the difference I needed as a child who was fostered, abused, and neglected, because I know how important school can be. From the beginning of my journey to become an educator, I've had the privilege of being supported by my husband, son, and friends. They've all worked to help my survival through schooling so that I didn't have to give up on this dream. Since I've been in college, my obligations to my family have not ended, but to do the hard work of learning, my financial ability has been limited. As a student teacher, I had to travel 53 miles back and forth to my college and cooperating school For 112 days, I added an extra 29 miles a day to my car, which can take a toll on the vehicle I need for my family. As a student, my college provided me an exceptional education. However, college comes with a lot of debt. I have paid for books out of pocket, some cost over $200. I've paid for state testing and evaluations, which cost over $500 altogether. To be an efficient educator, I've spent money on materials to teach students. Now, as I near the conclusion of my bachelor's degree and look towards my master's degree, I'm promised an extra $20,000 to $40,000 in student loans. To go to college for the last few years, I decided to quit a job that paid me over $45,000 a year, and I had zero experience or background training. Currently, there are entry-level teachers in our state that make about the same amount or even less. The expectation is that teachers are required to train hard and unfortunately incorporate their own funding to be able to actually implement the ideas that they think are best for their students. While having my previous job pre-college, I had to DoorDash, Instacart, and do other odd jobs to supplement my income. And now I work with teachers and fellow aspiring educators on a daily basis that are leaving school every day to work all night. Their after-school jobs don't even account for the preparation work or homework that they have to do. Someone who works tirelessly shouldn't have to give up everything just to meet their basic needs. I don't want to leave my learning to get a job that requires me to have a second job either. Your support of higher starting salaries and of tuition assistance for students helps give educators the space to give all they can to students without having to think about their next job or if they will be able to make a timely loan payment. Your support of higher starting salaries and of tuition assistance will eliminate the fear faced by new hires like me that we won't be able to choose certain teaching jobs because of the financial offerings, and will allow us to pick districts that could just use more good teachers. The focus of educators cannot be divided, and our dedication to Connecticut's children should be respected and compensated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
You as well.
Next, we have Leslie Lima.
Good afternoon, Chairman McCrory, Chairwoman Leeper, Ranking Members Berthel and Zupkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Lima, and I'm writing to express my strong support for HB 7167, an act concerning education funding, and HB 5001, an act concerning special education funding. As a sister, family advocate, and former Danbury Public School student and employee, and an informal advocate in my role as a children's program coordinator at the Danbury Public Library, I have seen firsthand the detrimental effects of inadequate funding, especially for students who rely on special education services. One such student is my sister Avery, a bright 9-year-old whose story highlights a broken system. Despite our ongoing concerns, Avery was rejected for special education services and then placed in Tier 3. We spent the entire summer requesting guidelines for outside evaluators, but they weren't provided until just a few days before the next PPT meeting. What followed was unforgettable: gaslighting, pressure, and intimidation. We were made to feel crazy and worse, wrong for asking for independent educational evaluation, IE, even though it had already been approved. They asked, why put Avery through more testing? It's just repeating what's already been tested. Do you still want to follow through with the IAE? My mother and I felt cornered, overwhelmed, and terrified to go against the school's experts' advice. We feared being seen as difficult or unreasonable, but I knew we had no choice. I muted myself, holding back angry tears, and reminded my mother, who speaks very little English, that she had every right to the evaluation that they already approved. They're lying, I said. They just don't want to pay for it. I urged her to demand the paperwork that they still haven't provided. This emotional manipulation and misinformation reveals how the process is intentionally obstructed to avoid providing necessary support, leaving families too afraid to ask for more. Sadly, this is the norm. My family faced similar hurdles even with the help of a professional educational advocate. Avery's story is a painful reminder of how school districts delay and deny services due to inadequate funding. Every child in Connecticut deserves opportunity to succeed and have a free and appropriate public education. Yet for too many students like Avery, access to essential educational support is a privilege, not a guarantee, and we must change that. I urge this committee to pass HB 7167 and HB 5001 and prioritize equitable education funding. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Stout. All right, Kevin Daughtry.
Good afternoon. I'm here speaking in support of SB 1459. I'm a 9th-year teacher that has spent all of those years teaching in Connecticut public schools. The first 4 of those years, I taught in Bridgeport. I enjoyed working there, but I left for one main reason: money. I was not going to be able to stay in Bridgeport and also realize the goals I had for myself: buying a house, getting married, starting a family, living out a middle-class life in America. I left Bridgeport and went to East Hartford and was able to achieve those goals, mostly because of my wife's salary, not because of mine. Frankly, these goals are mostly out of reach for new and now veteran teachers alike. I'm now faced with a mortgage, 2 children in daycare, and student loans, along with the rising prices of most items. My family does not eat out. We shop at 3 different grocery stores to get the best prices and only buy things on sale. A family vacation is an alien concept. I am again faced with a decision: stay in the profession and consciously and intentionally put financial strain on my family, or pursue another industry that will alleviate those strains. During this decade, I have gotten more skilled as an educator and realized just how much experience matters. I work with a team of similar experience. Together, we have had years with students where we have outperformed the state average on assessments in one of the lowest socioeconomic districts in the state. We have done this despite the #1 predictor of test score results being family income level. Unfortunately, I can't say with any sort of confidence that this talented and special group of educators will stay in the profession long term. I don't know who would replace us. Our best and brightest are heavily incentivized to choose other fields. I personally would encourage them to choose those other fields.
Thank you for your testimony. Any?
Thank you for your testimony and a great picture of what this field looks like currently. And hopefully, if we can get some of this legislation across the finish line, it will improve and we can encourage more people to go into the profession, because we definitely need them in the worst way. Anyone else? Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Julian Schaefer.
Dear members of the Committee on Education, my name is Julian Schaefer. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut, a teacher at Danbury High School, and the vice president of the NEA Danbury Teachers Union. I want to speak today about why I'm in cautious, conditional support of HB 7167 and in strong support of SB 1459. For the 10 years that I've taught in Danbury, our district has been the last in per pupil expenditure across all school districts in the state, 169 out of 169. Fundamentally, I believe any system where our small state has 169 funding streams is a recipe for inequity. I don't want another school district to even take our place. right? But given the inequitable status quo that exists, the ECS formula is the tool that districts like ours have to make up for this inherently unfair system where zip codes determine the quality of education that students have access to. It's important that our lawmakers maintain equity as the goal of the ECS formula. As it stands, the held harmless provision of the bill violates this principle. Towns that don't need the funding as critically as others will be held harmless, but on the backs of students living in districts with greater needs. Now, I shouldn't have to pit my students' needs against other students' needs. But unless this bill is amended to include additional money to hold districts with more resources harmless, I cannot support this bill, as I believe it would perpetuate the inequities in our school systems. If the legislature were willing to adjust its fiscal guardrails and raise taxes on the ultra wealthy in our state, we wouldn't have to fight each other over the over the resources that we desperately need to invest in our students and our future. Additionally, I'd just say that we also need to be adding additional weight to MLs in the ECS formula, as well as adding special education to the formula. The underfunding in my district has put serious stresses on our students and teachers. Special ed teachers in my school teach additional classes without compensation, causing them to leave for other districts, creating shortages we can't fill. Counselors have caseloads of 300 to 400 students. AP teachers don't have enough new textbooks for students, leaving teachers to assign different readings to students in the same class. Teachers go out of pocket to pay for curricular materials and even IEPs that are legally mandated for our students in special education. Which brings me to SB 1459. It's no secret that for too long, teachers have sacrificed their financial well-being for the careers they've committed themselves to. Young teachers and people entering teaching as their second career are experiencing incredible difficulty right now keeping their finances above water. When I began teaching 10 years ago, I was just barely able to afford rent with my wife in a one-bedroom apartment for $10.50 a month. I don't think that exists anymore. Honestly, I don't know how teachers starting out right now really make it work. Salaries have not kept up with living costs. Please remember, in order to get our professional certifications, we need to take on enormous student debt to obtain a master's degree. We know that we desperately need to attract more people into the teaching profession, and the single most significant thing we can do is to work towards that goal is to pay our teachers a living wage. And I'll just add, I live in Bridgeport. When I first started looking to work, I was looking at it. I wanted to work in Bridgeport where I live. I would have taken a $10,000 pay cut had I been there. It wasn't an option. And so I teach in Danbury, 45 minutes away from where I work. Again, I think it's important teachers live in in the communities they teach in, but it wasn't possible for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. Senator Kushner online.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Leeper. I just wanted to say, Julian, how much I appreciate your testimony, and also as the senator for Danbury, how much I appreciate the work you do. I don't know if I'm happy to say this, but we have moved from the lowest per pupil expenditure in the state in Danbury to the second lowest. And that's by virtue of the fact that we have a mayor who did raise the mill rate a bit and was able to put a little more into we put a lot more into the school budget last year, but hopefully we will move in the right direction. And I appreciate your comments that nobody should be at the bottom. So it's not like we're cheering that we're now the second to the lowest. But I do appreciate all the work you do and all the teachers in our system. So thank you for being here and testifying.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thanks, Senator. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for what you do. You actually teach in the building that is in my district, and actually the building that is the largest high school in the state of Connecticut, with the largest amount of students in the state of Connecticut. Can you talk to the added burden or added work to teachers when a good portion of our students are English as a second language learners, and how that should be really incorporated when we start talking about ECS and support for students and support for teachers?
Certainly. Thank you for asking that. Daily, I make 3, 4, sometimes even 5 lesson plans for a single class. Because of the diverse needs of the students in my classroom, sometimes it's based on their reading readiness, sometimes though, and many times, right, for my multilingual learners. I have copies of resources in Spanish and Portuguese. I've had Gujarati, I've had Bangla, and directions are in different languages. I have different supports where we're learning both content and language at the same time. And every year I tend to get like another student who maybe speaks another language I don't have resources in. So every year I'm adding new materials for those resources. Every day, if I don't have those materials available, I'm doing them an injustice. The work has fallen on teachers. There's been speak of providing multilingual paraprofessionals in our classrooms. It's never happened. It would be a lifesaver for us to be able to have that. New teachers are incredibly overworked in our district, and when they can go to another district, even if it's going to pay similarly, the workload is not nearly the same. So we need those supports to keep teachers in our district to make sure that we're doing all of our students justice. And so it's an honor to teach such a diverse student body, but it's a lot of work. And it puts a lot of strain on the teachers in our district without those extra resources.
And thank you for those responses. You're absolutely right. Would you say, or would you, we have been working very hard in the city of Danbury of trying to fill in those holes. And yes, as Senator Kushner said, we did bump up one spot. Sadly, it's not good enough for me, but I guess it's a start. And when we talk about ECS and right-sizing ECS, this is a bit more than that. Would you also say, when we get down to teachers' pay, do you find that we are not able to fill in those holes because of A, teachers' pay, and then B, the class size, the burden of the class sizes, and then third, what you already alluded to, which was, we're dealing with multi-language students that it's been my understanding that a lot of times you have to teach the students in their own language, so then you can start teaching them in English, so then you can start doing your what your original class or lesson plan would be for the day. And I don't see how you get all that you need to get done in the day when you have to do the 3 steps in one class that in most communities you may only have to do 1 or 2 of those steps.
Right. Yeah, I think we try, and when I say we, the teachers in our building try our best we can to collaborate with one another. If we have materials, we try and share them, but really, yeah, I'm teaching multiple lessons in a class, even for the student who just came to the United States, right? Maybe speaks, only Spanish, is not speaking English yet. And then the student who's maybe been here for 2 years has a decent amount of English, but still is definitely learning, right? I have different materials for them, right? So it's not even just, all right, here's some materials for my Spanish speakers. It's, I need to make sure I'm challenging each student in an appropriate way to make sure that they're growing in an appropriate way, right? The content, the language, all of that. Getting back to the salary piece, I think, yes, paying teachers a base salary, I think in the bill it says 3 times the federal poverty level, will, and plenty of people have said this today, it will send a message to people considering becoming teachers that this profession is valued. We back that up with dollars and cents, and I do think it would go a long way towards just encouraging people to become teachers. I can't really fathom being a new teacher right now at the start of the salary scale, knowing what rent looks like, knowing, health insurance is, it's taking out a massive, increasingly every year, a massive part of our paycheck. Essentially the costs have only piled up, but I can tell you, I think our base pay has maybe raised $2,000-$3,000 since I started 10 years ago. So I just know that there's no possible way that salary has kept up with the increasing costs. And I think it discourages a lot of people from entering the profession when, you're telling them you're not going to be able to pay your bills without maybe a partner who will supplement your income or something.
Well, I want to thank you for that. And one of the things that I'm dealing in another committee that was in
You
between
asked your
is to-
2 questions, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Well, thank you again for all you do. And I'm sorry that Bridgeport lost you, but Danbury is happy to have you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks, Julian. Representative Menapace?
Just a quick question. I'm an educator as well, and I very much sympathize with you and the previous speaker had said about the frustration with where this is. I know I'd said in my testimony earlier that if I hadn't had my wife didn't have a much better paying job than I did, then I would likely not be able to afford to live in the town that I do. And we had some people say earlier that, and as a teacher, I know that salary isn't the only reason people are leaving the profession, but to you, is there really anything besides pay that really ranks higher than that of why people are essentially choosing to leave the profession?
Yes. So besides pay, it's a tough job. And I mean, these things go together, right? Like you're asking a lot from people. Just the emotional stress of being a teacher, the demands on teachers, again, without additional resources. Like I was saying, if I had a bilingual para in my room to help me create the language modifications I needed to help me make sure I was meeting the needs of all the students in my classroom, an extra person in the room would go a really long way, but we don't have that, right? So I think, when we talk about the under-resourcing of education, salary is absolutely a part of it. But we recently in my district looked at a comparison of the number of staff in a Norwalk school to a Danbury school with similar, student needs and number of students. And I think the Norwalk school had maybe like 2-3 times the staff that we had. So we are being asked to do the same thing, but with far, far less people to do that very thing, right? Which is, again, to provide the best possible education for our students. So I think when we see this under-resourcing in schools, I think it puts very real stresses on teachers. Again, teachers enter this profession because they want to do right by their students, but when we're put in a place where that feels near impossible, it's really demoralizing, honestly, on a lot of educators. So I think, resourcing has a lot to do with it. Yes, salary is a large part of it, but also the demands that it puts on teachers in like under-resourced schools.
Through you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear of this, you're saying the staff, essentially staff shortaging or staff resourcing, you're saying it's not you being asked to do more with less essentially than other districts, and salary you'd say would be your top 2 reasons of struggles?
In my experience in Danbury, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, got you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, Cherie Calabrese, followed by Jamila Price Stewart.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Sherry Calabrese, a 27-year teaching veteran and second career educator. I testified today in support of the intent of Senate Bill 1459, which takes important steps toward addressing the educator shortage in Connecticut through the enhancement of educator salaries. This bill establishes a minimum teacher salary and provides funding to increase pay for all educators through collective bargaining. These changes would be a positive step toward addressing recruitment and retention issues throughout the state and restoring respect to the teaching profession. As the local president of a regional education service center, ACES Education Association in North Haven, Connecticut, I hear directly from educators every day who are struggling to stay in a profession that they love. Too many of our teachers, especially early career educators, are forced to take on second or even third jobs just to afford rent, student loans, and basic living expenses. Others leave the classroom entirely, seeking financial stability in other fields. Our special education teachers are finding caseloads increasing and behaviors, including assaults, escalating. Without action, our schools will continue to face staffing shortages, larger class sizes, and a diminished ability to provide students with the high-quality education they deserve. A statewide minimum teacher salary ensures that no educator in Connecticut is paid at a level that undervalues their work and expertise. Additionally, state-funded enhancements to all educators' salaries through collective bargaining recognize the experience and the dedication of veteran teachers, paraprofessionals, and support staff, creating a more sustainable and equitable pay structure across districts. If we are serious about attracting and retaining highly qualified educators, we must make a meaningful investment in their financial well-being. Competitive salaries show that Connecticut values its educators and understands that a strong teaching workforce is the foundation of a strong future for our students and our communities. I urge you to support Senate Bill 1459 and to continue working toward policies that ensure every educator in Connecticut is respected, supported, and paid fairly for their invaluable work. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I realized my microphone wasn't on. Thanks, Sherry, for your testimony today. Next, we have Jamila Price Stewart.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jamila Prince Stewart, and I serve as the founding executive director of Faith Acts for Education. We are people of faith building power to get our children the education they deserve. We've built a movement of over 7,300 committed voters across this state. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper for your leadership, and to the members of the Bridgeport delegation who have worked with us for the past 10 years and have met with us more frequently throughout this legislative session as the state looks to intervene in Bridgeport's education system. Over the past 30 days, we have also met with the mayors of Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven who face similar challenges in their communities to build a comprehensive understanding of educational equity needs across this state. I come before you today with mixed feelings about SB 1458. While I appreciate the intent to reimagine state intervention through the creation of opportunity districts, I believe this moment calls for bolder, more transformative action. The challenges facing Bridgeport schools didn't develop overnight, and they won't be solved in short-term interventions. I'm proud to share that Faith Acts is developing a Bridgeport education transformation plan, a framework for a 10-year state intervention that balances state oversight with meaningful community participation and empowerment. This work represents countless hours of research, strategy sessions, and input from our dedicated Bridgeport Advisory Council members who are parents, educators, and community leaders born and raised in Bridgeport. As Proverbs chapter 31, verses 8 and 9 remind us, speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and needy. This scripture guides our work as we advocate for educational equity for all children, not just a few. My concerns with the current bill are threefold. First, limiting the commissioner's network and reducing the number of districts receiving support from 33 to just 15 opportunity districts would leave many struggling communities without the resources they desperately need. Second, shortening the designation period to just 2 years undermines the possibility of sustainable change. Educational transformation requires long-term commitment and clear phases for implementation. Third, and most importantly, the bill does not incorporate the voices of the most affected, parents, students, and community members. True educational equity demands that those with lived experiences have a seat at the decision-making table. I urge this committee to seize the opportunity to create lasting change by maintaining or expanding rather than contracting support for struggling districts, extending intervention timeframes to allow for meaningful transformation, establishing formal roles for community leadership and governance structures, and ensuring significant new investments to address historic inequities. With Connecticut sitting on a $5 billion rainy day fund, we must ask, if not now, when? For our children in Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford demand education justice now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really grateful for your advocacy and your community engagement on behalf of Bridgeport schools, and appreciate your specific suggestions about how we can improve the ways in which the State Department of Ed are engaging with our alliance districts to have really meaningful change. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quickly, Jamila, I just was talking to my colleagues here. I mean, this is a work in progress. I think I met with some of your people not too long ago. They have some good ideas, and as we continue to get this piece of legislation going through, I would love to sit down with you guys and listen to some of the concepts and ideas you might want to have to put in this piece of legislation. We really do want to make sure this piece of legislation has some teeth and make sure it does some of the things that really need to be done when the state actually does go in and quote unquote take over the school system. It's one thing to take it over. It's another thing to produce a product that will actually improve the quality of education and do the things that we need to be done. So again, thank you for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamila. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Bridget Gordon-Hickey. Oh, I want to also just make an announcement. If you are testifying online, you should be receiving an invitation to accept becoming like a panelist, and you can't give testimony until you accept. So just for anyone who is waiting online. All right. Sorry. Thank you. Bridget?
That's okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5001. My name is Bridget Gordon-Hickey, and I serve as the Deputy Executive Director at LEARN. LEARN is Southeastern Connecticut's Regional Education Service Center. And I have the honor and the privilege of leading the development and implementation of regional special education programs, including outplacement programs, in-district supports, and transition services. We work to ensure high-quality, cost-effective solutions that meet diverse and complex student needs. We work with districts as well as other agencies and families to expand access to specialized services, leveraging expertise to ensure appropriate educational access and exemplary services to safeguard that every child has the benefit to succeed, and that is at the center of all of our work. We engage in a rigorous process to set tuition rates that balance affordability and sustainability for districts while maintaining program quality to improve student outcomes. Those rates take into account 4 categories of cost, including staffing, operational overhead and facilities, curriculum and learning materials, and student-specific needs. Those proposed tuitions are then voted on by the LEARN Board of Directors, composed of 1 board member from each of our districts in the LEARN region. And this process really ensures that tuition reflects actual expenses without imposing undue financial burdens on local districts. We listened hard to our districts to determine their needs in supporting students with these complex profiles and opened 1 building called Ocean Avenue Learning Academy in New London to serve a wide range of program strands, ages, and student profiles. This allows districts to save on transportation by transporting to 1 building and for us to ensure efficiency of time and workload for our highly specialized staff. We currently serve 95 students in our 2 outplacement programs, 1 in New London, as I noted, and our Transition Academy in Niantic. And in addition, our department provides educational programming, services, assessment, consultation to approximately 700 plus students across the state through our dedicated staff. The other innovative program we did was a collaborative nursing supervision service model to support districts in a hard-to-fill position. Currently, the model supports LEARN as well as Regional District 17 in New London, with other districts accessing regional professional learning. To further enhance the quality and efficiency of special ed services across the state, I urge the committee to consider expanding these collaborative programs and leveraging the expertise of RESCs, specifically increasing funding to expand regional collaborative program models between RESCs and districts to serve those complex needs, as well as ensure high quality programming. Also urge you to expand funding for districts and RESC to work collaboratively on building capacity. Again, talking about how do we keep teachers in the field, thinking about giving them the toolbox, the opportunities, as well as looking at climate, culture, and the supports necessary to keep them in the field. As regional leaders in special ed, RESCs have a proven record of developing cost-effective multi-district programs that enhance student outcomes while maximizing resources. And we welcome the opportunity on how we can further strengthen those services and continue our collaboration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Sarah Kovac.
Hi, thank you. Hello, my name is Sarah Kovac, and I am a senior organizer for Educators for Excellence, a local nonprofit that seeks to connect teachers with legislative opportunities that better the teaching profession and support education overall. Today, I am speaking on behalf of the teachers I represent in Hartford in support of HB 7167. Unfortunately, they could not attend to share their statements in person, as many of these education-based hearings occur during classroom hours. This is unfortunate, as it prevents many teachers from being able to personally come and advocate on behalf of the changes they would like to see. Schools are already incredibly short-staffed, and taking time out to go and speak on behalf of their needs at the Capitol is not feasible at this moment. The lack of funding within our schools has heavily impacted Hartford teachers and teachers across Connecticut. Caroline Dowd is a pre-K teacher at Environmental Sciences Magnet School at Mary Hooker, where there should be a minimum of 4 special education teachers at the school. However, there has only been 1 special education teacher this school year, with a second only hired a month ago. Special education teachers write IEPs, attend PPTs, and co-teach within classrooms, amongst many other supports they provide for their students and fellow teachers throughout the day. Having 1 where there should be 4 is simply unacceptable and detrimental to student success. It is widely agreed upon throughout the teaching world that classroom sizes should not exceed 15 to 18 students to ensure that each child gets the time and attention they need to be successful. In schools throughout Hartford and across the state, many classrooms are at their maximum capacity of 30 students, which means if you are teaching a class without the support of additional staff, each student will get roughly half a minute of the teacher's time over a 50-minute period. This leads to high teacher burnout, teacher turnover, and the overall deterioration of student success. In many teachers' experiences, they have shared that many students who demonstrate a need for special education services or additional support will not currently be identified if they are deemed as progressing. So many students currently requiring special education services or additional supports are only receiving them if they are the most egregious cases. This means that students will continue throughout the school system unidentified, preventing them from getting the services they need, and creating a need for teachers in the future to start this process later and less effectively for those students. Simply put, by not having enough funding within our schools, fewer students are being identified as meeting these services simply because we cannot provide the services for them with our given funding. Not because we have fewer special education students, but because we cannot provide the need for their needs. This is a disservice to our students everywhere, and especially to the city of Hartford. All in all, students are our future. Increase funding for CT schools now. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Sarah, thanks so much for being with us and for your testimony. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Jen Witness. I don't see Jen with us. Ryan Donlin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your service, and thank you for spending your day listening to testimony. And thank you also for the opportunity to testify in support of increased state funding for Connecticut's RESC-operated magnet schools. My name is Ryan Donlin. I have the honor of leading LEARN's magnet schools. LEARN is the Regional Education Service Center serving Southeastern Connecticut. LEARN's family of magnet schools provide high-quality opportunities to students and families across our region. Magnet schools have long served as a highly successful model of public school choice here in Connecticut, and today they continue to play a crucial role in preparing students for college, careers, and civic engagement. Magnet schools are uniquely poised to develop innovative programs and approaches to education. By reimagining the educational experience, our educators help to raise the bar of what's possible in public education, demonstrating that personalized and engaging learning can create real and lasting student success.
Learns Magnet Schools also bring together students from diverse backgrounds. Our mission is to assure that opportunity and achievement are not predetermined by race, socioeconomic status, or zip code. We know that when students learn with and from one another in a diverse setting, all students benefit, gaining a deeper understanding of the world and strengthening their ability to collaborate, think critically, and succeed in an interconnected society. Earlier today at Learn Magnet Schools, we welcomed 460 pre-K children at the Friendship School in Waterford. Through interactive museum-inspired experiences, these children explored themes to spark a love of learning in our region's youngest students. If you're ever having a tough day, come and hang out with our 463 4 and 5-year-olds. It'll put a smile on your face. Also today at Three Rivers Middle College Magnet High School, juniors and seniors stepped into college courses on a real college campus, creating a direct pathway of post-secondary success and workforce readiness. Whether they're participating in a vet tech program or advanced math coursework, these magnet school students are tapping into what motivates them to be successful and to graduate ready to pursue their passions. Despite our record of success, magnet schools are facing an undeniable funding crisis. In southeastern Connecticut, many of my colleagues in local school districts have requested budget increases ranging from 4 to 8% just to meet rising costs. Magnet schools face these same challenges. However, we lack a sustainable way to address them. Without your investment, this funding crisis threatens the foundation of the educational opportunities we provide, putting at risk the equitable access and high standards that have defined our schools. Magnet schools work. They create opportunities for all children. They prepare students for a future success in our state, and they strengthen our public education system. Let's ensure they remain a thriving part of Connecticut's educational landscape. I urge this committee to continue to increase per pupil funding for RESC-operated magnet schools to ensure their current and future sustainability. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Charles Dumais.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Charles Dumais, and I am the Executive Director of Cooperative Educational Services. I'm here today to provide testimony in support of HB 7167 and HB 5001. For nearly 50 years, CES has worked with our 16 Fairfield County area districts to provide cost-effective and high-quality educational programs and services to towns far beyond our catchment area. We also work together as an alliance with the 5 other RESCs in Connecticut, acting as a statewide network in the procurement of educational services. We appreciate the Connecticut General Assembly's leadership in advancing a more sustainable and equitable education funding formula for magnet schools and districts statewide last year. I also commend the governor's proposed student-centered funding budget for fiscal year 26 and beyond. However, the governor's budget proposal essentially flat funds magnet schools, and it remains insufficient to ensure long-term sustainability of CES's magnet schools and programs. CES supports the phase-in identified in HB 7167. On behalf of CES and the RESC magnets, I request that the incremental increase includes $13.2 million in fiscal year 26 and $20.4 million in fiscal year 27 for RESC magnets. These requested increases will continue to appropriately shift the financial burden of RESC magnets away from our sending districts. If this is not feasible, the 58% tuition cap for fiscal year 24 must be eliminated. In partnership with my RESC Alliance colleagues, we're also asking for a $1.5 million line item for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, which has demonstrated a successful model for recruiting, developing, and retaining a high-quality, diverse educator workforce. TRP is the only educator prep program requiring districts to provide a living wage and benefits to residents, and also offers mentoring and support. It has successfully placed nearly 135 teachers of color in 35 districts since 2019, with 97% of alumni still teaching. To continue expanding this program, the RESC Alliance is requesting a designation of $1.5 million in a new budget line item under the Connecticut Department of Education to support the efforts of districts partnering with residency programs certifying teachers of color. This commitment aims to enhance recruitment, training, and retention efforts in collaboration with school districts statewide. Regarding Birth to 3 funding, we also appreciate the inclusion of increased Birth to 3 funding in the governor's budget and urge your full support to ensure continued investment in Connecticut's youngest and most vulnerable children. This funding will stabilize agencies, attract and retain staff for timely evaluations and treatment, support critical early brain development, and reduce future special education costs, proven by the fact that 49% of Birth to 3 participants in fiscal year 24 did not require special education at age 3. Finally, as you continue to discuss the quality and delivery of special education services, I would like to remind the committee that CES and our RESC partners serve as experts in building multi-district and regional programming to support the special education needs of our students and districts, which ultimately saves the state money. In addition, we encourage the legislature to continue identifying ways for the state to fully fund excess costs for special education to relieve the financial pressure on our districts, ensuring they can allocate resources to support all students effectively. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, Chip, so much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony and everything you're doing for our region down in Fairfield County. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rep. Leeper.
Have a great evening. Next, we have Jason Gadini.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak to you today. My name is Jason Gadini, and I've been an educator in the town of Southington for 24 years. And I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 1459, which takes critical steps towards addressing the teacher shortage in Connecticut by improving the teacher salary. When I began my career, I worked multiple jobs just to make ends meet. After a full day of teaching, there were many times that I would rush to a grocery store and change in their bathroom to get into my uniform for the deli. And then on the weekends, I would spend long hours working as a photographer. At that time, I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment with a rent of $450. It did go up to $475 when I brought a cat into the household. And yet I still needed all these extra jobs just to survive financially. This was over 2 decades ago. Since then, the demands of teaching have increased exponentially, but unfortunately, the pay has not kept pace. Today, it would be near impossible to work multiple jobs and still meet the ever-growing responsibilities of teaching. The lack of a livable wage sends a very troubling message that this profession, one that requires the same level of education, expertise, and dedication as so many others, is not valued accordingly. The lack of respect has real consequences. It makes it harder to attract talented, dynamic individuals to our teaching profession. It makes it harder to retain experienced educators who provide stability, leadership in our school. And ultimately, it affects the quality of education that our students receive. We must invest in the future of our schools by ensuring that educators are paid fairly for the critical work that they do. Increasing teacher salary is not just an investment in teachers, it's an investment in our students, our communities, and the future of Connecticut. I urge you to support SB 1459 and take meaningful actions to address the shortage and ensuring that educators receive the salaries they deserve. Again, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Poulos.
Good afternoon, Jason. Thanks
Hi.
for testifying today. Couple quick questions. Can you elaborate on the connection between teacher pay and student success and share some examples that you think would improve student success due to higher salaries?
No.
You there?
Jason, are you still there?
Tough question.
Oh, there you are. You're back. Maybe you were muted? Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know what happened. Hmm. Rep Poulos, do you know how to find him?
Hi.
Oh, you're back.
Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened.
Do you need me to repeat?
All right, I'm sorry, Senator Poulos, to answer your question. Not only am I a teacher in the district, but I'm also the president of the bargaining unit here. And I've noticed a troubling trend where we have special education teachers who come into the profession, and unfortunately, they make the very difficult decision to leave mid-year. And when I speak to them, one of the issues that is causing them to look for a different career is the pay, and they're not able to survive financially doing the work that they do. And our students who receive services are our most vulnerable students. And when we have a change like that mid-year, those students then have to build a new relationship and a new level of trust with the teacher or the sub that we bring in. And it is a disruption to the services that they receive. And I'm beginning to see it happening with classroom teachers as well, too. And again, it's a disruption to our students making that adjustment mid-year, having an adult that they trusted, and then having to then try to rebuild that trust with someone else mid-year.
Thanks for that answer. And one last question. Beyond financial compensation, what other steps do you think can be taken that would restore respect for the teaching profession?
I think one of the things is showing teachers more support when it comes to challenging behaviors in the classroom. I'm very fortunate. I have a wonderful relationship with the parents in my classroom. I know that there are times that other teachers don't benefit from that same level of respect that they have. I think sometimes maybe having almost like a bill of rights or a code of conduct that teachers will behave a certain way, and then other stakeholders will behave a certain way, would kind of help everyone kind of understand the expectations and be able to have difficult conversations without destroying relationships, if there are just guidelines in place on how those conversations could play out.
Thanks for those thoughtful answers, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of Southington students.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Representative. Have a great day, Jason. I think.
Thank you. You too.
Yep. No more questions. Great. Next, we have Tammy Jackson.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper and all representatives and distinguished members of the Board of Education Committee. My name is Tammy Jackson. I'm a public educator, and I'm testifying today in support of SB 1459. Teachers have been underpaid for far too long. And as we just heard with Jason and many others, teachers must hold two jobs in order to make ends meet. Having two jobs is exhausting and takes away from vital energy that can be exerted upon or energy used to teach our future generations. I must say, many find it disgraceful how teachers are treated in this country compared to how teachers are treated and valued in other countries. Teachers should not struggle with life expenses and retire destitute, poor, because of low salaries. All teachers should receive retroactive pay increases. They often ask if current teachers will encourage others to enter the profession. And I must say at this time, I cannot encourage anyone to enter the profession due to how teachers are treated. Teachers are underpaid. Teachers must now and have for many years dealt with violence in our nation's schools. Teachers' lives are at risk with massive shootings that have gone on for years, and our nations have yet to address, or should I say, value the lives of students and teachers and figure out how to keep us safe. This is a major concern. And again, teachers need to be paid for putting our lives on the line. I have often talked to young, upcoming teachers, and I've known many who have left their student teachings and went on to do other things because they simply said to me, it's not worth it. We're not compensated. And I have to agree with them. Being a teacher for 30 years in Connecticut, it's been rough. And people say, well, we're one of the top tier states. We're also one of the top tiers, one of the most expensive states to live in. In closing, I am urging all representatives to increase teacher salaries. Throughout today's testimonies, I heard questions and answers as to what else can be done besides the increase of salaries. I wonder if doctors and lawyers and engineers, if they're asked that question, what else can be done besides us compensating you well? Teachers should be paid well. We should be paid our worth. It's not a matter of a take and give. Giving teachers what we should have in the first place to do our jobs well, something we have been denied for many years, cannot substitute or excuse or excuses be made for paying us for what we are worth. A survival salary is needed, a salary for us to survive upon. It is crucial. So to hear others talk about things that we can add or take away to try to negate the salary increases, it's needed, along with many other things. It's not one without the other. To have a well-rounded educational institution, we need to be compensated. Thank you for hearing us. And please, I urge all to give teachers a survival salary, one we can survive on.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Tammy. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Andrew Feinstein.
Hi, I'm Andy Feinstein. I'm legislative chair of SEEK, and I'm glad to appear before my friends on the Education Committee again. HB 5001 is a shell to be filled with needed reforms to Connecticut's special education system. High costs are not the only problem in need of action. Indeed, you've heard the task force recommendations, you've heard the comments of my colleagues Stacy Tailly and Naomi Nova. You'll hear from John Flanders about that. And you've also heard from proposals from the RESCs for how we can improve special ed services at no additional cost. And full excess cost reimbursement is not the solution. Indeed, if a budget agreement later in the year provides for additional money to be spent on our grossly underfunded special education system, SEEK does not believe the money should go to excess cost reimbursement, should not go to excess cost reimbursement. Instead, the money should go to support special education services to the 96% of special ed students who are educated in district. We can do this by A, adding a special education weight to the ECS formula, B, providing differential pay to attract and retain special education teachers, related service professionals, and paraeducators where there's a documented shortage. C, creating and funding a ROTC-style program to bring more special educators into the field, which this committee is working on. And D, funding the development of in-district programs to educate some of the students now outplaced. In the short term, the legislature was right to add $40 million in excess cost reimbursement in the current year because municipalities had fixed budgets based on the state's promise of full reimbursement. Going forward, however, excess cost reimbursement drains money from needed in-district special education services. Further, excess cost dollars do not go to the districts most in need of support to perpetuate the gross inequity in school funding in Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to present my comments on that, even though they're somewhat out of the ordinary.
I appreciate them. What are your thoughts on the state enabling differentiated pay? Because to me, that's more a bargaining issue than a state regulation issue.
It seems to, well, I mean, we know the position of the bargaining units, which is that all teachers ought to rise and fall together. I understand that and appreciate that. But we have a market, and we have shortages, we have acute shortages of special ed teachers, and we have a perhaps moderate shortage of general ed teachers. And it seems to me that we ought to allow the market to do what it does, which is that, If you need to pay a group hired in order to fill the needed quotas of teachers, we ought to pay more for that. Leaving it to local bargaining units is not going to get that done in any way. And the result is, of course, that in many districts, kids are not getting their IEPs fulfilled because there just aren't the staff to do it. And compensatory education does not compensate. A year of missed speech therapy this year is not made up for by an additional year next year.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Senator Bertho?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew, good to see you. Thank you for appearing before the committee on a regular basis and for your insight. I'm not sure if you heard or were able to witness the testimony from Fran Rabinowitz earlier regarding some of the same stuff. And you all just finished working on the special ed task force together. One of the suggestions that Fran made in her testimony earlier was that given the enormity, my words, not hers at this moment, but given the enormity of what could be a fiscal note on this bill regarding teacher pay, we're talking about a lot of zeros that we don't see routinely on fiscal notes. She suggested that maybe there should be a very short-term group to that would include constituencies from out the education continuum to study where salaries should really be. Okay, and looking at including teachers, looking at paras, bring everyone in. I asked her at the end if we should also perhaps include some municipal input from that, because we know ultimately what funds a large part of education in Connecticut is property taxes in our local towns. So why would we leave that group out? I guess my question to you after all of that is, if in fact there was a point in time that we get to where there was a work group, would you consider being part of that?
I'd be delighted to be part of that. It was a pleasure working with Fran on the special ed task force, and I highly respect her views on that. I will say, however, that I think the shortage of personnel in the special ed field is so acute that delaying this for a year troubles me.
Yeah, I originally she had mentioned, thank you for that. She had mentioned even looking at 2 years out, and I made the comment of saying, let's see if we could, if there was some sort of level of agreement to do this, and that would require work within the leadership of our committee here and whatnot and others to have it something that could be presented by January, so we could look at that. And I agree with you 100%. If I would say next to utility rates and electric bills, the number one thing that I receive inquiries and complaints about in my office is the cost of special ed, the delivery of special ed, the access to special ed teachers, all of that. So I'm acutely aware. I'm sure everyone at this table is getting very similar interaction from their constituencies.
About the municipality issue. The relationship between municipalities and school boards is an interesting relationship in Connecticut, and so often we have CABE on these panels, which great. Patrice is terrific and all that, but they don't represent the municipalities; they represent the boards of education, and CCM is the great organization with a lot to add.
Yeah. I think they would probably be part of that this theoretical work group as well. But thank you. I appreciate. I know it's getting late. We're all looking at the list and saying we're rounding the corner here. But thank you. I appreciate you being here all day and waiting for this later hour to testify.
Well, I learned a lot sitting here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for being here. So I think hopefully let's just start from this place. The bill you're testifying on 5001, we're in agreement. This isn't a real bill, right?
Right.
Yeah, because it has a study with a report by May 20th. It's not going to be passed by May 20th. So it appears to me that that this issue of special education is a priority of the House. It's Bill 5001. Are you aware of what direction this bill is headed? I know you're on that task force and whatnot, or roughly where it's going. And do you have an opinion from me of where I can help try to steer that ship if I could see the ship?
I am entirely confused at the process, since we have this select committee, which is working on populating a bill which is not referred to them. And we're expecting something from them shortly. with hearings before the select committee. I don't know exactly which way we're going on. I will tell you that I'm distressed at how much attention has been paid solely to the cost of private out-of-district placements, which account for 4,000 of our 94,000 special ed students in the state, and which, you know, and the most severely impaired kids. And I'm very concerned that we're going to do something which is going to put those schools out of business, and then we're going to have a lot of kids sitting at home without any services.
So you're concerned that it may be going that way and you would oppose it if it did?
I oppose capping rates. I'd oppose, you know, I'm concerned about setting rates. As I've testified many times before, it seems to me that the problem is that the local special ed director has no bargaining power when it comes to the private placement. He or she's going to pay whatever rates asked for. It seems to me, though, that the answer is that the state would have bargaining power, representing all the districts with the 88 private placements. And that it seems to me a negotiated rate would be far more intelligent, far more workable than setting rates. And that's, you know, from studying the experience in Massachusetts and New York as well. It's just not a good system.
Okay. When the language of this comes out, I welcome an opportunity to sit down with you because I know you study this stuff closely, and we could do that offline. It's hard to work out. There's nothing here yet. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll see you at the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, it sounds good.
To Rep. Howard's point, this is a placeholder for the work that's happening in the select committee. I think we're all learning how the select committee is going to fit into our work, and the timelines don't line up quite right. But the proposals in the select committee will get a full public hearing, and that will be probably a more robust discussion of the special education ideas than 5001 is. But it's been actually a pleasure to hear people come and give us their suggestions and the things they want us to be thinking about regarding special ed. So I'm grateful everyone's come to us today on 5001.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. And, you know, fortunately, there's a substantial overlap between the two committees. And so the work done there should be, you know, I'm not expecting this committee to overrule what they do, but, you know, maybe purify it, maybe clean it up.
We will see what they send our way. Absolutely. Rep. Poulos Online, I think, has a question for you, Andy.
Hi, not necessarily a question, just a clarification on the process. You know, the Select Committee for Special Education has engaged in a series of statewide listening tours. We've collected information from stakeholders across the state. We've also met with the CSDE, the Connecticut State Department of Education, and with the group that published the report on special education. And we're at a point now where we're collecting all that information and putting that information into two bills in our committee, a Senate bill and a House bill, which we will put before a public hearing so that can be thoroughly vetted. And then we will hopefully vote those bills out of the select committee to the education committee. And so for people, I know the process is confusing, and I just wanted to clarify that for those watching and those in attendance at today's public hearing.
Representative Poulos, do you have a timeline for that? Guess not.
I don't have the date for the public hearing yet. That would be the next step. We are still working with staff and with legislative leadership on both the Senate side and House side of the committee to come up with the concepts that, to distill all the information that we've gotten from these listening sessions and meetings and distill them into concepts that will populate the two select committee bills. As soon as we have those bills drafted, they'll go up for a public hearing. We do have a very late JF deadline on the select committee. It's late April. So we have time to do our due diligence and do the work well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative, for sharing a little more insight. Thanks, Andy, for being with us all day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
I think we have number 14 who's joined us, Julia Cooper, online. We'll have them back.
Hello, good afternoon.
representatives, senators, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm testifying today in support of the intentions of Senate Bill 1459, but also in support of the House Bill 7168. Speaking first on the Senate bill, I'm an aspiring educator. I am a UConn graduate student at the moment, and I'm graduating exactly 2 months from today. So as I'm approaching teaching and going into my application process as of this week, salaries are something that's on the top of my mind as I'm looking around in districts a lot. I'm an out-of-state student, but I would love to stay in Connecticut. But that means I need to be able to afford staying in Connecticut and not going back to be with my family so I can live at home. I would love for the opportunity to not pay over 30% of my salary towards housing, but that's also what it means to live in Connecticut. And that's renting with roommates. That's not just living on my own, but it's something I want to work for. I want to be able to save. I want to be able to afford an independent life that I want to have while I'm teaching. It also means I'd have to get a second job. Having a second job takes time away from my kids in my classroom. I won't have as much planning time if I'm working a job after I teach all day. I won't be able to plan enticing lessons for them to learn and to cultivate this love of learning that we want our students to have so that they're successful. And that's a disservice to the kids who are going to school every day and want an adult who cares and puts in the effort for them. I also want to speak on the House bill that's supporting tuition assistance for pre-service teachers. To be totally frank, university is expensive, no way to look about it. Like I said, I'm an out-of-state student, but I'm also from a military family, so I get yellow ribbon benefits. That being said, my tuition's still really expensive. I am fortunate enough to get some scholarships, but it doesn't pay for everything. The burden of my tuition is also compounded by the certification process. I've had to take all my tests to become a teacher, gone through EdTPA, which has now been repealed, but all that was expensive, even with the fact that my university did provide me some vouchers. I still paid almost $500 so far for my certification, and I haven't even gotten it yet. I've also student taught already, and to tell you that not getting tuition assistance while student teaching is, frankly, it feels disrespectful. I went to one class a week for 2 hours, and I got 3 credits, and I student taught in a district every day and got 9 credits, and I still paid UConn $8,000 on top of my scholarships and my military benefits for Yellow Ribbon. I paid $8,000 for one class. And that's only my tuition, not my fees, not my housing, not my food. $8,000 for one class while I'm working for free for a district is horrendous. I am graduating, so obviously this will not impact me, but I want the people who come after me to be able to have a better experience than I did. They should not be student teaching in a classroom for a semester and then go straight into a job, work until 11 p.m., come back home and plan until 1 in the morning for their students to get the best experience they have because they care. They should be able to plan meaningful lessons and not be so exhausted when they go home at 1 in the or finish planning at 1 in the morning at home, have to wake up at 6, drive an hour to go student teach, and then come back. I want the people who come after me to have a better experience, which is why I'm such a strong advocate for tuition assistance, particularly because of student teaching and the unpaid student teaching that most educators go through.
Please summarize, Julia.
So my summary, I am advocating for Senate Bill 1459 in order to be able to stay in Connecticut to continue teaching, which is the plan, having gone through UConn as a master's student. And then I'm also supporting House Bill 7168 in order to get financial assistance and tuition assistance for student teachers particularly, but also pre-service teachers so that we can stay in the profession.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I also think it's really helpful to put those dollar figures on everything you're asked to carry. I although it was quite a long time ago, I can remember being in college and being asked to come up with $500 and feeling like you might as well ask me for $10,000 because like I don't have it. Could be 500, could be a million. If you don't have it, you don't have it. And so I just think it's really helpful to put those specifics because for most of us, it's been quite a while since we were where you are. And congratulations on graduating in 2 months. And thank you for your commitment, despite all these hurdles, to become an educator and serve our kids.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Jordan.
Good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Senator Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis. I'm not sure who's still there, but all the members of the Education Committee, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mary Jordan. I'm a social studies and French middle school teacher with 25 years of experience in Connecticut public schools, including 9 years as president of the Norwalk Federation of Teachers. I currently serve as vice president at large for AFT Connecticut. On behalf of the educators I represent, I appreciate the opportunity to express my strong support for HB 7168, Teacher Recruitment and Retention, and SB 1459, an act concerning teacher salaries. HB 7168 is a forward-thinking initiative. It allocates $50 million from cannabis, or maybe the opioid fund is what I heard Rep. Leeper say earlier, to create tuition assistance and scholarship programs for aspiring teachers for all the reasons we just heard from the delightful pre-service teacher who spoke. The rising cost of credentials is a significant barrier to entering the profession. This bill will help attract and support new educators, something we desperately need as retirements increase and early career teachers leave for other fields. We strongly also support SB 1459, which establishes a minimum salary for teachers. In 2025, the way I calculated it, the poverty family level for a family of two, 300% was $63,450. And quite alarmingly, 180 teachers in my district alone earn less than this base salary. Competitive pay is essential for attracting and retaining qualified educators, particularly in high needs districts. We request that paraeducator salaries also be added to this bill. Paras are an important element to a well-functioning system and very much deserve this support. Beyond recruitment, teacher retention is a growing crisis, as you've heard many times today. In my local district, resignations have more than doubled in recent years, from 37 resignations in 2017-18 to 121 in 2022-2023, and 100 resignations in 23-24. This year, we have already seen 77 resignations, and the year is not over. It is particularly troubling that there is a disproportionate departure of special education teachers and service providers. They represent some years 16, some years 19% of our workforce, but they account for between 30 and 37% of resignations in a year. While salaries matter, retention also requires improving working conditions, ensuring teachers have the trust, time, tools, and training necessary to thrive in their roles. We urge continued legislative action to stabilize and strengthen the teaching profession. And I thank you very much for your leadership and your commitment to Connecticut teachers and their students.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You were on the dot on 3 minutes. It was very impressive. I don't see any questions. Please enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Kristen Clark. Kristen, are you with us? I thought I just saw you online. I see you online. Number 67.
Can Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Oh, great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkus, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kristen Clark. I testify today in support of the intent of Senate Bill 1459, which takes important steps towards addressing the educator shortage in Connecticut through the enhancement of educator salaries. I am presently sitting in my car, waiting to punch into my second job. I've been listening to testimony by colleagues and others, and I'm happy to hear so many valid and important points being made. I'd like to add my own. Both my parents are retired Connecticut educators. I myself am a proud Connecticut public school teacher of over 25 years, having taught numerous districts, grade levels, and disciplines, the last 11 of which have been in Bridgeport. I earned a 6-year degree to increase my salary. However, it won't be seen in my pocket until just before, I hope, to retire. 37.5 years is too long to expect teachers to work and in order to receive their rightly earned pensions. I'm also the sole parent for my 12-year-old daughter. Like many of my colleagues, we're barely meeting our bills, let alone having any extra. The constant rising costs of healthcare, food, clothing, housing, and other necessities are far greater than my teacher's salary can cover. So I had to get a part-time job. I leave school at 3:15, 4 days a week, to work in a pharmacy billing department from 4 to 9:30 p.m. and then again on Saturday mornings. I'm exhausted and stressed all the time, trying to find the energy to plan, present, report on, modify, reteach, and provide all the additional needs and must-haves for my students. My own well-being and the needs of my daughter are too often unmet or marginalized as a result. The emotional and physical toll of teaching is difficult on the best of days, and our salary should reflect that. We are the only profession that has to work before the workday starts to create the work to be done during the workday, that then must be corrected, assessed, and modified after the workday ends, using materials we have to purchase with our personal funds because our workplace doesn't provide the supplies that are needed for us to do our jobs. New teachers must start out at a livable wage, and all teachers should receive cost of living increases, which is what everyone should have. Please do the right thing and give all teachers the salaries we deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome the opportunity to share some ideas that I have in order to hopefully make this happen.
Thank you so much, Kristen, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Have a great evening.
You too.
Next, we have Carrie Cassidy.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Representative Zupkus, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Carrie Cassidy. I'm a teacher from Stonington with 25 years of experience. I strongly support Senate Bill 1459, which sets a minimum teacher salary and provides state funding to increase salaries for all educators. Teachers play a crucial role in shaping the future by educating and inspiring the next generation. Setting a minimum salary for educators is important for many reasons. A competitive starting salary will attract more qualified and passionate individuals to the teaching profession. When teachers are paid well, districts can attract candidates who are passionate about education and have the expertise needed to help all students succeed. With a higher salary, teachers are more likely to stay in the profession. This would reduce high turnover rates that can disrupt student learning and place a burden on schools that have to continually recruit and train new teachers. Many beginning teachers struggle with low pay, which can result in financial stress. A minimum salary can provide teachers with the stability they need to focus on their work and not worrying about making ends meet. Personally, I held additional jobs during my first years of teaching, during the school year, and throughout the summer. My teaching salary alone, around $30,000, did not meet my basic needs: rent, student loan repayment, utilities, groceries. A minimum salary will offer financial stability that will allow teachers to stay in the profession rather than seek out other employment to meet their financial needs. And our job doesn't end at the end of the school day. Teachers spend countless hours planning lessons, grading assignments, meeting with parents. We work beyond our contractual days and frequently well beyond the typical 40-hour work week. By offering a minimum starting salary, society acknowledges teaching as a professional career that requires specific skills and knowledge. A minimum starting salary helps elevate the profession and attract the best and the brightest to the profession. A minimum starting salary is essential for attracting, retaining, and supporting quality educators, which ultimately benefits students and society as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Carrie. Next, we have Aquila Mahdi.
Hello, it's Aquila.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Aquila.
No,
Thank you.
it's okay. And good afternoon to everyone and all the members of the Education Committee. I'm speaking on support of House Bill 7167. Education is the foundation of our society, preparing children to become productive, capable adults. Our legal system takes school attendance so seriously that parents can face criminal charges for noncompliance. If education is that important, then our school funding must reflect that urgency. House Bill 7167 ensures that resources follow students, addressing the disparities that leave too many schools underfunded. Whether a student's path leads to trade school, university, or entrepreneurship, they deserve access to a quality education that prepares them for success. When schools lack proper funding, the consequences are severe. Deteriorating buildings, limited academic programs, and fewer support services. This leads to declining enrollment as parents seek to better options, further straining public schools. We cannot let our education system fall into a cycle of depletion. Investing in schools is an investment in our communities and the future workforce. But funding alone is not enough. The current emphasis on standardized testing or a basis for school funding distracts from real learning. Instead of focusing on test prep, schools should be equipping students with critical thinking, collaboration, problem-solving skills. We need to move forward with a funding model that supports comprehensive education, ensuring all students, regardless of where they attend school, receive tools they need to thrive. House Bill 7167 is a necessary step toward education equity. Our schools, classrooms, and students must be a priority. The quality of a child's education should not depend on their zip code, but on the collective community commitment, to their future. Let's ensure that funding decisions are driven by students' needs, not bureaucratic limitations. I urge you to support House Bill 7167 and invest in a stronger, more equitable education system for all Connecticut students.
Thanks so much, Aquila. Have a great evening. Next, we have John Flanders. Well, you're 70 out of 76, so that's an easy promise.
Chairs McCrory and Leeper, Ranking Members Bertel and Zupkis. My name is John Flanders, and I am the president of Special Education Equity for Kids of Connecticut. I'm also an attorney who represents families in special education matters and the father of a former special education student who turns 32 today. We're here today primarily to talk about HB 5001. Like nature, special education advocates abhor a vacuum, and we are using this opportunity to make some suggestions for things to improve special ed. My first point follows a question asked by a member of the committee earlier on, which was asked one of the previous witnesses, what could be done to make things better for people and for parents in Connecticut? The simple answer to that is to empower and to impose thoroughgoing responsibility on the State Department of Education. IDEA imposes a responsibility on the state to ensure that all children with a disability get a free, appropriate public education. That responsibility is passed down from the state to the basic communities, but the fact is that too much of the state's efforts is put into collecting and disseminating information and too little into enforcement and supporting. This means that if there is an issue with special education, the responsibility for enforcement and fixing the problem lies with the family, the people least likely to be able to have the resources to support it. We believe that given sufficient resources and sufficient direction under state law, that the State Department of Education could do more. The fact is, I'm sitting here during this session and got numerous emails from people saying, I filed a complaint with the State Department 6 months ago and I still haven't gotten a response, despite the fact that there's a 60-day requirement to respond and answer to these questions. We can do better, but the parents in this state need the help. Our second issue is the important issue in designing an IEP is information. And when that information is incomplete, the law allows parents to have an independent educational evaluation to supplement the information that their parent planning and placement team has. There are challenges to that. If the school disagrees, then they go to a due process hearing to allow the student or to prove that that is necessary. We have a suggestion. We know that these are expensive, but IDEA also allows schools to bill Husky or private insurance for costs related to special education. The system as it's now set up has problems. The state takes half off of the top of anything that's paid by Husky. Further parts come through that are charged. So a town filing for a Husky claim for an educational expense is lucky to get 25 cents on the dollar. What we recommend is that for IEEs, for students who are eligible for Husky, that all of the money we file an application to get Husky support. We would get federal money going into that. That money would not be taken out of the regular school budgets to support that are supporting other factors. And it would give us an easier route to making sure that the planning and placement teams that our kids depend on have the information that they need to make. And I hear I'm finished. So you're not going to get my last one, but it is in my written testimony.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate the Husky recommendation. I think districts currently can apply for Husky reimbursement for related services.
They can.
I think we're all a little worried about what's about to happen to Husky.
As we are all worried about what's happening to the U.S. Department of Education, which is another reason why empowering the State Department to do its job more effectively is so important.
Yes, which miraculously has actually not been mentioned yet today. But thank you so much, and I look forward to reading your last idea in your written testimony. And appreciate you being with us for most of this day, as always.
Thank you for the opportunity. And as Indy said, I learned a great deal listening to our previous witnesses.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Ivelisse Carrera Brown. And please correct me if I mispronounced your name. Not with us. Jennifer Rodriguez?
Committee. I'm sorry? Is it on now? Okay, sorry. Okay. Senators, representatives, and honorable members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1459, an act concerning teacher salaries. My name is Jennifer Rodriguez. I am a first grade teacher and a mentor to aspiring educators. I have nearly 17 years of experience in the classroom, and I've witnessed firsthand the challenges that Connecticut's teachers face, especially when it comes to compensation. As you know, teacher salary in Connecticut have remained stagnant for decades. It's a reality that impacts the daily lives of teachers and the education of students as we strive to attract and retain highly qualified and effective teachers. In 1986, the Connecticut Education Enhancement Act aimed to improve teacher salaries by funding increases to minimum salaries to attract and retain educators. But nearly 4 decades later, 40 years, we are still struggling with the same issue. In the 1988-89 school year, the average, not the starting, but the average teacher salary in Connecticut was $37,000 following the Enhancement Act. Fast forward to 2023-24 school year, and in Hartford County, districts are starting teachers at $46,000. That's a $10,000 increase over 36 years. While the cost of tuition and cost of living has skyrocketed, in 1989, tuition averaged $7,000 per year, and today in-state tuition for state programs is between $30,000 to $40,000. When I speak with legislators about this, I'm often met with surprise. Many assume the starting salary for teachers in Connecticut is closer to $60,000, but that's simply not the case. In Hartford County, 28 out of 29 districts start teachers at less than that. Nearly half start in the 40s, and for teachers with a master's degree, only 26 out of the 29 districts still fall below that threshold. That is further compounded by the fact that many educators are forced to take on student debt, yet still struggle to break $60,000 annually after years of service in continuing education. When I began my career in 2008, there were 400 applicants for every one elementary teaching position. Today, we face a very different reality. Teacher preparation programs are eliminating some of their education programs due to low enrollment. Aspiring teachers are well informed. They know the salaries, the cost of living, and housing prices. And it's clear they cannot afford to live in the communities where they want to teach, let alone support their families. While teaching is a passion, passion alone cannot feed and house a family. SB 1459 is a crucial step toward addressing this issue. The bill's provision to establish a minimum salary to certified teachers will ensure that teaching remains a viable and sustainable career. If we are serious about attracting and retaining quality educators, we must compensate them fairly. It is long past time for Connecticut to invest in its teachers, not just for the teachers, but for the students who deserve the best possible education from the best possible pool of educators. I urge you to support SB 1459, and I thank you for your time and attention on this critical issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Kosker.
Oh, wait a minute. Starting my stopwatch. Good evening, I guess now. I had to change my testimony a couple times. Good evening. Members of the Education Committee, thank you for your time. My name is Tom Kosker. I'm a parent of a student with a disability and also an advocate with Disability Rights Connecticut, which is a protection and advocacy system here in Connecticut, federally funded nonprofit. I'm testifying today on HB 5001, which I know, and I've listened to most of the testimony today, is a shell bill and just a study piece for now. But I just want to take this opportunity to get some of my thoughts out. As an advocate, I've done a variety of monitoring and investigations at schools and programs across the state of Connecticut in recent years. Some of you may have seen some of that work in our High Road investigation, which we released a report along with the Office of the Child Advocate last year. Some of you may have gotten copies of that investigation. I'm happy to get that in front of you at whatever point in time. I know the Select Committee on Special Education is working on putting together this HB 5001, but I just have a couple of areas I'd like to highlight today. One is, again, around inclusion. I know that some of these areas have been talked about both today and previously, inclusions of students with disabilities. As we're looking at this study, whatever it looks like, I know the timing is tricky right now with the committee and the State Department of Ed, but looking at inclusion, One of the areas we focus on in our work is the high rate of outplacements here in Connecticut. And again, I've highlighted this to some members of the select committee and others on the legislature, but it's definitely an area of concern of ours. We have the highest rate of outplacement in the country compared to other states. In addition, in combination with that, is also just the rate at which our students, even if they're in district, are educated with their non-disabled peers. So there's, data that we can track and that we do track, the State Department tracks. So I think looking at that and a little bit closer, I think is really important as far as in terms of how many students, what percentage of our students with different types of disabilities are receiving, 0 to 40% of their time with non-disabled peers versus 80 to 100%. So I see the nodding of head, you're very familiar with all that. So I think it's really important that we look closely at that. The other area that we want to highlight is restraint and seclusion. So this is an area that's of grave concern to us. There's a lot of work done in recent years through your work as well on redefining and refining the definition of restraint and seclusion. I think there's still work to be done. Again, looking at not just the rates of restraint and seclusion, but what are we doing what is the State Department of Ed, what are we as a state, our districts doing to reduce those numbers, training, educating educators. We've heard a lot today about how much work goes into that. I'm actually a former educator as well at a high school level at a magnet school a number of years ago, so I've worn that hat as well. I get there's a lot involved, but we can we can do better than we are now. And so whether it comes to the auditing of those restraint and seclusion reports, whether it comes to doing site visits to see these places, again, I know it's also a resource issue, so that's one of the issues. And I'm already at 3 minutes. Oh no. I'm just looking at my clock. So real quick, I'll just say also on both of those issues, on the inclusion and outplacements, but also on the restraint and seclusion, a lot around the oversight and monitoring by State Department of Ed and also by the LEAs, the local education agencies, I think is important. I have some other points. Again, just as John said, I'll get some of my other points in written testimony. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I think it was a great testimony, and we haven't really heard yet today the issue around inclusion and specifically with outplacements, and I think it's really important. So thank you for bringing that to us. Representative Zupkis has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you. You mentioned about site visits at these places, and I apologize. Are you talking about outplacement? Are you talking about in school districts?
Yeah, I'll say all of the above. I was specifically referring to the outplacements. So there is a system in place for oversight and monitoring. They get reviewed on a 3 to 5 year basis by the State Department of Ed on a rotating basis. They have that whole thing in place. And that includes a site visit on those. Again, there's some challenges around that. I know they've been working on adjusting those. So yeah, that's one piece of it. I think there's also on the restraint and seclusion. So I think that's important as well. So as you're looking at districts, programs, schools, whether they're in-district schools and programs, whether they're outplacement programs that have high rates of restraint and seclusion, a site visit to those places, and I happen to have been in some of those. I've had the good fortune and misfortune sometimes, and from what I see, to be in those places to see what's really happening. So,
and I don't know if it was you, someone testified or told me that the SDE is supposed to do site visits, and they do one every 3, 5, whatever and it ended up to be like 11 years before they got back for another site visit.
Yeah, I won't speak to exactly that, but I mean, yes, there's some challenges that the State Department of Ed has with resources, et cetera, and how many school districts there are. But on the outplacements, again, what was it? You heard the numbers. There's a lot, 88 or 90, or so approved private special education programs. And that's outside of some of the other ones that are there's these other funky, right, setups with the RESCs and everything like that. So how often they're able to get to those. And I know the State Department's talked about some of their other audits that happen. And yes, it can be a long time. It can be a long time.
So I think, one thing that we have to look at as that. I understand the State Department of Education says we need more resources and staff and money and time and everything, but maybe we have to prioritize. I don't know. So, and then my last just a comment, and I hope you will be testifying at the special ed.
Of course.
I thought you would be.
Yes.
Great. I look forward to it. Thank you.
I was at the informational hearings or whatever they're called, and I'll be at the other ones as well. But I wanted to take the opportunity today to come in front of you all because I haven't had the chance to do that. So
great. Thank you.
Of
Thanks,
course.
Madam Chair.
Of course, my
Thanks,
pleasure.
Representative. Thanks, Tom. It's been great to hear what you've had to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Next, we have Heather Lorenz.
Lorenz, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Heather Lorenz. I am a resident of Danbury, Connecticut, where I am also a high school social studies teacher, a former practicing attorney, and the teacher action chair of the NEA Danbury Union. I want to speak today about why I strongly support SB 1459, and I am in cautious conditional support of HB 7167. There are many factors as to why our state is in the education crisis in which we see ourselves. Many current young adults experienced the 2008 Great Recession and the resulting highly publicized teacher layoffs during the budget downturn, which left a mark on their psyche, including those who would have considered a teaching career. Salaries were frozen, working conditions suffered, class sizes increased, fewer materials and instructional supports were provided. Hence, it is not surprising that in a recent survey of college-bound students, only 5% were even interested in pursuing a career in education, a decrease of approximately 16% since 2010. The overall desirability of teaching as a profession is further eroded when there is a lack of competitiveness of salaries. The compensation issues affecting the worsening teacher shortage concern relative teacher pay. That is, teacher pay compared with the pay of other career opportunities for potential and current teachers. According to the Economic Policy Institute, teachers are paid less in weekly wages and total compensation than their non-teacher college-educated counterparts, and the situation has worsened considerably over time. Public school teachers' weekly wages are 17 to 23% lower than those of comparable workers, compared with just 1.8% lower in 1994. The last time this body addressed a similar crisis was in the mid-'80s. At that time, the Education Enhancement Act, which stood for a 10-year period, helped to raise the salaries of teachers almost 19% in the span of 3 to 10 years. The act was repealed in 1996, and teachers' compensation since then has remained stagnant and therefore, due to inflation, worsened to date. From 1996 to 2021, the inflation-adjusted wages for teachers rose just $29. No wonder why we have an educator crisis on our hands. So why does it matter? An effective teacher is the most important school-based determinant of education outcomes. It is therefore crucial that school districts recruit and retain high-quality teachers. This is particularly difficult at a time when the supply of teachers is constrained by high turnover rates, annual retirements of longtime teachers, and a decline in students opting for a teaching career. I'll sum up. In light of these challenges, providing adequate wages is a crucial tool for attracting and keeping the teachers Connecticut's children need.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nadia Wenzel. Nope, not with us. We have a few people who signed up and are at the end. Steve Gorelli, I see you online.
Good afternoon. Good evening, esteemed chairs and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I suspect that some of you are sick of hearing from me. For the benefit of others, my name is Dr. Stephen Girelli, and I am the president and CEO of Klingberg Family Centers, a nonprofit in existence for over 120 years and the home of the Raymond Hill School. Our school serves nearly 100 students, grades kindergarten through 12, referred by nearly 30 school districts throughout central Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about House Bill 5001. I applaud the broad nature of the study that this bill calls for, in sharp contrast to some of the other bills that focus entirely on private special education. I think that only this much broader approach will provide actionable information to meet the needs of Connecticut's special education students in a realistic and affordable way. I believe that all of you are in receipt of a letter to State Department of Education authored jointly by the Children's League of Connecticut, the Alliance, and the Connecticut Association of Private Special Education Facilities. Klingberg is a member of all three, and I serve on the boards of the first two. I want to reinforce and amplify some content of that letter that I think speaks directly to some of the issues that I hope this study will address and will be focal in your considerations going forward. One that I think is critical is that in reviewing outplacement facilities, the study include not only private special education schools, but RECs as well. They are clearly part of the full picture of special education in the state. I also hope that the study incorporates both nonprofit approved schools and for-profit schools, but distinguishes between the two in its examination of quality and affordability. If so, I think you'll find that we're very different animals. Finally, with the spotlight that has recently been shined on out-of-district placements, I hope that the study will carefully examine quality and cost of in-district versus nonprofit outplacement in educating the highest need students in our state. I suspect that if SDE compares the current cost of outplacement against the projected cost of meeting those students' needs in district, you will find that the latter provides little or no savings. I say this because salaries and other benefits in most municipalities, at least in the greater Hartford area, far exceed those in approved nonprofit special education schools. And I say that with confidence because we compete with and usually lose to local education agencies in staff hiring and retention, and those staff we lose with overwhelming consistency cite compensation as the reason. I hope that the findings that result from the passage of this bill will add clarity to your understanding of how to affordably improve our special education system in Connecticut. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for hanging with us to 5 o'clock. Next, we have Antari Rowland.
Anitra.
Anitra, thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Hello, senators, honorable chairs, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Good evening. My name is Anitra Rowland, founder of Emergent Access Services. But most importantly, I stand before you today as a parent advocate for the students of Connecticut and as an unofficial representative of Achievement First, Amistad Academy High School. I'm here to speak about something that is not just an issue of policy, but a matter of fairness, opportunity, and the future of our communities. Student-centered funding. In lieu of House Bill 7167, I feel passionately that every student in Connecticut deserves an equitable, high-quality education, no matter where they live or what type of public school they attend. But right now, that is not the reality. The way our schools are funded leaves too many students, especially those in public schools of choice, without the resources they need to succeed. This must change. Student-centered fundings mean fully funding the education cost sharing formula while ensuring that all public school students, including those in charter, magnet, and vocational technical schools, receive the support that they need. It means recognizing that funding should follow the student and be based on their learning needs, not the type of public school they attend. Right now, too many students face barriers to success simply because of how our state allocates education funding. Families who choose charter or magnet schools shouldn't have to fight for the same resources as their peers in traditional public schools. Students who need extra support, whether because of economic hardship, learning differences, or language barriers, should receive the funding necessary to meet those needs. Fully funding our public schools is not just about fairness, it's about our state's future. It's about ensuring that every child in Connecticut that has tools to thrive, to innovate, and to contribute to their communities. It's about making sure that no student is left behind due to an outdated, inequitable funding system. We have the power to change this. We must come together, parents, educators, students, and community leaders, to demand that our state legislators support student-centered funding. We must hold them accountable for ensuring that every child, regardless of the school they attend, has access to the education they deserve. Connecticut's children are our greatest investment. Let's make sure that every dollar we spend on education is spent wisely, equitably, and with students at the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Zepkis has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you say you were from Amistad School in New Haven?
My son.
I visited that school a couple of years ago, and it is a fabulous school.
Thank you.
It
Thank
was
you.
such a wonderful experience, I have to say. The kids were great. The teachers were great. I love how you, and even you said it, parents involved.
Yes.
But thank you. And excuse me, I understand the need for funding for all these schools, and I'm sure you'll agree, because you said it, there's accountability with it. And we
Yes.
should be making sure that what is getting funded, even now, the money that's going to the schools, there's accountability for that money. So thank you.
Yes.
I just really wanted to say Amistad School is a great school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My son is just so very blessed to be able to be afforded, to be able to go to Achievement First, Amistad Academy High School. Great school indeed. Thank you.
And I hope that all of our public schools will be like that sometime in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks for being with us. Next, we have Alyssa Goduty.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm Alicia Gaduti. I am the president and CEO of Edelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services, and I'm also speaking to you this evening as the president of the board of the Children's League of Connecticut, actually known as CLOC. We are 11 nonprofit human service organizations whose mission and vision is about helping kids and families live their best lives. I also just want to say thank you to all of you for serving on this important committee. I'm married to a high school history teacher in Summers and the proud mom of a daughter who is studying at UConn to be a future music teacher. So thank you for your commitment to education. Edelbrook is a multi-service agency specializing in autism spectrum disorders, developmental services, and behavioral health treatment. We support 350 children and young adults with highly complex developmental and behavioral needs, and we also provide support to their families. We have special education schools in Bloomfield, in Manchester, in Cromwell, and in Middletown. But our students represent nearly every community in the state of Connecticut. We provide highly specialized education and support services and work to meet the unique needs of children who need comprehensive and wraparound services. We serve the most complex students with autism in a 12-month educational program supported by experts from every realm of related services. And we consider ourselves a partner with school districts and a vital component in their continuum of services. Speaking about House Bill 5001 tonight, and we recognize that special education costs are increasing and that they place a hardship on school districts. I'm also a member of my local board of ed, so I wear that hat as well. And we welcome that this bill provides an opportunity to work with stakeholders to understand the many factors impacting those costs and working to develop strategies to mitigate the effects on districts. We appreciate that this bill right now as it stands is holistic and much broader than some of the other bills that have been raised this session. We encourage the committee to look at the timeline. It's a pretty ambitious timeline with a report out date of May. We have some specific recommendations, and Mr. Girelli, who spoke to two speakers before me, included many of these, but I'll just reiterate a couple. We suggest, as we're thinking about the cost of special education and the services, that we expand opportunities for higher education programs for special educators. There's just not enough people that want to be special educators. It's the root cause of why our costs are going up. It's very difficult to find people to go into this field, particularly post-COVID. We're looking at things like streamlined certification processes or other ways to incentivize people to enter into the special education field. We suggest that Regional Education Service Centers, the RESCs, be included as they provide a significant amount of special education services and are not regulated as we are as approved private special education programs. We encourage an examination of the cost of transportation, which in many cases amounts to almost as much as we charge for our daily rates for education. Looking at the distinction between for-profit and nonprofit special education programs. We recognize that districts are looking for more predictable, cost information and rates, and we are happy to provide some support in doing so. I will just end by thanking you all for your attention to this issue and encouraging you to take your time and really consider and engage every stakeholder at the table so that we can get this right for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And last we have Kristen Besaya. Oh, I'm sorry. He was even trying to give me like the tip.
There we go. All right. Thank you, senators and representatives. My name is Kristen Besega, and I'm speaking to you today as the president of the Glastonbury Education Association. And I'm standing in support of SB 1459. As you know, this legislation will establish a minimum salary for educators and, most importantly, establish a grant program for districts to actually pay these educators the difference between the minimum salary and what they're currently earning. This isn't an impossible ask. I know people had mentioned there's a lot of zeros attached, but it's not an impossible ask because this body took similar action in 1986 with the Education Enhancement Act. Back then, the Connecticut legislature established a minimum salary of $20,000. And adjusting for inflation, that $20,000 wage in 1986 is just about $60,000 now. But the average starting teacher salary now is only $48,000. So our salaries have been lagging behind. Establishing a minimum salary that is calculated based on the poverty line ensures that today's wage adjustment continues to account for future inflation. And I've heard it said before that teachers who work in well-off districts like Glastonbury wouldn't be concerned with minimum teacher salary, but that's categorically untrue. So on our salary schedule, the first 5 steps of bachelor's are all under this threshold. The first 3 steps of master's are all under this threshold. And actually, the first 2 steps of master's plus, which is either 2 master's degrees or a master's degrees plus 30 additional credits, master's step 2 is still under this threshold. All in all, our first 10 steps across several categories are lower than this projected started salary. Many of our members have 2 wage earners in their household on our salary schedule, or 1 wage earner supporting a family on their own. Not only that, but having a set minimum starting salary would mean that most districts would be offering similar packages to new hires. It would alleviate the teacher shortage in that districts would be able to offer similar incentives no matter where that educator was starting their career. And I've seen what a low starting salary means for educators. I knew a teacher that worked late nights at a local hotel because she could sit there and grade if no one was checking in. I've seen teachers that were in their first year that were trying to do all their lesson plans and figuring out their curriculum and then rushing to be a waiter or waitress after school. Right. And on my end, I think it's important for you to hear what it would have meant to me as a first-year teacher. I started teaching when my daughter Sophia was 9 months old, and I started teaching at a magnet school with extended hours. Our base pay was $43,000 with a master's degree, but our school day was an hour and a half longer than any other school district, and I worked those extra hours and I taught those extra classes in order to be able to support my family. Having a fair starting salary, one that valued my early work and professionalism, would have meant that I could have spent more time with my family and my daughter when she was still little. It would mean that all districts would have equal chances to recruit new teachers, and I respectfully ask that you support SB 1459. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. No questions. Have a great evening. All right, I guess with that, we convene our fourth public hearing of the Education Committee. Thanks, everyone.